night might steal my life. My spell, you fell under my spell now. 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 You fell under my spell now. You fell under my spell now. You know I make you feel good. And don't you wanna feel good, good, good? Sometimes I wish that we could go back before you got hurt, hurt, hurt. When before I was scared, now I'm feeling prepared. Don't you wanna feel good? Don't you wanna feel good, good, good?
When you say you were leaving, I thought that you meant it. I played the victim, you start as indifferent. Hindsight comes standard with rose-colored lenses. Hate to admit it, you're better off. Now you're too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
Maybe feelings change, I can remember all the reasons why we've been separate ways. Feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive in busy chains.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again.
Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated,
Go on, myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents, they way too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you'll find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold, that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive.
All right, everybody, welcome back here to NECC Finals here with UTD up against Fisher College. We're hopping straight into drafts here. A lot of picks and bans out again. What are we looking at here, Mr. Chewett?
Well, we're going to have Fisher starting on the blue side here, UTD on the red side. We're going to see that we've already gone through bans. We got the first couple picks in. We got Seraphine, the first pick being prio by Fisher College, and then UTD going to opt for Silas Orn, early picking their solo lanes. I don't know. I guess they're just think Silas and Orn are super good right now. And then you look at the bans. We got Karma, Udyr, Sejuani being banned against UTD. These champs are all really good. Sejuani super good at abusing the new tank items. Karma, solid support. One of Yujong Hukuri Lee's most played. Udyr, super good right now. Yuumi, Hecarim, Renekton all being banned. Renekton might be more of a targeted ban. I haven't seen that as much. And then Hecarim is super OP with the new Ravenous Hydra. And then Yuumi is a cat.
Okay, yep, that's true. Yuumi will always be a Yuumi problem in her own right. So we're looking at things pretty standard here so far. Fisher College opting for Kindred. Likely be the jungle pick here. We got Braum coming out from UTD's end. And that'll be second
and
round.
Trundle, I thought was going to be going jungle, but the Kindred pick means it's going top lane against the Ornn, and obviously the Subjugate is going to be there to take away Ornn's tanky stats.
To make that fight a lot more bearable and playable. How does that matchup kind of go pre-6, though?
Trundle probably wins. Trundle is super good in lane. Ornn can be good in lane, and you can pull off some crazy solo kills. Ornn does a lot of damage, but Trundle is a stat checker, so he just beats you with a stick.
All good. That's all he needs to do. Okay, we're getting the Graves pick here, and that's probably going to be our jungle pick on from UTD side. Looking for that Lulu ban after going for the Lulu highlight.
Graves Graves, Kindred are one of the three junglers that are super good. Actually, no, there's more than that. There's Graves, Kindred are super good. Hecarim is super broken. Sejuani's really good. Echo's pretty good. Lilia's pretty good. There's a lot of really good things. But Kindred and Graves are definitely two things that are definitely high prior right now. I'd say Graves a little better. It's a little easier to play, a little more consistent. Kindred obviously needs you to have good lane opponents that can help you get your marks, help you invade enemy jungle. But this champ is absolutely ridiculous if you get ahead. It has good ganks. But Graves is definitely more consistent. I like the pickup. But yeah, we're going to get into second phase banned. Syndra going to be banned away from Fisher College. Syndra probably one of the mid lane champions that needs to be permabanned right now. It's super, super strong. Probably the best mid laner right now, in my personal opinion. Not sure if UTD or Fisher's mid laners are super comfortable. I mean, I guess Fisher's would be super comfortable playing it, but I guess UTD didn't feel like wanting to prio it in first 3 But definitely it getting banned in second phase makes a lot of sense. Mid laner's going to be banned away from Fisher, Vex, Syndra, and then we got Aphelios, Ezreal being targeted towards what I assume is definitely in the bottom lane. And we're going to get a Zeri hover on R4. It's going to be pretty interesting here. Zeri, been out of the meta for a while, sitting at around a 42% win rate in solo queue for like the past like 2-3 months. Champion has been heavily nerfed several times because I think Riot realized there might have been some design flaws in this champion.
Well, a little much, but I mean, good to still see that there's some playability there and something left. At least UTDC's.
Yeah, I think they tried to basically make her to where she's like unlaneable, but if she still gets to like 2 or 3 items, she's still super good. And, like she just has that like ability, kind of like Viego, where like if you can just like pick up 1 kill and like make the fight come into your favor a little bit, Zeri just has like the move speed and like mobility to just like chase everybody down and like pick up a ton of kills in a fight.
Yeah.
It's like you'll see like fights where you'll be like, oh, it's like a 2 for 3, but like Zeri turns like a 2 for 3 into like a 5 for 2, and you're like, oh.
Oh, thank you, Zeri. Thank you, move speed. Thank you, AoE. That is the case here. So I mean, not having that same threat and presence compared to what was before is definitely worth noting. But as you said, about the potentials there, as there still is with Viego. Viego's also a character that used to be really good and got a couple of nerfs, but still is very much playable and still pretty solid their own right. So. Probably
Braum Ari going to be picked up B4, B5 here. Ari obviously has great potential, not great potential, good in lane, has super good roam, super good pick potential, super consistent pick. Braum, something I'd say we haven't seen as much, can be paired with Seraphine here, not something you would traditionally see. You want something that, you usually see something like Lucian or something with like fast attack speed that like likes to be able to proc like Braum passive, get the stuns, get that nice lane going for yourselves. But Seraphine, Braum, I don't know. It seems okay. I don't know. I have never seen this lane before. So.
And what do you think we're looking over here at UTD side too? Also with this Wukong pick here.
This is pretty strange. I'm not sure who's going support here.
Yep.
I guess it would have to be Ornn. It like has to be Ornn.
Yeah.
We'll okay.
Oh, Graves is Lulu. Okay, got it. Okay.
So for we just got confirmation that the Graves is supposed to be a Lulu pick, and that the draft is Silas Ornn, Lulu, Zeri, Wukong for UTD. So there are not 2 junglers on UTD. So that's all squared away. And yeah, now we're gonna wait for them to get into game and go through the spectator delay. We can go to a break here and.
In a couple seconds, yeah.
In a couple seconds, but unless you have anything you want to say before we get a break?
Yeah. Just want to throw us all together here. We've been a little late and scuffed on scheduling and whatnot, but hopefully everything is all coming together here. So now here we are in the finals for NECC. So just give us some background. Can you tell us a little bit about how last week's match went? Because I know you were able to attend to that.
Yeah, UTD play. Oh, I actually forgot who they played. I don't remember the name of the college. I'm sorry for whoever we played.
Okay.
I think it was a 2-0 in favor of UTD. They didn't play like super cleanly. Like game 1 was pretty decisive, but game 2 was pretty sloppy. They got ahead and then they got behind, and then they had to make kind of a miracle comeback where like Camille built Ravenous Hydra and started like one-shotting the AD carry, and then they started like snowballing the fights and kind of felt like they stole away the second game. So, you know, not coming off of like the cleanest BO3 coming into the finals, but you know, UTD has shown really high highs in the past. They have great players. We have definitely in the bot lane, Yujung Hukri Lee, you know, YHL, he's a challenger player, definitely obviously ex-pro player. And, you know, the solo lanes from UTD have steadily improved throughout the year. And then I think the jungler, Atteboro, played really well in the last series. And I think we can expect to see him play well again today. So I'm looking for jungle and AD carry to make big moves.
Big moves, big plays here. Super exciting to see that. Yeah, and I think if I'm not mistaken, too, there's some also history between Fisher and UTD beforehand. They've played a couple sets before and games and whatnot before. And it seems like, if I'm, again, not mistaken, UT might have the favored record here. So that could be something worth noting as well, that there's history between these teams and they're both butting heads time and time again. So super excited to see how these finals here, this BO5 is going to pull us through. We're going to be in for a long haul. The adaptation we're going to see from game to game is going to be super exciting. So I'm kind of expecting a more cautious game 1 a little bit, just kind of feel each other out. Then after that, we can start seeing some of those more ballistic plays that are always great.
Or those ballistic drafts.
Oh, that too.
I always love to see draft adaptation throughout. Because, you know, I feel like when you watch like LCS or LEC where it's like BO1s, you just see like kind of like the same standard picks. There's not much variation, but in BO5 you get like the crazy like counter picks people pull out.
Exactly, yeah.
Stuff like you know, MF support to counter Zyra. Shout out to Rocks Tigers versus SKT.
Very
Right.
nice, very nice. Yeah, it's the draft's also really fun, right? I mean, of course, you got the simple, oh, this person popped off one game, go ban their main, right? One thing out of the way, simple, right? But beyond that, kind of the layered matchups of that, okay, you're pulling away this character, I have to pull this in, try to predict this too, what character am I going to go with next here? And what players to look out for too, right? Do we start target banning people? Was this character like kind of useless? Do we let this character slide? Do we let this jungler go because, their mid lane did really well? Something like that. Now that we have 5 games of back and forth to kind of initiate that.
5 games max,
5 games max. Up to 5.
Maybe one of these teams will get it done in 3.
Who
Get
knows?
to go home early.
Yeah, that's still 3 games minimum though. That's still quite a lot of room to work
That's a
with.
lot of League of Legends.
That is quite a lot of League of Legends. 5 games would also be quite a lot of League of Legends. It is fairly late in the day, at least here in the central time zone. And of course, we're also a lot of us college students here going through finals weekend projects and everything like that. So, trade-offs everywhere, right? Hopefully, we can wrap this up nice and cleanly either way. But if we do get a banger game 5, it is what it is. And
So be it.
Hopefully, we're in for a good ride.
Oh yeah, it should be a good ride. I think we'll just throw it to a break until we get into game here, but we'll catch you guys on the Rift.
Very soon.
Fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gonna stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing just like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say let 'em, I ain't moving small.
Getting stronger every day. Keep on pushing through the pain.
All right, we are going to be getting into game 1 of the finals here between Fisher College and UT Dallas. I don't know. I'm pretty excited. What do you got to say, Combo?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see how these like individual lane matchups go, and it's always kind of, especially in the early game, because we already know UTD's strong players. We already have strong suits, as you mentioned, right? You're looking at jungle and you're looking at ADC here for this upcoming game and general presence, right? But we don't have as much information about the opposing side, so it's always love to see kind of that back and forth of the matchups between who are the big names going to be looking at for the other team and who we got on our team and how they're all going to kind of intersect and interact with one another. So that's not something we don't have any information on right now, and something we'll kind of come to see. But yeah, for those who don't know, UT Dallas here on red side here, Fisher College on blue side, tend to have played each other historically in the past, I think with a UTD winning record. And yeah, we're here in finals. Game 1 is just about to begin. Going for the kind of more standard vision spotting.
Nothing too crazy, level 1. Just going to get some wards down, make sure nobody's invading. We got some interesting item choice coming out from Tron. We're going to opt for the Cole here, and also a Cole going to be opted for on Zeri here. One thing that we did not discuss during the draft is that Zeri actually got a recent rework. I was trying to read through it during the spectator delay. There's a lot of different changes. They reduced like the range of the Q. They changed around the passive. They changed around a lot of the ratios and stuff. They like increased the mana it takes to E. There's a lot of different stuff going on, and I'm not sure if it makes her like better or worse exactly. It seems like a lot of a rework, but in this game we're gonna see how it works out. Zeri, historically a really broken champion if the numbers are not tuned exactly, and we'll see how that works out for UTD.
Yeah, I mean, already the threat is here. We're seeing the bot lane crazy poke here from both Lulu and Zeri down, pushing them off their wave just a little bit, applying that pressure. Always great to create some space for yourself, and that will keep building a snowball potential here for the bot lane. So that's some strong potential there from Zeri and Lulu. But every other lane so far seems to be pretty mixed. Very early game. Jungle camps. Jungler's going to be going through their usual swing of things. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, jungle going to be... They started opposite sides here. Wukong going to be pathing top lane. They're both looking like they're full clearing currently. Kendra going to go for her red. And then Wukong going to go Raptors here. Nothing too interesting. We might get like some weird like lopsided plays, like we might get a gank top, gank bot, so junglers aren't going to intersect on a deadly path or anything like that. Already got the Prio in the mid lane, going to get a nice ward off, maybe a little bit of information. Silas going under his tower. Bot lane seems to be going pretty well for UTD early on into this game. Yoshiwi going to get pushed in, but nothing too crazy so far. Except Yoshiwi eating in for the grass proc there. But Barrel is actually here.
Yeah, gank up top here. You have Wukong going really hard with the E, still having Q save. We got to use that distance. There's a flash in from Yoshiwi. Flash from B-Barrel as well. Finally drops the Q. Not enough damage. Red buff isn't enough for the slow either. And Toronto's going to be able to get away from that. Double flash, I guess triple flash right there, right? We had two flashes there drop from UTD, and we had a single flash from Fisher College. So I guess that's kind of winning, but this is going to give time for Yoshi to at least catch up on some farm, and then probably go for it back of his own.
Yeah, Toronto going to have to burn his teleport there, so it is pretty good for Yoshiwi, and if he can freeze the lane here, I didn't exactly look at the wave, I'm not sure if he's able to. That's pretty good. Kinder going to be down here in the bot lane. Maybe we're going to have a bit of a fight over the mark. I don't think Kinder took it yet. I can't tell.
Ooh, we got it. Seraphine's low. No, nothing. No one's going to commit here. We do see Wukong coming down, as is Silas. We could be looking at a start of a big, long fight. So far, bot's getting engaged, and we have Wukong coming in from the back. Bot lane still staying alive. A lot of damage onto Zeri, but she is alive. And here, Ari comes down with Silas as well. This is a crazy 4v4 in the bot lane. Not the hardest engage just yet. Okay, we have a stun with Polymorph, but still being able to walk away. All four are living. No one is low enough to get the execute and land that kill to close anything out. So that's just a lot of time and resources committed here to heading down bot, but not fruitful particularly for either side.
Yeah, health bars are looking pretty low here for most of the members.
It's not over yet though. We have Silas going in. It's not enough damage. There's great kiting there as well from Seraphine. Not enough to take. We had to Zeri hitting through the wall as well, but still not enough. Everyone's low. This is still very dangerous and potent for, although probably not looking at a dive.
Yeah, no, I don't think they have the health bars to dive. I mean, UTD bot lane is pretty low here, but definitely should be able to safely pick up the wave. And yeah, gold is about dead even. Nobody super, tipping the ship either way, but
yeah, dead even game. I love we had like a 4-man roam both ways from both teams.
And nobody died.
And all health bars were pretty much equal space the whole time. They're always around the same amount of health, and nobody died for it.
Yeah, I mean, Zeri Lulu doesn't have like the most damage early game, and then like we have like Seraphine Braum, who's like maybe got some CC, but not like some like crazy kill potential, and then
Especially
Ari
pre-ult.
hits the flash charm, and then like still doesn't get a kill. It's kind of a weird fight.
Yeah, not obviously no ults on the board yet. Just not a lot of damage output from any particular place, and no one was in too bad of a position for too long, so there wasn't enough time to really take advantage of getting too much damage out, and so everyone's able to walk away.
Bro, I'm gonna make a quick trip up to the top lane. I think they were looking for a kill onto Yoshiwi. Play's not gonna quite work out, and then bot lane gonna take their reset after. Just after is like the first reset. They didn't reset right after the play on bot lane. They had to pick up the wave. That is coming in now. Zeri gonna pick up some Berserker's Grease, some nice kicks. Everything seems to be pretty even here. They got a wave pushing into orange. Should be pretty even with Trundle. I guess mid lane is down a pretty significant amount of CS, but
Not too unusual for a melee range type matchup, especially early game. If you're not hard engaging, Visayas going to take his time before he can grab some ults and get some damage. Oh, we have an ult here from Yoshiwi. Big damage done to the tower. Trundle's trying to do as much as he can. Yoshiwi's not going to let him get with it. We're dropping an ult. Ooh, we're going to have the pillar to stop and prevent the goat from actually being able to knock up, and Trundle's going to be able to walk away from free, taking a plate.
Yeah. Pretty unlucky interaction in the Orange Trundle matchup. I guess that's probably why he picked it, because you could just, if you're in range, you can just pillar Ord out of being able to get the second hit on the ult to do the knockup part.
We're potentially looking for a big kind of drag-centered fight. We got a lot of damage onto Kindred because Wukong was just able to wail on her. But we have Wukong here super low trying to deal with this. Actually be able to find a way out since focus changes on over to the Lulu. Lulu's almost down. This Ari's trying to pick up the kill, but first one's had to be going to UTD until Lulu goes down right after to Seraphine. Now we're even here 1-1. But that was very, very deep. Fight's still not over here. Zeri actually sticking around trying to wail on this Seraphine.
Zeri feeling very safe here. Got the E up, the thumbs up. So just opting to keep hitting the Qs on him. Damage will rack up eventually. Maybe, but you know. Yeah,
that's a solid start here for UT though in terms of kills. Right, going to get first one on the mid laner and then trading a kill on support instead. I think that's pretty advantageous, but they didn't have enough positioning, definitely not enough health, to actually secure and take that dragon. We have Kindred here back in the bot lane. Ooh, just with Zeri on her own. Wukong is going to be trying to help out. He's about half health. Already took a lot from Kindred early on. Diving in on a Seraphine. She's going to distance backwards. Wukong is stunned, getting quite a lot of heals, actually. That almost looked like he was guaranteed to be dead. But instead, still living thanks to Lulu, and Zeri's welling out of the back to way too much ship damage. Ooh, this Kindred is going down. Great re-engage from Wukong. They're going to make it out, though, despite Silas coming down. Rest of Bowen is going to back. But again, well played here from UTD.
Yeah, hijacked Encore, going to go wide there. Braum going to W back to Seraphine, not going to pick up that kill. But yeah, really extended fight. Wukong just seeming to live forever with Lulu and like the HP regen that is in Wukong's kit. And they will pick up the 1-for-0 here. It looks like Ari is going to be able to push them off the dragon there. Red side pretty low on that play. Not opting in for a bit of a flip that would that drag fight would be.
Yeah, we kind of saw that first fight near bot lane. Like, oh, maybe it was a bit of a winning trade for UT. Like, maybe we can try and take the drag. Didn't really want to commit to it. They kind of had the extended fight second time around. They thought maybe we could take the drag this time, but Ari's pressure pushed them off it. They still haven't committed to it, so I feel like it's still another high priority.
Again, just like on both plays, just like both sides were just like too low or just didn't have the numbers to
actually justify it. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
So looking like it might be a bit of a slow game. 9 minutes here, 0 Drakes taken.
Yeah, 2-1. Gold's still looking dead even though. Silas being trying around to help participate in some of these kills gives Ari a lot of time to just kind of sit back and farm. And we can see a pretty big CS difference there in the mid lane. But besides that, everyone else is doing quite even. And that's kind of where most of the gold lead to account for all the extra kills UT have is coming in for Fisher's side. Now UT is going to be starting this dragon. Not sure if Fisher's really in position. We do have the Braum in the mid lane.
Support jungle are going to be top side here. Looks like it's just going to be free for UTD.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot that can be done. Seraphine in the tri-bush down there, but definitely not worth contesting at this point in time. They're going to give that first drag up, and that's going to be going over to UTD.
Yeah. Yeah, first like significant advantage taken for UTD here. It looks like Fisher's going to try to trade the Rift Herald here. UTD might be opting to fight. We got the mid laner support and jungler moving up. Yoshiwi boxing with the Trundle here. Gonna get a very advantageous trade, but the Rift Herald is looking to be low, but UTD has arrived.
Yep, Silas has hopped into the pit. We have Orin trying to trade blows here up with Trundle. The Rift Herald has gone down. Looks like that still ends up being Fisher's, but instead they're going to try to trade this kill, this fight for it. They're going to have Wukong drop, chasing down the rest. UTD is a little bit too low. Big heal on the group, but that full health Ahri has been doing numbers and damage back and forth here. She was going to walk away. They're going to have to give up mid laner Silas here. Going to walk back, and Herald is lost there too.
He should be dead here. I don't think he gets out.
It's a big loss there for UTD.
He does get the Ahri flash, but yeah. Gonna pick up the Rift Herald for blue side. I think 3 for 1.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. Yikes. Yeah, that's a bit of a rough play from UTD. I mean, you kind of want to try and challenge the Rift Herald fight. I understand that, but they didn't really quite have the positioning on the numbers to really engage on that, despite the kind of lead that Yoshi might have given with that early trade with Trundle, especially he was like, what, 1/3 HP. Despite that, when actually diving on those fights, blue team was able to put out so much damage, and Ahri left unscathed. Big damage deal here for Fisher College right now. UTD.
Yeah, Trundle is also full health at the end of that fight, so.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
That'll happen.
Trundle difference. We're going to be dropping that Rift Herald in the mid lane, where Silas has already kind of been struggling a lot against this Ahri. It's gonna be pretty huge here for Fisher. Getting a bunch of plates, a lot of gold. Maybe looking at another mid fight here. Ooh, Wukong's gonna back up. We're having engaged here from Kindred. Braum also trying to find some good positioning.
Should be fine here.
Yeah, we got Wukong down to half health, but still fine. Is a 2v3. Oh, there's the 3v3. We have Lulu walk up and take so much damage from Ahri. We do have Yoshimi walking down as well. Zeri trying to cover in the back line. Ahri is going to go down, finally. That's what UT has been looking for. Now we're even here at 4-4. Gold lead still going to be in Fisher College's advantage.
Yeah. Solid fight there. Lulu going to just be face tanking a bunch of damage on the initial part of the fight, but it will work out for UTD at the end of the day. Now we got a bit of a scuffle breaking out between the Ornn and the Trundle here. I think Trundle wins this in the long term. The ult came out onto Yoshui, and Trundle is just back at full health. Yoshui looking pretty low here. Trundle not going to opt for the dive. It's a little too risky for him.
Little too risky. Not too many resources burnt from Yoshui's side. Try to see him leave through the top tri-bush. Got blocked off by the pillars. Had to walk and tank a bunch of autos. Still able to live it. That's the tank lifestyle. Zeri potentially trying to go for some damage on Kindred invading, taking the Gromp. Nothing resulted from that though. Seraphine shown in lane. Yoshui top tower is pretty low. Trundle did take a lot of time to just kind of tank hits from Yoshui and slam the tower to get those plates and that gold. So I'm sure Trundle is super thirsty to take that top tower down as well. Mid tower also looking really low after the Rift Herald drop. Although not as low as top tower. That second plate is very much available for Ahri to try and kind of push the wave up and push Silas off the wave after all the poke, and then try and nab some more gold. Already a good gold lead for Fisher here that they can kind of just try and keep pushing.
Little over a 1k gold lead here for Fisher College, and I think most of that is coming off the backs of tower plays. Kills are dead even here, but like we looked at the health of the top tower, health of the mid tower. It looks like we've taken roughly 4 plus 7 plates here.
Yep. Quick maths. Very nice, very nice. We can see Silas is kind of brought up as we're seeing this top lane scuffle out here. I just kind of assumed, should we just walk away and then trying to walk away? And that is exactly what happened. But we did see at least Silas had some more time to recuperate kind of the mid lane CS gap. And so that's going to help at least neutralize the gold difference on that front. And is instead now dropping down more to objectives and plates. But we do have the ult popping. Both junglers actually path to top side. The ult's going to hit the Kindred, diving in super hard here onto Trundle, but Wukong is taking so much damage in the meantime. Nonetheless, Trundle is going to go down. That Q is going to slam the Kindred down.
Not going to opt to use Lambs or Spite. Bit strange on that one. I thought Kindred would ult to save Trundle, but I guess she just didn't feel like popping it. Unless that's like a bug. It looks like the ult's up. I don't know. That was really weird.
Yeah, but didn't opt to use
it. A misplay from Fisher College, I think.
Giving a double kill over here to UTD, specifically, Wukong. Jungle is already now 4-1-2. That's going to be huge for UTD. Now, his position for the rest of the map is going to really be a big decider for a lot of these fights. And next drag is coming up here in 18 seconds. So, well, lo and behold, UTD is setting up for that. But Fisher College is still very much in a fighting position. They pushed up here on mid. They're probably going to crash into that tower. Try to apply a lot of pressure. But we have Silas going in. Bot lane is also here to represent. So much damage going here onto Braum. Braum's actually going to go down. Ahri is going to be able to walk away from him. Reverse engaging back here onto Zeri, taking way too much damage. And now a lot of UTD side is actually pretty low. and Silas is also disconnected from the rest of the team, so this could be some scary positioning. But nonetheless, they do have Wukong with them. They do have some support antics. They might be feeling a little confident. Silas is split off here. He could be getting hard 1v3 right now in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Kindred's going to pick up the kill onto Silas. UTD is going to try to take the Dragon in the back line. It is a 3v3. Fisher College does have the health advantage, but they're still not diving in all the way just yet, not committing to it. This could be UTD's Dragon. There's a smite, and after the smite, UTD's just going to run away. Fisher College kind of felt like it just gave him that Dragon.
Yeah, I think the Kindred wanted to take a bit of more of an aggressive angle and took a little bit of a went a little too far, took a little bit of damage. It kind of scared them, and then UTD was able to kind of just burst down the last bit of health on the Dragon there and take it.
And then just walk away with it afterwards. And nothing to worry about. I really thought that was a huge swinging point for Fisher College. After singling out that Silas, having that 3v3 with the health advantage, I thought it was going to be something crazy here from Fisher College. But they're going to let UTD walk away with it.
I mean, the gold lead is still looking pretty good for them. They're still at 2k. They might get the mid tower here. They're going to have to kill Trundle pretty quickly.
Trundle was greedy for that tower. He's actually going to make it out. He still might die for it, or maybe not. He has the pillar and the ult. He's getting all these heals. He might be able to walk away with it. He's still alive. They're attaching so much on him. Finally goes down to both Ornn and Silas, all those combos. But even at the end of that, they trade a tower for it. And Toronto lived for so long. Think of all the resources they had to burn for that. I don't think UTD is looking to fight the rest of this, and Fisher's chilling. You know, they still got a gold advantage here despite the 3-kill deficit. Potentially seeing pathing towards Rift Herald here maybe, or at least opposing mid-tower. But UT can't super find a way in right now. And Wukong went off alone to go take care of the Rift Herald, so that's going to make engages a lot harder here for UTD, even if they do have strength in numbers. A lot of damage on Azeri. She's going to try to hop away. Kindred is laying on the numbers right now.
Yeah, everybody has arrived at their first mythics, maybe except for Braum. And looking pretty standard across the board here. Nothing too crazy. Ornn going to opt for the Thornmail on a Sunfire instead of building any tank mythic. It doesn't like we've seen anything going towards like a Jack Show or like a Heartsteel on Ornn. Just gonna opt for the Thornmail in the Trundle matchup, which is it sounds pretty good. I'm not a big top lane guy, but you know, get the heal cuts for the Trundle and it helps in the trades. So that's what we're gonna see is the pickup from Yoshui.
Yeah, now we're kind of seeing both these teams reset here. We're giving Trundle a lot of opportunities to go side lane, slam some more turrets, and provide more global team for the gold. So pretty significant here for objectives on Fisher College's side. Meanwhile, UTD is still not taking a single tower and might be looking to group up mid soon to try and at least alleviate some of that mid pressure for upcoming objectives. Although there's some time before next Rift Herald and next Dragon. Still something to be looking out for.
2.5 minutes until the next Dragon. Plenty of time for something to go wild, but for some reason we got a lot of people here on the bot side of the map with no objectives up. And one other thing we could talk about is this is one of the new maps that was added in preseason. I'm not sure if you noticed combo. This is the Chemtech Rift. It sort of it buffs up or sort of enhances all of the plants that are on the map. Okay. So the Blast Comb will send you super far. The Vision Plant has like a super wide range that it will cast its like sort of scrying vision thing. And then the Dragon is a Chemtech Soul, which is different from what it was in the past.
Yeah. Had to get removed of the game.
Yeah, it's not the revive thing anymore.
Well, good to see Chemtech Soul is back. Very nice to see it's also here in play. But in terms of what both teams are kind of be looking for here now, we did also see Seraphine side lane up a bunch up top lane. I was able to pick up quite a bit of farm on her end up top and also apply some pressure to that top tier 2 tower. And of course, creating space and defense here for UT to not be able to do anything. But now we're seeing a 2v1 up here top. Silas and Wukong are both potentially looking for something on Seraphine. Not in the right place at the right time. Seraphine is able to back off. Meanwhile, on the bot side, jungle, blue team is everywhere right now. Trundle trying to engage onto Yoshi. He's going to knock up and try to walk away.
You're going to break the pillar with the Ornn interaction.
Not too phased by the pillar, instead just getting rid of it.
Because you know how Ornn makes his own little pillar with the Q? He breaks it when he hits it, so he does like the same thing with like all artificially created terrain. Wow. So he'll break Trundle Pillar when he eats it.
That's a pretty cool interaction. That's a pretty cool interaction. We also do have Braum and Kindred down about the side as well. Speaking of Kindred, it's crazy damage here onto Lulu already. She's almost looking to engage, but feeling overstepping her boundary just a little bit and doesn't want to fully commit to it. We do have B-Barrel walking up the Wukong engage. Could be huge for a fight if they got more people all in one spot. Zeri's in the mid lane too. They could converge through River, but instead going to decide to back off, zone off with the pillar. Looking for something big here, though. I can feel it. I can smell it.
They're fighting for vision. Blue team does have the better position here for the Dragon fight. going to be spawning up here pretty soon. Roughly 30 seconds on that timer. Gonna get a bit of damage onto the bot lane, but nothing too significant here. We got all 5 people. Red team gonna spawn up their Rift Herald. And yeah, we're posturing for what's looking to be a pretty epic fight here.
Yeah, I mean, they're dropping that Herald to at least try to apply a lot of mid pressure, but Fisher College is there to supplant and take care of
They
it.
got the crash. They're not going to be able to take the mid tower.
Right. And since they're not already positioned for Dragon, it's not like it's a decision that Fisher College had to make. You know, they're just able to take care of the Herald, and then the rest of the team is in sight. The rest of the team is on vision. They don't have to worry about, oh, who's going to watch the tower, and oh, who are going to take care of this drag fight. And instead, we have a flash out. Oh, crazy AoE already popping onto most of UTD here, despite the fight against Wukong is going in deep, get a couple of knockups. We have Seraphine already taking down Yoshiwi. Beamer's going to go down 2. Wukong tanks so much, being in the front line. Silas trying to pick up a couple kills, whatever he can just run away with is there. The Ahri is down, but Silas is not in a good position. Zeri might be able to walk away for free. There's a flash, a slow onto Silas, taking way too much damage. He's a blast cone. He's going to find
the
his
mega
way out.
blast cone.
But
He should be
Trundle
dead here.
positioned really well, and that's going to be one more Q. Q is going to have the enhanced range. Oh, he's going to dive in for the heal. Still not going to save him, and Fisher College is going to be able to walk away with the dragon here. That is the gold lead difference. That's going to matter. It's going to matter quite a lot.
Yeah, they tried to start off the fight with the Silas ult, but I don't know. It looked like Fisher College just had more damage, better position on the fight, just able to take it super decisively in a 4-for-1 victory. And they're going to stop the dragon stacking from UTD, pick up their first dragon, going to be a Chemtech dragon, and they're going to be on their way to maybe getting the Chemtech Soul, which I don't know if you know this. The new Chemtech Soul is while below 50% maximum HP, you get a increase in damage and you get more damage reduction. So it's kind of like something that would like support like bruisers, like you think of like maybe like Olaf, but you know it's just like generally pretty good.
Yeah, it's generally pretty good. I can see that. Yeah, you're taking less damage and you're dealing more damage. That never hurts you. Rather,
Never
It's
hurts.
Always gonna help. Always gonna help. Yeah, seems like a pretty potent and useful soul to have. Definitely be very nice for his team fights. I mean, Fisher College is already unloading the damage, right? That's not been a problem beforehand. But, you know, they're still down a dragon compared to UTD. UTD definitely is going to want to be more prepared for that next drag fight. I think the timing of which the Herald was dropped was probably pretty important for positioning there. Since everyone was in the mid lane and it didn't have to really force Fisher College's hand on anything, they were able to just kind of
Fisher
stay
College
back and poke.
they had the positioning advantage, and then like Rift Herald kind of made it to where it was like a mid lane scrap, but Fisher College able to come out on top there with the gold lead. They played it pretty well. And now we're in UTD's in a pretty tough position. It's like almost a 5k deficit. And, you know, the Dragon Win Con has like slipped away from them. Like maybe if they get that third Drake, they either like sneak it, steal it, like get the fight, then like it's probably a pretty competitive game, even if the gold difference is still in Fisher's favor. But now UTD still has to get 2 dragons, getting later and later into the game. Fisher College is stacking up more and more of a gold lead, so it becomes more and more difficult for UTD to get a foothold in this game.
Yeah, those tower gold and all the plates, even from early game, have been putting in work for the gold lead here. Because I'm going to looking back at these dragons, right? We had UTA with a more significant dragon mentioned beforehand. They even had more of a kill lead too. But it was like Fisher was never behind in gold pretty much from the beginning. They're already taking towers. They did so much to top and mid early after the tier 1s. And now they've taken down the tier 2 and bot at this point, right? 4 towers down to UTD still not having taken a single one. Wukong potentially
That's a clone.
Yep. So close. My bad.
It happens.
Scoping out some vision here from top side of Silas, potentially getting into scrap here with Ahri and Braum if he's a little not careful. But generally right now, seems like when objectives aren't really around. Oh, we do actually have an engagement here.
Baron is now on the map, so.
That's true. That is true, but...
Stolen Lamb's Respite gonna try and save Russell's life, but he will go down to Kindred at the end. That's pretty tough. Good pick. We'll see if they try to start a Baron off of it. They're probably just going to opt to get control of this top side of the map.
I still feel like it's a bit of an early call for Baron, which I got like choked up a little bit. I'm not entirely sure if they want to do that, especially with how much split pushing potential that Trundle has been applying right now. They got to let him take
tower.
Yeah, it's the inhib tower. He's honestly able to sit back and just slam that inhibitor too. Yoshiwi is not able to put any damage really. He's finally going to run away, feeling the looming threat of the bot lane approaching.
Zeri might be able to catch him. I don't know if this is a fight the UTs want to take. They're going to have to opt for it, though.
Ooh, there's the pillar. Not going to slow him down enough. We're going to flash. We flash both ways. Definitely is going in very hard on this Trundle right now. Slowing. The red buff is going to help.
I'm going to keep stacking that move speed.
Ooh, grab him with the cube. It's going to have the shield from Lulu. But in the meantime, Fisher College does actually want to engage here on Baron. Wukong gets the solo Ahri ult. not diving into the rest of pit right now. We have Ornn walking up. There is the E over. Jump. It actually gets the red side smite. UTD is going to be able to grab the Baron there. We also saw Wukong flash out, and we all have Silas here picking up kills to round it all up, but there's too many. Yoshibi's not being able to help out with damage too much. There is the Hourglass Lasagna, so he's going to actually make it out. Ornn is going to go down to Kindred, though. We have Wukong back here with Lulu buff this time. Potentially looking for more kills. Lulu taking a lot of damage. They're kind of scrapping around each other.
Zeri has arrived. He should be able to E over this wall. We'll see if we can get anything on the way out.
There's the Blast Cone. The boosted enhanced Blast Cone is going to push them away, and no more kills there. But that's actually pretty big for UTD. We'll actually take the smite off and getting the Baron there, taking that Baron steal, and still be able to pick up some kills too. Even if it might have been a losing trade or an even trade, that's still pretty solid here for UTD, at least to not give them up the Baron. But now next drag, Chemtech Drake is going to be spawning about 30, so everyone's going to be pathing towards that bot side, towards that river. We have the Baron backs here from UTD's end. They're going to be nice and spiffy and jiffy. Going to be able to buy whatever they can and hop on over to the pit.
Yeah.
Try to take this next fight, but there is still a 5K gold disadvantage here for UTD. So it's still looking quite nice for Fisher to take this fight. Sure, losing Baron kind of rough, but Fisher's still very well positioned here. Quite literally in this case, pushing them out.
They maintained the gold lead, so looking pretty good for them. UTD might not opt for the fight. I mean, it is only the second Drake for Fisher College, and they don't really want to. If they lose their Barons here, it is super risky.
True.
We'll see if they are going to want to end up fighting it. I mean, Dragon taking pretty low here. UTD not going to have a chance to get it.
Right, now we have some positioning out. We have Wukong in from the blast. Gets out 2 knockups there from the first ult and trying to get 2 more on the second ult. We have Silas going super hard here on Kindred. Kindred kind of in her own spot. Meanwhile, we have Zeri in the back. Although Lulu ulted and taking a lot of damage, actually still alive. This is a winning fight here for UTD so far. Silas taking up a lot against the Braum, though. UTD might be looking to disengage the rest of this. That's still big pick, though. Still a good solid pick.
Trundle mining turrets on the top lane, though.
That is right. Oh my goodness, I keep forgetting to watch Trundle. This guy has been a huge thorn in the backside of UTD. No matter what the rest of Fisher College is doing, they're able to take, handle their home with 4, even if they're losing someone, right, in a trade. It's not even, right, 1 to 2, something like that. Doesn't really matter because Trundle's going to be slamming those towers and opening up now 2 inhibitors, where next time he wants to make a push, that's probably an inhibitor. Can't quite walk down the mid lane, but at least getting both side lanes all the way down for their inhib towers is quite huge, especially for this gold lead.
Might be able to pick up their first tower of the game here in the top lane, though. The tower score is 7 towers to 0, so if you're wondering where that gold lead is coming from, there it is.
Yeah, it's right there. The CS looks pretty even, so I wouldn't blame anyone for being confused, but yeah, it's all on the towers.
But if UTD gets a big team fight, they can take a lot of that standing gold, and Fisher College has already taken most of the towers on the map, so you can kind of look at it from that way. If UTD starts pushing down these towers, the gold lead will even up pretty quickly through either objective bounties, or there's just a bunch of standard gold, standing gold, global gold that UTD still has yet to access.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So they could make a swing in gold if some fights go their way.
True. It's very much possible. Slowing it down though, going back in, grabbing their farm, letting the side lanes push out. Ari was just pushing out bot. We have Silas to cover. Now we have Trundle here pushing out top, opting to back, and Ornn is there to cover. Kindred and Seraphine putting down some pressure towards this kind of Baron side, mid side. No one's going to try to pick a fight with these guys, though. They've got quite the range, quite the strength, and pushing up to the mid lane, tier 2 as well. 4 on 4 so far. Silas, again, backing. And Trundle is going to go off and do his wonderful Trundle adventures as he does. Although there's not a whole lot left for him to conquer, so I'm a little curious on what he's going to opt to go for now.
Yeah, maybe he's hoping to open up one of these inhibitors, but we're a bit. It's a bit risky. Maybe
it's quite a ways in. It's quite a ways in, and without having most, if not all, of UTD occupied, Trundle can take 1v1. I don't think he's worried about pretty much anyone except for maybe Zeri, right? But Zeri's gonna be there for those team fights, so they're definitely not gonna get Zeri off track. There's gonna be this mid lane tower taken. Ooh, Kindred wants to go in hard here on Zeri. Zeri's gonna back away, jump on the wall, position herself well. Lulu trying to go for these slows. They're gonna try to speed themselves up. Big damage. We get a knock up here from Wukong onto Braum. Not a super huge piece there. We have the Braum ult. That's going to be a big knock up onto Silas. There's caught in a bad spot. Pushed up really far. And Trundle's in the backline, tearing everyone down. Ooh, Zeri is going to go down. And rest of the team is just going to be able to clean up the rest of UTD. That was a lot of big pieces not being able to make the right plays at the right time. We got Toronto getting knocked up on Braum instead of being able to land, not Toronto, but Wukong getting knocked up on Braum. Yoshi was still going to try to find his way out here. But yeah, that team fight was just a lot of Fisher hitting the right people at the right time and UT not being able to do the same. Even though they had the advantage to kind of push the start of the fight.
I think that fight might swing for UTD if Trundle isn't able to get like that final bit of damage, that flash Q onto Zeri to take her out. Then she is able to like kite it out. But in the meantime, Yoshibi gonna get really low here, barely struggling his way out of that.
Yeah, try and defend this inhib tower in the mid lane because they have no other inhib towers left. Look at that top lane. The minions have pushed all the way up to the inhibitor. Someone has to go answer that soon.
They're fine. I think the inhib's fine.
Well, free farm, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, looks like they're going to hand that over to Silas, try to get him to clean up the top lane, push that out a little bit. Maybe UTD, it's kind of hard to justify UTD sending one person off to maybe take, split push bot, try to clean up that bot tower. Although it's pretty low. Because you kind of really want everyone to be around for these UT team fights.
They don't have they don't have any super good side laners on this team. Like Wukong might be the best side laner, and he's your jungler. So.
Yeah, you like kind of need him. He's like
that's not really his job.
He's kind of your engaged for these fights, right? You want him to actually land the knockups on the important targets, which we've been seeing him struggle with just a little bit for some of these team fight engages, but. Next drag here is going to be up in 20 seconds. UTD does want to be in the right spot for this, does actually want to contest this. And Fisher College is going to try to claim spots all around. We do have an engagement from Braum that's going to miss the ult, but Kindred is laying off so much damage here onto Lulu. There is going to be an Ornn knockup, but Ornn's kind of on his own. Wukong is being zoned off. Ornn's taking so much damage. There's a Wukong jump in, finally gets the ult here up onto Trundle, and Trundle's taking even more damage from the Ornn ult as well. But in the meantime, Silas is pretty much 1v4 and is going to go down for it, just as Trundle did the same. But I feel like UT took a lot more damage than Fisher College did. This is something Fisher College could definitely contest if they wanted to. 3/4 of UT's team is super low, and Zeri gets blown up. She's already dead. Rest of UT does not stand a chance for this fight, and that's going to be
the quadra kill.
Quadra kill here for Kindred. Huge sweep. That's going to be
the game.
Wow.
They're not opting to take the Drake or the Baron. It looks like they think they can end the game here. We're gonna see if that hypothesis stands true.
I think it's possible.
I think they can.
I think it's possible. Yeah, we're gonna have some staggered get up here. We're gonna have Silas come out first because he went
14
down.
14 seconds on Silas. I think they should have this. Game 1 should go to Fisher College here. So.
Wow.
Yeah, that's gonna be the end of game 1. 1-0 for Fisher College. I don't know. What do you think went right for Fisher College to make them take the dub? What went wrong for UTD?
There's a lot to unpack here as this Nexus goes down. Grussel Granson going to put out his heart, try his best to see if he can do anything at all. He had stolen the Braum ult to maybe see if he can knock anyone up, but that's not quite going to work out for UT's favor. And first game is going to go to Fisher College there. Big thing, I really do think it's just about like landing your engage. And honestly, it didn't seem like Fisher College really need to have a hard engage. It was literally just Kindred pick somebody, load so much damage onto that one person, whoever it may be, right? Get to the back off. And now UT is already kind of scared, right? They're playing a little bit like, oh, someone just took like half health. They took like 2/3 of their health. They can't exactly be up there. And Kindred's like, okay, I can just auto somebody else. In the meantime, UT's like, oh, finally, maybe I can send in my Wukong. Maybe I can go get some knockup ult. And it's going to be on Trundle or in Braum because they're always going to be in the front line. Kindred is weaving and dodging everything. And by that point, it's way too late. Kindred's just laying out all the damage. Zeri's getting 3 shots, and no one else is able to really do anything.
Yeah, the Zeri pick looked like it had potential in that game, but you know, it didn't seem like Zeri had enough damage, or maybe the Seraphine pick, the Kindred pick were able to make it to where Zeri couldn't quite find the lethal range as she wanted to.
Ari too.
Yeah, Ari too. It was just really tough. It didn't look like they had the damage to take down Fisher's roster, and they were able to just outlast all the team fights and just make it work for them. UC got the early dragon lead, but you know, the gold lead went to Fisher, and they kind of just ran away with it from there.
Yeah, gotta be watching those towers. I think Trundle was having a field day, walking up right up to Yoshiwi, not caring what Yoshiwi was going to slam him with. He was just whacking at that tower, taking those plates, already building that gold lead, and then did that for the rest of the game too. Honestly, I'm sure it's Trundle's favorite thing to do. So he's got that down pat down, taken care of him. Now the curious part then becomes, what adaptations can UTD make, whether it be through draft, through playstyle, through character matchups, right? It's all there. It's all laid out for us. Going to be coming very soon, but we're going to hop ourselves over to a short break until next draft. Don't go anywhere. The action is only beginning. This is getting exciting.
my spell. You fell under my spell now. My spell, my spell. You fell under my spell now. My spell, my spell. You fell under my spell now. My spell, my spell. You fell under my spell now. You fell under my spell now. You fell under my spell now. You know I make you feel good. And don't you wanna feel good, good, good? Sometimes I wish that we could go back before you got hurt, hurt, hurt. When before I was scared, now I'm feeling prepared. Don't you wanna feel good? Don't you wanna feel good, good, good?
When you say you were leaving, I thought that you meant it. I played the victim, you start as indifferent. Hindsight comes standard with rose-colored lenses. Hate to admit it, you're better off. Now you're too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start it.
Maybe feelings change, I can remember all the reasons why we've been separate ways. Feeling all alone in your company, keeping you captive with guilty chains.
We're night and day, solar eclipses. Too afraid to look, too scared to miss it. We're night and day, solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again.
Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start
too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold that's worth this waiting gold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Here we are. So draft got a little bit scuffed yet again. Production's always having a good time scurrying in the back. But we do have information on what draft was actually there. We just weren't able to cast it because we didn't get invited to it. It happens. All good. So, Cole, would you like to lay down what we got for our team comps here from both sides?
So on the blue side here, Fisher is going to be picking Gnar in the top lane. And, wait.
Is that Gnar in the top lane?
It looks like it's gonna be Gnar in the top lane, Sylas jungle, Corki in mid lane, Varus AD carry with Lulu support, and then on the red side we got Yoshiwi picking his signature Nasus top lane with Kindred going over to mid barrel, and then Grussel on Veigar with Caitlyn Lux as our bot lane.
Okay.
And, yeah, we got a lot of interesting things here. That's Sylas jungle. First of all, this is a thing that has been seen before. It's been out of the meta for a while. It's just like hasn't been. It's like the clear on it is just like used to be really bad. I have not seen it. I haven't played like a ton of preseason, and like definitely not like super meta. So maybe it's like something that
A niche playable pick, maybe.
Fisher's jungler plays, and it's just like I think this will work right now. I think this will give us some flexibility in the draft. I wasn't able to see that live, so I'm not sure exactly how the pick order went on that. But I think I would. I don't know how that's gonna work at all. I mean, like we have like solid picks like Corki mid lane, Varus, Lulu in the bot lane. So like Varus, Lulu, pretty strong lane. But Caitlyn Lux, I would definitely favor there. Corki scales super well. Ragas do a bunch of damage. You can farm so much gold off of first strike.
Okay.
This is a screenshot we got up on the screen for.
Oh my goodness! Absolutely beautiful, pinnacle of stream production. Wonderful. So as you guys can see here, let's take a look at the bans here. A big thing I want to call out here was the UTD ban on the Seraphine, just to not have to deal with that anymore. It's like kind of like the big adaptation ban there. Big thing also was we're picking away Kindred this time too, to not allow Fisher's jungler to just kind of carry and run away with the game as it did last time. And then in response, it looks like, Fisher wanted to pick away Sylas, which I think is probably okay on UTD's end. Although Grussel Grindset is pretty comfortable on Sylas and tends to play Sylas quite a lot. I think in that matchup specifically, Sylas wasn't doing a whole lot. It was kind of behind in CS up against Ahri, especially for a lot of like that early mid game, and it was even when trying to position for ganks and stuff like that. The ganks he was able to show for were fights that didn't win, and the fights they did win, he showed up late, so he didn't have any XP to gain from it anyway. He just ended up losing more farm and time. So now that we have,
I thought the Sylas pick was fine in game one. I don't think it was like the
well, I'm not saying it was a problem. Yeah. But I'm just saying like I'm okay with us not having to do with this Sylas pick second time around with the UTD and have like letting Fisher take. I don't feel like it's a big loss on UTD's end either. Is all I'm saying. And now instead we have the Veigar. So we're gonna have Veigar, Corki in the mid lane. How do you kind of feel about that matchup?
I think it's kind of a lane where nothing really happens. I'm pretty sure Veigar just wants to farm up, get AP, throw some cages in some fights. Corki just wants to farm up, maybe farm a little bit of gold off first strike. Neither of these characters have like big kill potential. Like Corki has like the roam potential with package when he gets that cooldown, and then like Veigar Cage, can do a couple things in skirmishes, but it's not like a good, like necessarily the best setup for a gank.
You never know. Something funny could happen with that. But
I mean, yeah. Like you can definitely still gank mid lane, but it's not like when you have like Syndra in the mid lane. You're like, all right, throw the stun, and then let's go kill him. It's like Veigar's like, oh, I caged him up. Go get him.
Go get him. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with UTD's new low this time. We also have Caitlyn Lux in the bot lane. Very strong bot lane duo here, and as you said, you probably pick a favor over Varus Lulu. I think it's just a lot of it's kind of like poke haven down there. They're all just gonna be throwing anything, all their Qs, all their Es, just from both ends.
Yeah, Lux Caitlyn definitely has the range advantage there, and it's just like if you land like Lux Bind, you get the classic like Lux Bind into Caitlyn trap, and just like so much. It's so just much fun.
Yeah, you're taking way too much off of that. Although I wouldn't count Varus out necessarily. I still think there's potential for Varus to play around things. Although having the support Lulu compared to the support Lux could be a bit of a damage differential that might push people off back and forth in bot lane, but that we'll just have to wait and see. Or loading up here into the second game. Yoshiwi here top lane off at the Nasus, not having to deal with the Trundle anymore. Although I don't know if Trundle got banned. I might have missed that. Not sure.
It did not get banned.
Okay. It seems so. Just like a first pick there from Gnar from Fisher College side.
I think the bans were Udyr Karma Ornn, and Renekton, Yuumi, Seraphine, I think.
Okay, as the first set of three. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, Seraphine ban makes sense. Ornn ban too, I think, from Fisher's College makes sense. So now we have the Nasus pick here from Yoshiwi instead. But I am curious kind of about the Gnar first pick and why they want to just like kind of let that say.
Some things to note now that we see the runes. Varus opted for Comet, which means that it's going to be Lethality Varus or Poke Varus. It's not going to be... We're not going to see like the
on hit, like attack speed,
like the on hit, like the Gwynsu's, and I don't know. I could remember Immortal Shield his name. And then the Sylas is going to opt for Dark Harvest in the jungle, and this is a really wild pick. This is what we were talking about early on in game one. We were talking about adaptations in a best of 5 series. We're going to see wild picks such as Sylas jungle. So this is going to be really exciting.
Yeah. Mid lane definitely is also a big thing to as like a kind of shake up between last game and this game, and it's something to look out for. I think bot lane is fairly aggressive last game too. They're really trying to push poke advantages one way or the other. Especially UT's I think was fairly aggressive, especially early game. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them trying to push the same thing, especially with a comp like Lux Caitlyn that supports it so well. But in the meantime, everyone else is probably just going to be laid back and chilling and farming. You already know Nasus just wants to be stacking those Qs infinitely, right? We have both Nasus and Veigar. Both these champs just want to be scaling infinitely. So they sit back and farm and do whatever they can, right? Nasus is going to be taking a lot of pain from Gnar. Generally, that range is going to be quite a problem. But, I mean, Nasus got that passive lifesteal. He'll be okay in lane. He'll just be slamming those Qs, upping up that damage, and hopefully doesn't get zoned off his lane too much. Otherwise, Gnar will be having quite the feast up top.
Oh, yeah. What was it something I want to talk about? The last thing I remember looking at was I was just going to talk about how like Nasus obviously wants to be like stacking up, but it's more of the fact that Nasus really wants to get his Mythic, his Divine Sunder, and that really allows him to duel almost anybody in the game. Especially, well, I guess Yoshi didn't opt for the lethal tempo. I've seen him go the lethal tempo before. It's just like you do so much damage with the lethal tempo and Divine Sunder. It's just like absolutely ridiculous. You lose 1v1s to basically nobody in the game. But he opts for Fleet Footwork because obviously Gnar is ranged and he just like has more survivability in the lane, so it's gonna make sense here. But yeah, top lane is not really gonna be where we are going to be seeing the action. It's probably going to be all around the bot lane.
Yeah, which we're seeing right now. We have Kindred walk up here for this potential dive gank, or at least applying a lot of pressure.
They saw him on the ward, though.
They did see him on the wards. And now Lulu's walking up to the brush. Could be huge for Kindred or not. No, they're going to back off, going to take the Krugs instead.
Silas is here, and he's super low.
Yeah, Silas is super low. It gave time Silas to run down, but I'm not really sure if there's anything he could do. He's going to opt for the back instead, giving up those Krugs and letting Kindred kind of take that.
Bot lane losing a bunch of experience and gold off the not being able to access the wave. So
that too.
Even
That's
though
some
Kindred
good
didn't get a
positioning.
kill,
Yeah,
it worked out pretty well.
That's still a pretty big advantage there for UT to take. And now we're already seeing the gold lead kind of materialize just a little bit with that kind of 300, 400, right? It starts small. You never know. It can still go either way, of course, super, super early. But just something to note that even though it seemed like Kindred kind of sat there and did nothing for like maybe 5-10 seconds, that had value in its own way. Now we take a look at CS. All around the board seems pretty even. 17-21 in the top lane, 20-24 in jungle, 30-29 mid. Only, again, disparity really is the bot lane with Caitlyn having 31 CS over Varus is 20. Other than that, it's going to be a pretty relaxed game up until someone may want to go for a crazy gank, which we might be seeing up here. Yeah, Silas coming up to top. Onto Gnar. We have the hop in from Gnar. He doesn't have Mega anytime soon, though, so that W stun isn't going to be coming out. It's really just going to be Silas walking up, going to, hook onto, or attach onto Nasus, get some damage on, and that red buff might help.
He popped the ghost to get away there to secure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, makes sense. Bot lane. Ooh, there's a root onto Lulu. That could be. Yeah, that's kill. Last auto there from Lux is going to land that first kill onto Lulu.
Var's going to flash out.
Taking that slow took a lot. Yeah, they were taking a lot of poke, and Fisher's like, we have to defend our tower. We already lost 2 plates. Got to stick around and see what we can do. But they're going to, that greed and that kind of unwillingness to back is going to cost them a kill there. We have no mana on this Corki. Grussel Grants is still able to just kind of sit back and throw Qs. But to be fair, Corki's also just willing to take those autos and still farm.
Yeah, Corki got a good auto animation. He's got the damage. It's not the worst thing in the world.
True enough. Yoshiwi taking quite a bit of damage, getting zoned off from some of this farm from Gnar. Seeing more of a CS differential materialize.
If Gnar was 6, I think it would be a little bit more dangerous, but they're only level 5.
There's the W stun. He's going to walk away, loses Mega just at the moment when he gets hit by a tower shot. So it's going to do a little bit more damage than he probably wanted. But
I think, Yoshiwi should be able to safely pick up the wave. It's looking pretty fine for him. Down like 6 CS, but definitely still playable. Bot lane is off to a crazy lead, almost a 20 CS lead for Caitlyn, on top of the fact that Lux picked up a kill. So that lane could only get worse unless we see some interference from Silas, but he hasn't been able to do too much on the map either.
Potentially Corki post 6 as well, and whatever grouping up either team would want to do as Dragon is on board. But we did see Gnar just pop teleport, so that's not going to be something we're going to be seeing anytime soon from Fisher's side. And Nasus also has teleport down, so I don't think either are going to be trying to contest this Dragon. It's really just going to be 3 bot, right? You have your 2 bot laners and your jungler take this red side Dragon uncontested. UT is going to walk away. This is a solid gold lead materializing here now. It's like a 1.5k around, or 1.4k or so. And a lot of tower damage too on the bot lane already. 2 plates, not to mention the CS diff and kill on top of all of that. So that's pretty big. That's pretty big here for UTD's bot lane. Every other lane seems to be doing pretty neutral and not too much of an issue. B-Rail has come up here to, I guess, apply some pressure, scare off.
Help Grussel pushing the wave, but I don't really know what he's going to do with it. He's just going to stick around, not going to do too much with it.
He's going to walk through.
We have a gank in the bot lane.
Ooh, yeah, we do have Silas in the bot lane. He has a flash in to keep up that pressure, and Yujong quickly leaves. Lux is going to go down. Caitlyn's going to find her way to eat out. Still trading autos with this Lulu, and somehow still taking quite a bit of damage, but definitely is going to be able to walk away. That's good though. Yeah. Silas is down there, puts Fisher definitely back in the game. More, at least try to push that bot lane back in the game, because the big thing here is also Varus is the one that picked up that kill. So that gold slightly shifted here in Varus' favor. Of course, that's not going to be enough to neutralize the 20 CS difference and the 2 plates.
And the 2 plates, yeah.
But it's something. It's something to at least keep that bot lane in the game, as you said, right? Otherwise, that lane is just kind of seemingly slidingly lost without any sort of outside interference, like with Silas and or potentially Corki. Now on the map for that level 6. Soon we have both our top lanes here at level 7. I'd be excited to see if Gnar wants to go for some sort of mega hard engagement onto Yoshiwi and just try to like actually take a fight here up against Nasus.
He's gonna need to be into mega. Nasus is a lot harder to kill once he does get his ultimate. It's just like so much healing, and he gets like the extra health and like the
soft
Qs.
AoE around it too is annoying. Yeah.
It can be pretty tough to 1v1 him, and Gnar in like Gnar as a squishy form, his mini form is just like the defensive stats just aren't really there, so like if you get withered, you just take so much extra damage.
Ooh, what a Ruther under tower, and despite even with the shield,
cleanse.
Yeah, still took a chunk there. Imagine what would have happened if they didn't have the cleanse, and also wasn't shielded. But they're gonna be able to walk away from that just fine. And CS gap still about the same here in the bot lane. Mid lane, we have a slight advantage here for Corki. Kindred is in this top push, but I don't think Gnar's gonna be looking to take a fight here, so Kindred's gonna have to commit to that back. While Yoshiwi would hopefully want to get some farm as waves push up to his tower. Silas here pathing towards bot, potentially looking for a gank. We're seeing a lot more aggressive play. There's the ults, hard ults here onto
Silas
Lux.
Here again.
Yeah, Silas is here. Lux is taking way too much damage after getting singled up for the ult. Nice juke there on the Silas chains, but still is going to go down to the Varus.
It did not really matter. Silas is just all he needs to do is W to secure the kill there, but it did end up going to Varus again, so they're mitigating the losses that they were taking early on in this lane, and Varus is getting himself into a pretty playable position.
Right. This is kind of what I was referring to when I was saying that you can't quite count Varus out in this lane just yet, because if anyone decides to pull up Varus, can just throw out that R and root at least one person, right? And maybe it's not always going to be the ADC, but in this case, he's just like, you know what, I just want to hit this Lux, and Lux is gone, right? Silas might want to mess with the Caitlyn a little bit, and Silas can just path down and actually finish off the Lux too, but that Lux was a guaranteed kill right there, effectively, for Varus, and that's just at the cost of 1 R, and that's gonna be pretty useful as laning phase is going to transition here into more mid-game type stuff not too long from now. But I'm sure Varus got a couple R ganks left in him too. And I think that'll be very, very important for the future.
Yeah, Eclipse going to be the item that's probably going to be picked up here for... Well, it is going to be the item the Varus will pick up once he gets enough gold for it, but also going to be opting in for a Manamune, and Corki also will be building towards one. Looking like it's going to be a Manamune Ravenous Hydra, a classic no mythic build for Corki. And anything else interesting? Oh, sorry, Kindred was on the top. I thought the pickaxe was for Nasus. I was very confused.
Yeah, we have a Rift Arrow take here from UTD's side. I'm gonna go pretty much uncontested. They're gonna grab that. Not gonna be too much of an issue. No one else on blue side's really making a fuss. We have Lulu trying to...
They did swap the bot lane up to the top lane to secure that Rift Herald. Maybe looking for a mismatch in the Gnar lane. Caitlyn wants to collect some plates. So I think the idea behind this swap.
True enough, and also helping Kindred apply some pressure in the top lane. Jungle, ooh, there's a root, and an ult here from Caitlyn too. Nar's gonna have to hop out, taking way too much damage. Lulu's here to support. There are blast cones in support as well. But wow, that was unloading damage. As you said, right, Mininar not really having the defensive stats, but it was fast there. It was fast. Okay, we have the Wither on
have to force out the Varus ult.
Yeah.
Chain of Corruption.
Okay, we're gonna have the
Nasus might just be too fast. See if Wither will be able to come back in time.
We get the Varus flash, but Nasus is just gonna walk up, drop 2 Q, already half health. There's an E. One more Q is gonna take it. That's 4 Qs, and that Varus is dead. I mean, there's a nice little E in there too for damage. Meanwhile, we have a big Sculptor in the top lane. Kindred's gonna drop her ult to try and keep herself alive, but that top tier 2 is, or rather, no, the top tier 3 is super low and very much in contention for taking, but we do have Fisher kind of pulling up and trying to maintain everything. We have the Veigar onto Silas. Flash is in and has the Lulu buff too. Silas just at the center of attention right now, but is able to pick up the kill on Grussel Grindset. In the meantime, we do have the flash in. Lux is going to grab the root, and Corki is going to go down mid laner for mid laner, and then they're going to walk away. I mean, those were big fights.
I think it's going to be slightly winning for UTD. They should be able to pick up the tower off of the backside of that fight.
Potentially Nasus. Oh, there's not a whole lot of mana here.
I think Varus is going to arrive in time to stop Yoshiwi from taking this bot tower.
Yeah, not having mana is going to make this not really a fight that he can take at this point in time. But if he did, it'd be over for that tower. 100%. 100%. Nonetheless, top tower is still going to be taken. That's going to be first tower down for UTD.
Yeah.
UTD been on top of objectives so far. I got the Herald, got the first dragon here, got this first tower. They've been doing fine. Oh, they've got first blood too, actually. It's all there. It's all there for UTD right there. But the goal difference is about 2.5K or so. Still very much playable here for Fisher. Really just matters about like singling out those targets and who's nabbing those kills. We're going to actually see Fisher go ham onto the second dragon just right then, right where it spawns. UTD is just not in the position. They're just not in the position to take this. They really can't contest.
Good call from Fisher to just take the dragon here.
Yeah, capitalizing on the quick engagement right there after recuperating from that kind of top lane skirmish where everyone was up there. I guess UT just wasn't ready. Wasn't expecting to immediately pivot down bot. But Fisher had their number and was able to grab that second dragon, rather. Help close that gap.
Gnar. It looked like Yoshiu was posturing for a kill on Gnar, but Gnar just gonna slowly walk away. Kindred not gonna be able to do anything. Varus taking so much damage from Deathly on that trade.
Varus gonna have to walk away. Nar's TPing down bot, which gives Nasus free reign to just farm up top. But there is a big Silas here and on this Caitlyn, and Caitlyn's just gone. Silas went completely hard, and of course Lulu is gonna be a huge boon there as well with the knockup and shield and speed boost. So wow, Silas is suddenly becoming a huge problem. Even though
hasn't picked up any of the kills.
Yeah, doesn't have a single kill. He's still quite the threat. We saw how much damage. He pretty much two-shot that Caitlyn. That's something to be looking out for now. I guess I should eat my own words about what I was talking about the Silas pick before. It's nothing to worry about. This is actually it's kind of becoming a big deal.
He's putting in work. I mean, behind 20 farm to Kindred is not like the best look, but you know he's getting around the map. He's making these plays work. I think definitely probably should have flashed the chains there. Maybe hoping to just outplay that, dodge the chains, and get away with a bit of a cleaner escape. But chains were gonna hit Caitlyn there, and then just went down. And
ooh, there's a kill from all those tower shots.
With the Gnar in the bottom tower.
Greetings.
Not sure who that's better for. That's probably better for Gnar. He's gonna get his Triforce off of that. So. You know, I guess respect evening up the gold a little bit down to about a 1K gold.
Yeah. That's definitely a much tighter gap than what the 2.5K was before. Ooh, we have Caitlyn walking up here, just dropping a ward. Ooh, with the Silas engage here, Caitlyn cannot get away.
This is gonna be of course,
yeah, Lulu is also here to help out. We have a red side TP actually, and we do have Kindred pull up too. Caitlyn's gonna stay alive. This is not a fight that Fisher wants to take. They saw that TP, they were scared. They saw the Kindred, they were scared. And now this tower is super low. This is actually great positioning for red side. Yoshiwi is pulling up right now. Slams a kill on the towers, actually taking a lot from these tower shots. Might go down, or at least is in the threat of doing so. There is the Caitlyn ult. It's going to get blocked. They're managing this tower aggro so well, and Veigar's going to be able to pick up a kill there. But the tower is still up. Finally goes down to these minions, but they're way too low to actually take this fight. So UT's going to want to disengage. Nasa's going to walk back, drop the W, and there is the cage as well. Wow, look at all that poke. They cannot fall up on the engage here. Corki is dropping these R's, though, and that's doing some decent damage here to Lux. She still wants to stick around. Looking a little risky here. I don't know why. And now we have Corki's able to hop in and take that double kill there. That bot lane was overextended way too hard for absolutely no reason. Suddenly this becomes a big winning play here for Fisher.
Yeah, gonna disrespect the amount of damage that Corki's able to do with those rockets. I mean, just completed the Ravenous Hydra and, you know, the red Corki rocket, the big one as they call it.
The big one.
Well, that's what it's called.
Okay.
Just does so much damage, and I don't know. It looks like Hukiri just not really respecting the Corki damage. Just kind of like maybe a little bit of ego thrown in there. Just kind of standing in the range of Corki.
Both of them were willing to just
backed off.
Yeah, like it kind of seemed when the fight was disengaging. Like sure, maybe you'd have to give it that bot tower, but that's like they still lost the bot tower anyway. They both died for it. I'm really not sure entirely what they were going for there, but that's going to be pretty big here for Fisher. Still, gold lead is in UTD's favor. So kind of the inverse of last game where we saw UTD have the kill lead a lot of the time, but still be behind in gold. Kind of seeing the reverse here. Objectives matter. Those towers matter, and definitely that plating, especially early game, matter because the tower difference isn't too huge, being only one tower.
Yeah.
But a lot of the positioning and whatnot from that early game, and of course the first dragon, the first herald too, and that have snowballs and higher.
There's
CS.
a like standing gold, like plate gold, stuff like that.
It all adds up. It all adds up. But this is a gap that's still only 900 gold. We're at 1K, right? 1K gold. Still very much playable here for Fisher. They're taking the second herald.
Roughing Chain's gonna miss onto Vigar, but he's taking a bunch of damage.
Actually, that trying to cover angles there with the rocket there. I saw that. While the rocket's gonna miss, that was still a great position. He was gonna be able to run in and nab that kill onto Vigar.
Lux ult went after Varus, but did not hit him. It's a bit of a Hail Mary, but you know, we throw those. Lux ult not too long of a cooldown, so it's worth going for on that one.
Give it a shot. Meanwhile, we have Mr. Yoshiwi turning the bot lane, taking out the tier 2 all by his lonesome.
That's gonna be a lot of gold going over to Nasus. What is it? The bot and top towers, the tier 2s give, I think, maybe this number's wrong. I think you just get like 500 gold for proximity. If you're near those towers when you kill them.
Okay.
So you get extra gold for killing the outer tier 2s.
Well, I'm sure Yoshiwi's next sights are set on the top tier 2, whenever that is next conveniently available to him. Currently, definitely is cleaning up the farm up top, but we'll be kind of pathing towards mid. Yoshiwi also kind of walking towards bot side, ready for this next drag fight spawning in 7 seconds. Neither team super positioned for it right now, but we can see both sides trying to pull up for it. And here is the mid pressure as well. We have the blue side Herald.
Caitlyn nowhere near this fight, actually, so it's going to be weird.
Yeah, Caitlyn stuck around there for a while cleaning up that wave. They're going to have to stall a lot, but since, Herald's been popped too, there's not a whole lot that UTD actually has to answer the drag take right now. They can try to slow down this Herald, but in the meantime, Silas and company are down there just taking care of the dragon. That's gonna be gnar. Herald's not gonna hit the tower, but they're gonna be getting on dragon for this.
Yeah, I got Caitlyn just picking up farm in the top lane. They're just gonna handshake it, maybe try to get gold in the top lane. So, I mean, it is like a 2K gold lead, but you are trading the second dragon. But, it's not too much to worry about, I guess. Yeah. UTD just being like, oh, it's only the second dragon. You're not getting on soul point, not collecting a soul, so.
True. Ooh, we have definitely pushed up real far here.
This team's here.
Slow down. True enough. Just trying to land a couple more hits on that tower. Tower's looking pretty low. Oh, big damage here from Corki. There was the rockets. He is in. So everyone is tanking so much right then and there. The Kindred ult is a lifesaver, quite literally. But nonetheless, Silas is in and shutting everyone down. There's a huge triple kill right there for Silas. That finally, there's kills on the board for him. Yeah, that's going to be very, very scary.
It's going to be a 3-for-1. Good positioning on the flank there from Silas, able to come behind and clean everybody up after the Rams respite goes down. Lambs respite, not Rams respite. Sorry, speaking can be pretty difficult sometimes. UTD is still going to hang on to their goalie a little bit, but Fisher has just about evened it up. It's going to be just under 1,000, and maybe if Gnar takes his top tower, it's going to be evened up a little bit more. This Corki pick is dealing so much damage. He's got the Sorc Shoes, he's got his Manamune, he's got his Ravenous Hydra. I mean, you saw how much damage that rocket did. It took out half of Caitlyn's health. It's like so much range. Like, what are you going to do about that? So
it
only gets worse from here for that. So.
True enough. I'm seeing also a lot early in this fight. It feels like either Vigar is getting zoned off, Vigar is getting dove on and dying.
TP from Nasus, so they're going to try to fight here in the top lane. They're going to come down.
Yeah, and he's going to drop the ult to his Q. We have Mega Gnar on deck. There's a W. He's going to hop away. Silas here to defend as well. There's a flash off. Still, UT's trying to chase and hunt this down. We have 4v2 up top. Trying to see if they can pick something up. They are not able to, and Lulu's here to help receive them back towards their side of the map. They're looking like they're kind of greeting for a play. They just wanted picks. They felt like they had an opportunity there, 4v2 or 3v1, whatever they saw at the beginning, and they just really wanted to commit to it, but weren't quite able to walk away with any kills. Or really anything to show for it at all.
They're going to walk away with Gnar's flash, but, not like too insane of a prize here. We're going to show the individual gold here. We're going to have Kindred still ahead of Silas, even though Silas got those 3 kills. Nasus going to be also a tiny bit ahead of Gnar. Vigar is significantly behind Corki. Corki going to be the richest man in the game, actually. 8.4K gold.
Yep.
And Caitlyn is going to be second. Well ahead of Varus by about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, the 6.5k Vigar is looking a little bit tough, gold-wise. Having that disparity and having kind of the way they've been playing around Veigar in these fights, it feels like Veigar has just not been able to make much of an impact so far. But hopefully that can change for UTD's favor, because that cage is very, very useful and helpful when it's able to actually land and do its job. But until then, Veigar kind of needs those openings and opportunities to actually land the hits.
Yeah, Corki also with the first strike rune is able to just kind of print gold quite illegally, actually. Like when he hits that big rocket and hits everybody, he's just getting so much gold. It's just so easy to generate stuff off that. So that's probably why that's like evened up. That's why Corki is not by far. He might be by far the richest man in the game soon. But like Caitlyn had so much lead off of getting all those plates, all those resources, all that farm, and you know, Corki just hits a couple rockets, gets a couple kills, and he's doesn't really care about all that.
Yeah, they're the one they sent down bot to try and match the Nasus. Since we had Veigar up top, they already had top covered. Nasus didn't feel like, oh, let me go draft that tier 2 yet, but it's very much on the menu. That tier 2 is very much on the menu. I think that's a big play for Yoshiwi to eventually have to try and make and go for. Trying to cast the Silas out here. There is the Lux. Oh my goodness, those chains did so much damage. We have the Kindred ult here just to keep the Lux alive. But he has a Kindred ult of his own to respond to keep himself alive. Look at the Lulu shields and healing. He got the ult on him too, stalling long enough for Mega Gnar to walk in. And now Silas can no longer be the center of attention. Gnar is taking so much though. Look at this Kindred damage output. Kindred is turning everything around right now.
Corki's here though.
Oh my goodness, UT's trying to disengage.
This is not looking great for UTD.
There's the root. We have Varus putting a lot of damage here. Oh my goodness. Lux goes down. Look at 10 HP on Caitlyn to 300 on Veigar. But Kindred is able to walk away with some high-profile kills right there. That is a big turning point. That is a big turning point.
Yeah,
right there.
There's some big shutdowns here, and you know,
not to
meanwhile
Yoshiwi
down
in the bot lane, taking care of Corki.
That's actually going to be the Corki. The Corki's just going to go down there. So
yeah, he's going to walk up to the tower, he's going to ult, and he's not going to care. That's Nasus for you.
Yeah, and after those shutdowns, you know, Kindred's going to be, even in gold with the Corki here, going to be, you know, the richest man on the Rift. Several people going to be over 9,000 here. Yoshiwi picking up a lot of gold in the bot lane, and we got Caitlyn still going to be happy, and it's only Corki that's really contesting these damage dealers from the side of UTD. Only Veigar really the one that didn't really get the good side of
the coin.
The coin.
In a sense, yeah.
I don't know how that would be a way to say that.
No, I get it. This time around, though, after, you know, all the map pressure and all you know, the big fight there at the win there and have everyone disengage, looks like UT is able to just pull up and take their second dragon uncontested. And, ooh, we're dropping the KO on this Varus. You're just going to have to tank that.
That's kind of how you use Caitlyn ult.
Yeah.
It's not really like something you want to use in fight.
Ooh, Lux was caught out.
Great DPS. Good flash over the wall there from Mr. Hukiri Lee.
Very nice root in the flash. Just keep yourself safe. The classic,
Stay safe.
Yeah, the classic KYS. Keep
really,
yourself safe.
That's what it's all about.
Yep.
If you think about it, just keeping yourself safe.
100%.
That's why League of Legends players stay inside and play their favorite game.
Absolutely. But while they might be safe in real life, they're definitely not safe on the Rift, as we're seeing Fisher trying to take this Baron. Now UTD finally pulls up to contest. Again, we're seeing Veigar up front getting zoned off, taking a bit of damage.
They're going to just see Yoshiwi's teleport come out and immediately back off, so that is going to be a significant cooldown gone from red side, but...
Oh, we have a blue side TP here too. Nara's coming as a pivot around. They're going to try to stun him. He's become the center of attention, but that fake out is actually amazing since UT put everything on to taking out Nara. Now Corki's in the back, able to lay down the hurt, lay down the pain. Still, no one has gone down yet. Nasus is in the back line. 2 Qs, 2 people are gone. That's a double kill, trying to flash past the cage. Silas still not able to live it. This is huge advantage for UT. Corki trying to pick up a kill, but that is a triple kill for Nasus. We love those Nasus Qs slamming down left and right. Veigar trying to maybe pick up this last kill, catching someone in the bush. Let's see if he's able to land it. Oh, there goes Nara, and that's the ace.
The ace pickup, Veigar getting the last kill there, and I would like to make a public service announcement that Yoshiwi might be the best Nasus on the North American server. You know, he doesn't always pick Nasus because, you know, some matchups are pretty unplayable. But, you know, there's sometimes where you pick a top laner like Gnar, and then Yoshiwi has the Nasus pocket pick, and he's able to just run away with the game. As you can see there, you know, when you get your items, you get your Divine Sunder, you start picking up these tank items, you know, your stone plate.
Right. Because if you look back
You're-
at that fight, both teams actually went for almost effectively the same game plan. Send your one tank backline, have everyone else deal with the opposing tank. Here's the difference.
One
It's
has
Nasus. Well, yeah, okay. One has Kindred ult. That's nice too. But it's Nasus against Gnar, right? Nasus is in the backline, two-shotting people, and the people are already down, and Nasus can come back and reconvene. Meanwhile, Gnar, good damage, good AoE, right? But not Nasus level damage, not two-shot Q damage. So that is where the Nasus difference changed the whole fight right there.
Yeah.
And she was able to walk away with a triple kill. That's going to be huge. This Nasus is absolutely a threat. Kindred becoming a threat after last fight is already huge enough for UTD because Kindred's also a character that scales great. Veigar still maybe struggling a little bit, but Nasus is definitely picking up those pieces. Being currently 5-0 right now with 200 OCS. It's a miracle watching Nasus do his job, do his work. Chewett here in the bot lane. Who is going to contest him? Is he afraid of this Corki? No.
No, I mean, Wither is just such a great ability. We all love getting Withered. It's just they increased the range of it like a year or two ago, maybe like a year. Yeah, I don't know, somewhere between a year and 2 years ago. They increased the range of Wither for no good reason, and it is just disgusting.
Oh, look at this. We have Silas and Corki trying to 1v2. You know, it's doable, but this Silas is not quite able to keep up pace health-wise. This Corki damage, oh my goodness. He's going to have to pop the Zanya / Hourglass. Now, the Corki is chunking. Look at how long he's lived, and now suddenly
Look
the
how long
other
he's
power.
slowed.
Oh, that too. Look at how long he's slowed too. But finally, she was able to, garner attention for long enough for the other powerhouse to pull up. And in the meantime, other three players clean up in the top lane, and that's 2 inhibs down right now. Looking super rough here for Fisher.
This is the beauty of when you have somebody as fed as like a top lane Nasus, something that's really good in the side lane. It's just like there's so much pressure, and then sometimes you just get these plays where like they send 2 people down for you, and then you kill both of them, and then like on the other side of the map you're just taking all the objectives.
True enough.
But Barrel just gonna be underneath the Nexus towers, having fun here.
No one is dying. No one's dying. There goes. Barrel's actually going to go down for it, but they are going to be able to kill Gnar in exchange. And now it's both Nexus towers done.
Yeah.
I mean, Nasus doesn't have to care. He's going to go and smack that Nexus is gone. It doesn't matter how many people are respawning at that point. It's oh my goodness. That game was such a massive Nasus difference right there. Like early game, we were like, okay, Nasus is gonna do his thing. He's gonna farm. He's gonna farm it up. That's just the way Nasus plays, right? And we're like, okay, who's gonna get the ball rolling, right? Where's Kindred gonna get the ball rolling? When is that gonna happen, right? And it seemed like UT was kind of slipping and sliding, like, oh, this is rough. But then Kindred's like, oh no, I can play the game. I got it, right? And then Yoshi was like, oh, it's my turn, and now he's 6-0, and the game's over.
Yeah, I think that what would we call it? Is that a common Yoshiwi W?
Yeah, that is in fact a common Yoshiwi W. This guy's name is Andrew. His name ends with a W for a reason. Well, until next draft, we have quite a lot to sit over and enjoy. That was quite the funny, feisty game here, at least from UTD's end. And I'm super happy we got to see a game like that. And I'm hoping to see more.
And now we got a series on our hands, 1-1.
It's at least 1-1. We know it's not a 3-0 sweep.
At least we got at least 4 games total. And next game it's gonna be really exciting.
Yeah.
We'll
see what bans are gonna come out from both sides as we normally do. So hopefully
we
can.
won't see Silas Jungle again. Didn't look like it panned out too well in the end.
I don't know if they're gonna let Nasus slide through again.
I don't know if they're gonna pick blind pick Gnar again. It didn't work out too well for them.
Yeah.
We'll see if they switch up the game plan a little bit. See if Fisher's gonna opt to take red side. UTD did want to go back to that red side.
Yeah.
So that was pretty interesting.
Yeah,
Didn't work out for them here in the second game.
No.
But I think we'll throw it to a bit of a break, and we'll catch you guys in the next draft.
Take care.
too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you'll find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold that's worth this waiting cold. And
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We do still indeed have Fisher on blue side, UT on red side. I'm actually still kind of surprised by that, but I mean, I guess red side works for UTD, and that's what they're going to opt to play for every time, and it is fine. They're going to do what they do. But yeah, here we are throwing it into draft. So Hecarim is not going to be banned in the first three from UTD side, which is why it seems like Fisher's just going to go for that first pick, hard first pick on the Hecarim. UTD is going to now hover Kindred. We are just taking a look here at Fisher's bans. Again, we're seeing the Udyr, Karma, and Lux. So Udyr, Karma have been pretty constant and standard so far. Letting the Lux finally, after last game and seeing, the Lux was pretty annoying in the bot lane, quite helpful alongside the Caitlyn. So ruining at least the Lux Caitlyn duo is a good start here for Fisher's end, so I can definitely see where they're going for that Lux ban. UTD is going to lock in the Kindred and also lock in Kai'Sa. So UTD's Kindred took a bit of time to pick up last game, but once Kindred was rolling, she was absolutely rolling. And that's definitely huge for UTD. So getting that as their first pick here again is going to be nice, especially against jungle response. Other lanes don't have to worry too much, but now they've left their ADC open, and this is Fisher's kind of prime time to strike. It's going to be an Ashe pick. This could be huge. The Ashe R, that utility, is going to be absolutely insane. Hunting down people with the slow, and of course dropping the huge AoE stun whenever possible. Full cross map too. Those snipes are going to be definitely something to witness. And so I'm hoping to see some crazy plays there. And we also get the Syndra lock here from Fisher. So mid lane is left open. Ooh, UTD is going to lock in that Echo. That is likely going to be a mid pick, I would hope. Because I can't really see Kindred going anywhere else. I don't see Echo jungle happening, so it's probably going to be Kindred in the jungle, and Echo's going to be mid lane. This Echo-Syndred matchup, I'm a little bit interested in, because we did kind of see the Ahri Sylas before, and I think Sylas kind of struggles with all-inning and then walking away without taking way too much damage, especially in that early game like pre-6. And so Ahri was just kind of able to lay down the hurt, and then Sylas wasn't able to get a whole lot of farm, but I think Echo does a lot better job, because once passive procs, which should be fairly easy for passive proc with only being 3 hits. He does get a move speed buff, so he can just kind of like throw out a Q, get 1 or 2 hits in, pop the E, teleport in, get an auto, right? It's going to automatically proc. There goes passive, and just run away. And not have to worry about getting charmed or taking too much Q or W damage. Or, I mean, in this case, it's not Ahri, it's a Syndra, which I guess would have even less instant burst damage, and instead just you have to worry about getting poked while in the laning phase. But from UTD side, we do have the Sejuani ban, which I guess is covering for potential top lane issues. And yeah, Fisher's finally going to go for that Nasus ban. I was kind of expecting that. Don't want to let Yoshiwi be an absolute terror or monster on that character again. He was simply too good last time. Simply too good. And so very, very much understandable. Let the Nasus not slip by this time around. Final ban here from UTD's, and I'm curious to see what we'll be looking at. It's going to be support ban or top lane ban. Looks like it's going to be support ban. Renata Glass is going to go down. And that's going to be concluding UTD's drafts. Fisher's playing out the last here for UTD's end. We do have the support and top lane roles also open, I believe. Yes. Now UTD has the opportunity to pick after Nautilus goes down. That's going to be a pretty big hamper to the support pick here, but we shall see. We shall see. Sorry, my partner Chewett is currently on a Starbucks break, and I've just kind of been holding down the fort here on my own. He's supposed to be the more analytical one, so I am here chatting on my own. Hopefully I could. Hopefully you're all having a wonderful night though, and are enjoying the game so far. It's been a great 1-1 series, and I think UTD had such a strong showing in that second game where they weren't really. It didn't seem like it was a little flaky or a little scary about like the second game might have been close. Like I think UTD had a pretty solid game plan and lead there. So it's definitely this set as anyone's to be played, and we're gonna get the Leona pick here from UTD. So we still kind of have that aggressive engage tank support from UTD's end rather than like the more Enchantress support or distant damage dealer type. So we're gonna have Kai'Sa, Leona in the bot lane, and That's going to be a fun bot lane to watch. But of course, it depends on what we're seeing in response. It's going to be Ashe and Braum, potentially. We are seeing the Braum hover, and we have seen Fisher play Braum before. So the Braum pick does come back. Welcome back, Chewett.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm back. What's up?
All right, so we take a quick look at draft here, right? So 4 characters picked up both sides here. All drafts bans gone through. So Nasus did end up getting banned out, as did the Lux. So that was not something that UT could pick over from last time. Meanwhile, UT's bans have still tend to be standard at getting rid of the Renekton every time. Seraphine's out after first game being such a hassle, and Yumi's also getting put down. We have the Kindred picked here on UTD side again, and we also got Kai'Sa, Leona for bot lane. I think we have Echo mid up against Syndra. Meanwhile, we have Hecarim actually slipping through the ban cracks on Fisher's end, being the first pick, and then we have Ashe, Braum, bot. While Fiora got picked here for top lane, and now we're going to finally have Yoshi's pick in the final.
Yeah, we'll see. He's going to be rapidly going through several picks here. Mordekaiser going to be the hover. Shen also going to be hovered. You know, I do know somebody who would be a big fan of Shen right here.
Oh, that's true. I think I do too.
Shout out to that person.
You know who you are.
You know who you are.
You know who you are. But yeah, that's going to be an interesting matchup here up top. Shen, Fiora. So Shen is going to have that map presence with that ult, right? I imagine he's also might be running teleport. That is... How do you feel about specifically Shen, Fiora here in the top lane?
I'm going to say that Fiora probably wins the lane. It's probably not like the worst matchup in the... Like, it's probably not one of Fiora's like matchups where you're like, oh, this is like unplayable for Shen, or like Fiora's just going to stomp this matchup. It's probably winning for Fiora. Fiora wins most 1v1s. She's just kind of that girl. But one of the other things I do want to talk about in this draft is that Ashe Braum is a pretty strong lane, especially just like Ashe gets the slows. It's like pretty easy to get all of the procs on Braum's passive, get the stun, and then Hecarim and Syndra going over to blue side. Pretty scary. These are 2 picks that like are you could consider them both to be permabanned. Like you could, I'm sure, like you could talk to like several high elo people where they'd be like, I never want to see Hecarim in my game. I never want to play against Syndra.
Yeah.
These champions are both just so ridiculous. Ever since Syndra's like mini rework, where they made it to where you can have like 2 charges on the Q, and she has her new passive. I forget exactly what the name of it is, but it kind of allows her to gain more damage, and it's like pretty ridiculous. This champion is probably the best mid laner right now, in my opinion.
Wow.
So letting it slip through the cracks here. Bit interesting. Echo is pretty good at neutralizing Syndra's ult. You can kind of just reactionally just
press that R button,
negate that damage.
Yep.
And then Kindred also going back over to UTD. Good thing. Babero performing pretty well in the end of that game last time. Had the farm advantage on the Sylas. I mean, it is Sylas jungle. He's not farming particularly quickly.
Fair enough.
But you know, I think it's I like the draft for UTD. I like the Echo mid coming out. It's a pretty interesting pick. If this character gets ahead, he's pretty ridiculous.
True enough.
There was a recent buff on, I think, the AP ratio on Echo's passive. So, you know, if he starts stacking up that AP, he does get to those dangerous
It's going to be crazy. Yeah, because I was already
easier.
kind of talking about how the pass would be a little bit important in the matchup. Because I was talking about Sylas Ahri before, where we had kind of Grosso Grants to be like the melee having to deal with this kind of like, you know, being zoned out by Ahri all the time. So I was like, if Sylas all's in, like he all ins with chains, whatever, right? Get a bit of combo, get some decent damage off. He's just going to have to walk away and just like take damage in return. Ahri's just able to do range damage, right? But with Echo's passive, with the speed boost, right, he can kind of throw out the Q. If he happens to land both hits a Q, bam, throw out the E. It's like not really commitment. You dash in, instantly teleport for the auto, proc your passive, and just run away. Right, huge damage unloaded, and you're not really dealing with a lot of retaliation either. That could be huge for laning in terms of trades.
Yeah, you described how to play Echo online. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
You figured it out.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm always excited to see Echo just go in and out. But I think particularly for this kind of like the melee range matchup and how we saw Grosso Grants start with it before, I think this would be a good change of pace. But we'll have to wait and see what really happens. We're going to throw it over to break, and we'll get right back into it when the game starts.
too far to say that we.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're hopping here to this game 3 of Fisher College versus UT Dallas. Currently 1-1 in the series. Super, super exciting here for these NECC finals. We were kind of also talking about draft a little bit before, too, about kind of some of these big picks and big names that are taken, especially from Fisher College, and how UT might want to try and respond with some of these things. But right now, we're already seeing early interaction between Fiora and Shen. But how are you feeling about this game, Chewett?
I am scared for UTD in this game. I think that Fisher College has so many power picks on their side. Fiora, Hecarim, Syndra, mainly Hecarim, Syndra. I think these champs are just super ridiculous right now. I mean, UTD does have, like, there is some good things going. I think, like, definitely on Kaisa, definitely a bright spot here. Babero on Kindred, super cool. I mean, I think, like, UTD's got, like, some good engage here. But, you know, just, like, the power level of the champions that Fisher College has picked is just really frightening, in my opinion.
It's definitely something worth noting. Here in this bot lane matchup, I know you mentioned the strength of Ashe Braum, but how do you kind of expect to see the game flow play out between these two matchups? How do you feel that Kaisa Leona want to respond, right? Leona naturally tends to want to be more aggressive. You have that EQ, you have the stun, you have high tankiness, right? So it's like, oh, okay, I want to go get in, right? But at the same time, you're kind of dealing with the Braum and Ashe here. People that can kite away if they need to, people that can kind of hunt you down if they need to. Do you feel like bot lane will still want to engage on UTD's end, or will they kind of let it sit and farm?
I think it's the Leona probably won't go in too much in lane unless like Ashe is like super mispositioned. Like you'll probably do more damage in the trade, but like if the trade goes long, Ashe is gonna win because it's just hard to escape the auto slow. Mm-hmm. But it is like really good setup for Kindred, so there's that.
Fair enough. Yep. We'll have to wait and see. These junglers are going to take their time taking their camps. Everyone's getting in those early skirmishes. A lot of brawling up here in the top lane. Fiora and Shen doing about equal amounts of damage to each other. Bot lane, not too crazy in the pokes. We have the level 2 on UTD's side, though. There's the dodge on the W. Not going to worry about the damage. I'm going to drop an emo in response. Nice little sportsmanship. We always love to see it. I have the wave pushing up here on the bot tower. Top lane, we have Yoshi. We burn a lot of energy, which is perfectly
probably
normal.
Fine.
Yeah, and fine for Shen. Probably not seeing it all in from Fiora anytime soon. Just going to be kind of winning this early war of attrition. But there is a CS deficit here, and Fiora's going to hop in for a lot of damage. Triple Shen auto after the Q. A lot of damage here on the Fiora. She's going to heal up after the level 3. Up, though. That's going to be pretty scary.
Yoshiwi seems to be doing pretty well in the lane so far. Trades are going pretty even. Yoshiwi coming out maybe a little bit on top, favoring him a little bit there. Interesting summoner choice. We have Ghost as the choice for Fiora here. This is something that, I don't know, I think people are just realizing how strong this Ghost summoner spell is, like especially in matchups where you feel like you don't really need the safety of Flash. Ghost can often be like a better option in like team fights. So there's like champions, obviously like Hecarim has always been like a big taker of Ghost. There's like sometimes where like ADCs want to take Ghost, like Ashe will want to take Ghost in the bot lane is like a good example, and then like top laners start opting for Ghost. Like you see like Gwen take it, you'll see like Vladimir do it. Like we saw Yoshiwi do it with. We'll get to that later.
Yeah, turned around, just walking with the W and the stun onto Hecarim, and that's already going to be first blood. Hard engage here. Kindra's there at the perfect time to match the gank from Hecarim. They're going to get the double kill here too, picking up off Braum. Ashe potentially looking to see if a third tower shot can hit that Leona and pick up a kill in response, but wow. Great decision making there last second. Leona just turns around, lands that Q, and all in on that
Idea
Hecarim.
dive for Ashe here. So much damage from all the Qs gonna land onto Ashe from Kaisa, and Leona picks up the kill, but you know, no big deal. Gonna deny the wave from Ashe there, and bot lane is off to a great start in this game.
Yeah, that's gonna be a solid early lead here too, and it's obviously, of course, doesn't help or doesn't hurt at all rather for UTD that Kindred got a kind of taste of the blood there. You know, 2 assists and also putting Hecarim down a kill there. Ooh, this is a fight here from Hecarim onto Kindred. Still struggling to kind of take that 1v1. Yeah, she's gonna be able to get out, but that's gonna give Hecarim more time to kind of roam around and pick whatever he can. Pull up here to the mid. Ooh, misses the stun onto Echo though. We could see Echo. I could feel the Echo really wanted to go in right there. He almost did. Almost did.
I don't think he just uses cooldowns. I don't think he could.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and of course Hecarim's there too, so don't want to.
But like he wants to like posture towards it, but Hecarim is there to make sure it doesn't happen.
True enough. We have the level advantage here, and the CS advantage here top lane for UTD on Shen. But I mean, that's just gonna be Shen's gonna be sitting back and farming. I don't really think there's a whole lot of duels that he actually wants to take against Fiora. So this is quite nice for UTD, and that's something they want to keep going with. The fastest 6 they can get on Shen, the faster they can just start forcing up on the craziest team fights around the map. Yeah. Which will be really nice.
They can help to make sure that Hecarim can't thwart the lead that bot lane has gained through the early skirmish. They can Shen can make sure Kai'Sa's safe down there.
Ooh,
Uh-oh.
Ash a little far up. We have Leona tanking. Oh, she's going for the EQ. Despite taking all these tower shots, she is going to go down. I think they had to know that that was going to be the outcome from that. I guess they decided
It's
that was
not a
worth
big
it.
deal. I mean,
No?
when the ADC dies, like Ash does get the trade kill and the gold from the Leona, but like realistically, you're missing out on like the golden experience from the wave, so it's definitely not great for the Ash even though you trade the kill.
Meanwhile, we did have Braum in the top lane as well, still at level 3. Hecarim going hard on the Kindred right now. Echo's going to try help and defend. Ooh, Kindred hopped in. Hecarim is still backing out. Syndra applying a lot of pressure, but nothing too crazy. We do have both supports also pulling up for this fight. Leona and Braum are here and ready to scrap in the mid lane. But everyone's going to go back to their nice little comfy homes and disengage.
Yep, everything going to be just fine here. Other than the fact that Fisher College is down 2k gold, and that's not great for them. But you know that'll happen sometimes when you lose you go 3 for 0 in the bot lane.
That's true. That's true. Guys, also perching up on this level 6 pretty soon. We do have Hecarim in the bot though, through the bushes.
Don't know how much he'll be able to do here. Kindred is shadowing the lane here. Yes, Hecarim's just making sure his bot lane doesn't catch any more L's.
Not while he's there anyway.
Yeah. Momentarily, we'll be fine.
Yep. I mean, he's committed to the back, and now it's back to the regularly scheduled programming in the bot lane.
We have our regularly scheduled farming for Hecarim in his jungle. You know, Blue Buff's coming up. You guys will be fine.
Yeah.
And
We have another bot lane engage. Okay, this time Braum's taking the brunt of the hits though, and that's his job. So not going to be thankfully too much of a problem for Fisher, and they're going to be able to disengage here. Oh, Furious wants to fight, getting some autos blocked here under the Shen W. And try walk. He's going to
doesn't want to get the vital proc. Fjord's going to proc anyways with the Q. Mid lane almost dead even here. Maybe Syndra comes out a little bit ahead on the farm after Echo pushes the wave into her. Here we pull up the individual gold. As you can see, definitely is very happy this game. 3,600 gold. The only person even remotely close is Kindred, who is still 1,000 gold behind. But this Kai'Sa is going to be super huge, and there's so many good. And like Ashe and Syndra, if they get a killer instincted onto by the Kai'Sa, then it's just like so tough. Kai'Sa does so much damage.
Health bar is being evaporated. And honestly, that's kind of what YouTube's gonna want to be looking for, right? You were kind of talking about the such like prominent strength of some of the picks here on Fisher College. So that is all the more reason for UTD to try to get this ball rolling early on and really start scaling hard with champs like Kai'Sa and Kindred, and so far that seems to be the case for you.
I guess here for the dive.
Crazy dive here down bot. Echo is in deep, and we're gonna have the ult to get him out.
That's one of the strengths of Echo. Tower dive is becoming super easy with the Chrono Shift.
That's right. We do have not a whole lot of mana left here on Echo, so he's not going to be super useful. And then Leona's kind of low, but still, you have a Kindred and Kai'Sa both on deck. We have a flash in for the Q stun. Oh my goodness, this is okay. And the Kindred ult to also keep the Leona alive. There are so many people down here. Shed is actually going to get the taunt off as well. It's another kill for the Kai'Sa.
Oh, UTD is so low, but there is only a Fiora here to try and pick him up. Ash has come back to the fight, but I think UTD is already going to get out of this one.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of managing the tower aggro and, of course, dropping the Kindred ult too to make sure no one is dropping to those tower shots. And, I mean, after that, everyone else under dive really didn't. There's not a whole lot they could do. They were just getting hit by CC after CC, hard hit after hard hit. Everyone was dropping like flies.
Yeah, and now Fisher College is going to be looking down the barrel of a 5k gold lead. 1-8 here, and it is only 9 minutes into the game. There's going to be 5,000 gold onto this Kai'Sa here. She is so huge, almost doubling the gold of some of the people on the side of Fisher. And, you know, this is just a great spot for UTD. Jungler's ahead, mid laner's ahead. ADC is just
beyond ahead.
ADC is about to jump to another dimension.
Yeah, unquantifiably so far beyond perception. It's insane. And I mean, now we're trying to see Fisher's trying to position here around Dragon while Leona's going in all by herself. No worries. Kai'Sa got this.
Ult in here.
Yeah, Kai'Sa can drop the W ult. Oh, it's just the ult anyway, right? She's gonna hop over the wall. And now big damage. Ash is dead. Definitely dead. Braum's already trying to disengage. Flashes away from the Leona E. And suddenly, UTD's in perfect position for this dragon. Yeah. Doesn't matter that Fisher was there before. Leona's like, no, I got this. Let me handle this.
Yeah, it might look a bit bad for Leona to just Zenith Blade over the wall like that, but Kai'Sa's range on the ultimate is pretty long, and when somebody CCs, then you're able to ult onto that target. It applies the the Kai'Sa passive stacks.
And not to mention that Leona was not really under the threat of dying anytime soon under that situation
No.
too, because Ashe and Braum aren't the heaviest damage dealers. They're very huge on utility, and they can wear you down over time. But time is exactly what Leona wanted.
Ashe with these items is not going to be killing Leona. You just press W,
And
we'll be fine.
Yeah, just walk up to them. No worries. Kai'Sa can pull up, clean up, and the Ashe is down, and then that's an easy dragon there for UTD. 5k goal lead is huge. There is the taunt. Nice damage here. Yoshi has been trading quite well.
He's been trading pretty cleanly in this matchup.
Has the 3 assist, is admittedly decently far behind in CS, but that's to be expected when you're either not going to be in lane or getting pushed off your minions a lot in a matchup like this. And Braum is also here. Here is the
Grand Challenge going to go down to Shen here. Should be a kill.
Yep, that Braum slow actually landing just at the tip of its hitbox is definitely going to help Fiora actually pick up and clean up that kill. And that's going to be nice for Fiora up top. But I think UTD's momentum is still very much hard to stop here because Shen wasn't the big threat to be worrying out here. Echo is engaging. There is going to be the big stun from Syndra. But now we do have Kindred and Leona help try and clean up top. There's no way this Fiora is living. She's going to crit down. There's
She's going nowhere.
Ooh, there's a hard ult. Just take down this Braum. Leona's like, I'm just going to get rid of this Braum. Braum's going to try to ult his way out. It's possible he can make his way out. We do have flash burned here on from BBO to really secure that kill. Meanwhile, bot tower is going to go down in Deathly's favor. 625 gold. That's big. First turret down, pre-14 minutes. All those plates. All those plates.
All those plates. Now Kai'Sa's probably going to back and probably going to go top. You could swap to either lane here, like mid lane or top lane, wherever Kai'Sa wants to go, but just somewhere where they can pick up more plates.
Goodness, we do have big damage with the Shen ult popping onto Echo while he's also maneuvering around the stun. Hecarim is now in the middle of the 3 while Syndra is seemingly able to get away. Hecarim has to sack himself to make it happen. Love to see the Hecarim flank and the Leona flank at the same time. And both strutting and trying to help their team out.
Yeah, Hecarim, Syndra might have thought they were going to win the 2v2 versus Leona and Echo, but you know, Yoshi he's going to stand united with his teammates there and make it work out.
Absolutely. Could never count out that Shen ult. Once I saw that shield pop up, I'm like, oh man, you put down a fast character like Echo, that Shen is in prime time position to throw out the taunt and apply some crazy CC.
Yeah, Shen's super crazy when you put it on a melee that is like, you're just like, you like most people make this mistake when Shen ults you, they're like, oh, I'm gonna run away, I'm about to die, but no, you gotta run in, you gotta make sure Shen gets that big taunt off.
Yes, that's huge.
You just got like a 500 health shield, you'll be fine. Run in there, in there.
Get in there. Even if you go down, Shen's got you, and the rest of the team should hopefully clean up. All good. Shen is now taking this duel with Fiora.
2 levels down.
He's 2 levels
not
down.
winning.
Yeah. I mean, still went pretty even there on that trade. Quite a lot of CS behind, though. Very unfortunate. Last time he went to lane, he died. And then after that, he TP'd for another fight in mid. He just hasn't been active in lane for a while.
Yeah, this level deficit, you know, it could matter, but, you know, the 7k gold deficit might have
a lot to say about that.
Some words with that.
Absolutely. Look at all the pain that Kai'Sa is bringing 1v2 to this Ashe and Braum. We have the Herald drop. Look at these plates. It's still pre-14. That's another 40 seconds from the nab up on these plates through Herald and whatever damage that Kai'Sa likes to unload. I don't think they're going to be looking for a dive here or anything like that.
No, nothing too crazy. You know, there's a lot of people that could be around this mid lane. Gonna fight in the bot lane. So much damage from Echo. Is he gonna be able to take out Syndra?
There's the stun. He's not able to recuperate the E back up. So he throws out the Q. There's the flash. He is able to pick up the kill. He's gonna take a couple tower shots, but he's gonna be fine. Oh, he's gonna throw out the ult, and he's gonna be safe. Wow, what a dive here. Yeah, I was looking for it. I was like, not quite yet. Ooh, there is the Kindred ult to keep everyone alive. But yeah, Hecarim is definitely going on there. Ooh, Leona is actually not going to make it despite the W being up.
It's fine.
It's fine. That's a trade. That's a trade.
Might pick up another tower here. Pre-14. Well, it's not going to be pre-14 minutes, but this should. Oh no, Fiora's kind of scary. Never mind.
You will want to walk off that Fiora.
Definitely is going to want to walk away with this 700 gold bounty.
She is the highest level champ in the game right now, so you do want to worry about that. Yeah. It's a little bit. If you're 7-0, you don't keep that. But I mean, look at all that damage.
Look at all that gold too.
Yeah, all that gold, all that damage on the tier 2 down there. The pressure is insane. Next dragon is going to be up in less than a minute now. We do have 2 of UTD's big names backing right now, but I'm sure they're more than ready to walk in. And even if they're not ready, if they're behind or a bit slow on it, I think this entire gold difference.
One thing I did want to point out there is that Leona actually had more gold than both the AD carry and the mid laner for Fisher, which is pretty funny. And then Kindred, Echo, and Kai'Sa all have more gold than anybody on the side of Fisher. Yoshiwi really the only one that's living off of food stamps right now. But I think he'll be just fine.
There's a reason for it. It's pretty explainable. It's pretty explainable why, and he's still putting.
He's got ults to help out the homies. And you know he's not picking up the kills. Other people are picking up the kills that need it. You know, Kai'Sa with 10,000 gold. I think we'll be fine.
No, that's what a real one does, right?
Yeah,
that's what a real one does. And that's exactly what Yoshiwi is down there for. Oh my goodness, Kindred is up right in on that Syndra. Actually gonna fully face tank that 1v1. And then Echo is gonna help out and take out the rest there. Fiora is gonna take the first tower for her
Gonna pop the ults. Yoshiwi gonna stand next to the wall here so Fiora can't pop the last proc. Oh, gonna get it anyways.
Yeah,
barely fitting it in.
Taunt actually missed too. I think it's the turning point for this fight here where she was just kind of able to use that move to walk
Yoshiwi
away.
get the big damage from the Q though. Gonna have to back off.
She is going to disengage. Yeah, never mind then. Not going to be something that she's going to
Yoshiwi gonna ping out the Fiora waste Ghost trying to kill him.
Good to communicate with teammates. Some spells are always very important. But yeah, UTD's lead is looking extremely dominant at this point. We're looking at like 11k. Yoshiwi is back for more. Look at this blocked autos up against the parry, but he is going to go down after the Q's thrown out. Yet another death here for Yoshiwi. It happens. That matchup is rough up top, but still UTD
He was going so well, but Yoshiwi gonna get a little bit greedy. Fiora's just gonna come back and, you know, uppercut him and take him out.
That's true. But at the same time, UTD still has 3 deathless players on their team. So,
It's true.
you know.
But, you know, if Fisher does happen to claim any of these kills, it's a lot of gold going over, a lot of XP going over back to Fisher. And, you know, they can pick up some towers off the back of it. So much objective bounties coming in. And, you know, it might just do something about that 10,000 gold lead.
True, true. I think UT's still done a fantastic job at shutting down some of the... Oh my goodness.
Guys are going to come in here with the killer instinct, quickly pick up the Ashe.
Leona had the Q up and she let Ashe walk in the bush for like a half a second. And before stunning her, the rest of the team, it looked like she was playing with her food right there. That was so funny. Ashe is definitely going to go down. Absolutely nuked right there in terms of damage output.
Definitely just going to be throwing his wallet at, you know, commoners.
What are they going to do? Yeah, UT's done a wonderful job of shutting up the big threats. Hecarim and Syndra, as you mentioned, right? Hecarim 1 and 5, Syndra is 0 and 3. It's not they're like fully out of the game yet, but they're really just not holding a candle to what UT has to offer right now.
Yeah. Never mind. I was gonna answer a question in chat, but I think it's taken care of. I was definitely is we just want to thank Definitely for playing with UT Dallas. He's a former pro and he's now studying here, and it's great to see that we get to have such talent working with us on the team.
Wonderful ADC, and of course he's put on a wonderful show for us all to witness today.
You know, this is a perfect game to highlight that, as he is completely popping off.
Yep, 8-0 speaks for itself, really. Okay, we do have Fiora up here trying to fight the Shed yet again. Shed walks into that bush, sees a wild Fiora. Not super enjoying
these
this
trades
trade.
aren't going as well as they used to. Divine Sunder and Tiamat on Fiora now. You know, honestly, Fiora could probably take out Definitely. Definitely might have his wallet, but Fiora has a bruiser item.
Yeah. Always gotta watch out. Oh my goodness, Echo is going in hard, taking that stun under the tower. He's gonna ult out. He's like, you know what? This didn't work out. Sting operation.
Yeah, not too much going to be happening here. We got Dragon spawning up in 2 minutes. Going to be the next big fight. UTD will be on Soul Point after that goes down. And then Fisher is on a huge timer. Once you get on Soul Point, you kind of just have to fight for every single dragon, and it just gets really tough after that. Especially when you're down this much gold.
This much gold, yeah. It's Fisher is really far back on their back foot, and it's just gaining that momentum, gaining those picks. It seems like they're really not able to land kills on anyone except for maybe Shed. And Shed never had any huge role in his favor anyway. They're not getting a whole lot off of that. But, they still got to play the rest of this game and try to do their absolute best. It's looking quite rough, though. This is over 11k, approaching 12k gold lead at this point. Next Dragon, about 2 minutes. Baron in a minute.
Look at that gold on Definitely. Still incredible. Doubling the gold of some of the players on... doubling. It's like 5,600 gold on Ashe, and then we have 11.7k on Kai'Sa. It's just a crazy lead. The only hope for them in this game right now is that Fiora's got a bit of money. A lot more than Yoshiwi for sure, but it is hard for Fiora to have that team fight impact like an AD carry, like a Kai'Sa, like a Kindred, like an Echo. So it is a big... it's not a hill to climb. It's a mountain.
It's a mountain. It's already rough enough if you have one person who's super fed with crazy team fight experience, but when you have 3 of them and you are a more duelist solo focused character and the rest of your team can't keep up, there's just way too much weight on Fiora's shoulders.
Uh-oh, Kaisa Killer Instincted in onto Ashe, I think, after hitting the W.
No.
And Ashe gonna ping out the Kaisa R, you know, a small price to pay for your life.
Completely
That's gonna be
evaporated.
Maybe a Syndra caught in a very odd place there.
Echo had absolutely no problem. Meanwhile, Shen's trying to hold out the sport 1v3, but I don't think it really matters. Even if Shen goes down, no worries. I hope they realize that UTD's in their base. I hope they realize that they're in their base and just about to end the game. Thank you, Yoshiwi. Your sacrifice will forever be remembered. Because that's another game for UTD right there.
Yoshiwi gonna be completely fine sacrificing his life 1v3. UTD just gonna opt to end the game, and that's gonna be a real quick one. Sirius is not 2-1. Fisher's back's against the wall. We're gonna see what they're gonna do in game 3. They got what they asked for. They got the Hecarim, they got the Syndra. You're like, oh, this is a great draft for us. But then, you know, your bot lane just died. They all died a Kindred gank, and you're like, oh, I guess the game's unplayable, Definitely is pretty good.
Can I introduce you guys to Definitely? Yeah. I think that's Definitely did a lot of work. I do want to give huge shout-outs for Yoshiwi for taking all the L's he did this game, because ultimately it was for the bigger common W. So, of course, another Yoshiwi W right there.
Yeah.
But, of course, you know, fantastic gameplay there from B-Barrel. The Kindred was up tight right from the beginning. That bot lane, that Kindred gank set the tone for the rest of the game. Everyone started getting momentum there. Do got a pinpoint. We didn't get to see too much of Grussel Grindset's solo play up against Syndra, but he was doing a great job. Actually, also keeping up. Of course, that Echo also went pretty much deathless, and it was loading out so much damage later in that game, too.
I mean, you saw him hop on Syndra at the very end of that game.
It wasn't even close.
It was not close.
It was not close at all. So that's, although the camera wasn't so focused on him, remember in our hearts. Great stuff there.
The lane went pretty even, but, you know, Echo, he's a little quicker on the roam, a little more useful when it comes to skirmishes, and really able to turn that into a lead and then do pretty well in the side lanes against Syndra, and did so much damage. But, you know, we have to hats off to Definitely on that one.
Yeah.
And I think Hukiri also played well. You know, we like to give all the credit to the AD carry, but, you know,
the support was there.
Who was there for you?
Yeah, who was there? Who was there with that Leona 1v2ing for a solid 5 seconds before he could ult in, right? Hukiri was there. He had it. He had it taken care of. The team really came together there. UTD put on such a wonderful, fantastic show. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen next game. But currently, UTD is up 2-1 over Fisher in NECC Finals. Don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it over to break until we get the next draft up. Things are just heating up. It's going to get crazy. Definitely stay tuned for the next one.
Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses. Solar eclipses.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again.
Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go. Tomorrow we build. Depends on the future we want, we can make it as real. Maybe we will go, give up the ego. Making it feel good. Too scared to just let it go. Too scared to just let it go.
Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. Caught up in your gravity, always end up lost in your wake. Intoxicated, maybe we can start again. We can start again.
too far to say that we cannot pretend now. Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold, that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are hopping over into draft yet again for Game 4 of UTD versus Fisher NECC Finals. We got a mix-up this time around. UTD is actually on blue side for the first time this entire set. So they'll finally be
That means
getting
that Fisher opted to pick red side here. Because loser picked side.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. That's a good point. I should have considered that. Yeah, but now UTD is going to be the one with first pick. Ban's still very consistent. Renekton, Seraphine, Yuumi. Pretty much every game we've been seeing this after the first one.
Yep.
After Seraphine was a bit of a problem first time around. And same thing we've been seeing the Udyr
Ban away
Lux.
Lux.
Yep, they've been banning away Lux last two games.
Like the... Oh, wait, they've been banning Lux? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, like they also banned Lux last game too because the game before Lux was a problem.
And we're just going to first pick Kindred.
Okay, yeah, Kindred's
going
been
pretty
working.
well.
Kindred's been working. Once you got B-Barrel on the Kindred, and you're also picking away the Kindred from Fisher, I think it's an important pick.
It hasn't looked like the most unstoppable pick. Like, the game 2 where UTD won, like, Kindred wasn't necessarily, like, the main driving force. Like, Kindred did pretty well, but it's not like it's been, like, super clean. It's like, it's not like Barrel gets Kindred and it's like the game's
and instant win. Yeah, true. I'll agree with that.
It's been performing very well. I'm surprised that maybe Fisher didn't ban it, but,
It's always a potential pick for Fisher, too, because Game 1, Fisher's Kindred was also on the board. And
yeah, Kindred's undefeated.
Yeah, exactly. Kindred's been... And every
Is
game...
Kindred broken?
What does the math say? But, yeah, in Game 2, it did take B-Barrel a bit to get Kindred rolling, but Game 3, his Kindred's pretty clean. He had it. He had the number down. He had the gameplay down. He was there. He was there for it. I think definitely was still that guy. But
yeah,
he was there for
definitely is him. Yeah. I discovered that.
But he was there for it. B-Barrel was there for it.
Yeah.
At least he got to witness it, right? So we're getting the Syndra pick here yet again from Fisher's end.
Get an early Nautilus pick. That's pretty interesting.
They want to go for that tanking and gauge support on their end. I wonder what UT wants to do for the mid pick this time, because Echo did work pretty well last time around. But I wonder what adaptations with potentially playing around mid lane that Fisher might want to make that maybe Echo would not appreciate. So we'll see if UT wants to go for a different mid laner instead. But seems like Grussel Grindset is confident on the Echo.
Seemed pretty comfortable in that matchup. I mean, I think Syndra in lane it was pretty dead even. I think like maybe if the map doesn't get as out of control, Syndra performs a lot better in that game. But Syndra just like isn't really able to play the game after the map gets so out of hand like that. There's just so much gold walking around the map. You're like, okay, this is...
It's not
I can't really do anything.
Not playable. Yeah.
But I like that they're confident enough to go back to the Syndra. And then Grussel seems pretty confident in his Echo.
To stick
you
with
love
the
to
Echo.
see it.
No.
The Nautilus pick is pretty weird. I guess Fisher's just opting for more activity early on in the game. Nautilus just offers so much engage, so much CC early on into the game. So you can like make those rumps to mid lane, get those big skirmishes going. And then like obviously if you hit a hook in lane, it's pretty good.
Right.
But you just kind of pick Renata. Something that scales fairly well, still pretty good in lane, and
the expected support pick in
response
to Nautilus, right? You don't want to give away too much about the rest of your lanes. So you're like, okay, where are we dropping for support here after Nautilus? So Renata makes sense. That's a solid pick.
Renata's Q, maybe one of my favorite named abilities in the game. Handshake.
Oh, we got the Kha'Zix pick here on jungle from Fisher's side. Ooh. Mr. Jungler, who also plays Kha'Zix. How are you feeling about this one?
Kha'Zix is so bad. I mean, I think it was... I want to say there was a ban... They banned Kha'Zix away in one of the drafts. Maybe it was the second one? Yeah. UTD did ban Kha'Zix away. Fisher's jungler might just be a Kha'Zix player. I think Kha'Zix is pretty awful and competitive. I mean, you just like not as many people are just like blindly walking up to bushes when Kha'Zix is on the enemy team. People know that if you walk up to Kha'Zix without anybody besides you, without being in your minion wave, he does a bunch of damage. I feel like he becomes a lot easier to play around, but like, you know, he's still he can still be pretty like useful in a lot of spots. Like his W is a really strong ability. His mobility is pretty good. He farms pretty quickly, but I just think there's better jungle picks right now, so I'm not really a fan.
Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, Hecarim was still on the board, and it's like, of course, Hecarim didn't do so super hot for the team last game either. But at the same time, it's like you have to consider, why did things go so wrong last game? And was it really the Hecarim Syndra's fault, or was it just bot lane snowballing uncontrollably where Fisher just had no handle on it? So I think, if anything, Fisher wants to be worried more about the bot lane. We do have this early Nautilus potentially as kind of a favor towards that. But the ADC pick is, of course, extremely important on Fisher's end here, and they potentially have the advantage in doing so if they decide to pick it here. But no, they are picking.
Go back to the Ahri pick that they won with game 1.
That's right, but the Ahri was mid game 1.
Yeah.
So now we have both Ahri and Syndra. It's like
Unless
probably
there was
one's
a,
bot.
Unless there is a miss,
top?
unless there was like a misdraft that we missed here in the chat if they accidentally picked something, but it could just be Syndra AD carry. That would be kind of an interesting thing here. I know Syndra bot lane has been a thing in the past. It's like pretty solid, but ever since Syndra's like sort of power went down in the meta, it's just like not been an option. But maybe since Syndra is so broken, it's like kind of a viable switch that you can do. So you still get the power of Syndra in the bot lane, and it's a pretty good option if your AD carry can play it. Not all AD carries are proficient on these mid lane champions. And I think they're going to opt for Syndra bot with Ahri in the mid lane, you know, so the Echo doesn't get as good of a matchup.
Right. And now we have the definitely pick, the ADC pick, cycling through a bunch of them. We saw the Kai'Sa, we saw the Ezreal. Ezreal's going to be the lock, and we're going to have the Tryndamere going up top to box with this Camille. Wow.
Yeah, pretty exciting top lane matchup here. Tryndamere, not fun to play against, pretty hilarious to watch.
Absolutely 100% true. Undying Rage, endlessly side laning, always smacking your towers no matter what.
Spinning onto your favorite players.
Yep, and then randomly healing a bunch of health after pressing Q. It's a great time. This is two-shotting everyone with all those crits. Tryndamere is a very one-note character, one-track character.
But
he's fun.
He's good at what he does.
He's good at what he does.
He's specialized.
That is for sure. Camille, I think, has a lot of great team fight presence. Is generally pretty tanky.
She's more known as a side laner. She's okay in team fights.
Well, I guess relative to Tryndamere.
Relative to Tryndamere, she's definitely better.
Right, because she can just kind of lock down someone with an ult, and that's pretty big pick, I think, for like kind of a soft engage type deal.
Yeah.
Especially.
And she's super mobile, so she's able to like pick up like stragglers in a team fight, people who get away. Because Camille E is like a pretty cool ability, in my opinion. Really fun to use.
But it's also, if both Tryndamere and Camille are, side laner opposite lanes, I feel like Tryndamere just kind of cleans that out a lot faster, and that's not really a game I feel like Camille would want to play. So I think this is going to be more team fight oriented on her end anyway. I'm not really sure how. It really depends on how this landing phase goes for like if Tryndamere is going to become a massive threat that they actually have to always worry about or not. Because I think that is going to really help define kind of the pace of the game for how both teams play around each other's compositions. A lot actually here kind of lies on Tryndamere. I kind of see him in a way almost equivalent to the way Nasus was when Yoshiri picked him a couple games ago. Just like this very standing threat that's going to be soloing a lot of the time. And if he wants to show up, he can put on a lot of damage. I think Nasus is definitely better in team fights than
I think Nasus is a little better because Nasus has the ability to just like wither your AD carry and make like the game a little bit unplayable for them. So I do like that aspect of Nasus. I mean, obviously, like Tryndamere can still team fight. Like he's pretty mobile. He's got the slow. He does a bunch of damage if he gets onto like some primary targets.
Yeah.
But Camille, I'd say, is better. You got the CC, you got the ult to lock down targets. There's so much damage, you can get those Qs off.
Generally bulkier too.
And Camille also an abuser of the Ravenous Hydra item, so that's pretty neat.
True enough.
But these comps are, we don't really have any traditional team fighting comps here. Like we kind of got like a pick comp with like Nasus, Kha'Zix, Nautilus, Ahri, and then maybe Syndra has like the big QE range, and then Tryndamere can trace people down. But like also like. Echo's pretty good at picking people. Camille's pretty good at picking people. Ezreal's good at poking. UTD's comp doesn't have as much as an identity, but it's got a lot of champions I really like to see. Like, Renata's got that nice, like, disengage. Like, Kindred doesn't really like to be dived onto. Echo has so much survivability. Ezreal's like a pretty strong pick. The meta definitely is pretty good at that champion. So, there's a lot of good things in UTD's draft that you like to see. But I think Fisher's draft is really exciting this game, and I'm really hyped to see how that works out.
Honestly, the way both these teams are going to interact is going to be super, super interesting going into this fourth game. We're going to throw it over to break, and we'll be right back with you with the action once the game started. Don't go anywhere.
Did we take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold, that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel alive.
Welcome to Game 4 of UTD versus Fisher College. Game point here for UTD. If they take Game 4, they will win the NECC Finals. And yeah, these drafts have shaped up to be maybe the most interesting ones of the series so far. Mr. Combo, you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Trinity pick. I think the guy's funny. I can't wait to see him. But yeah, besides that too, I think the Kha'Zix pick was interesting. We kind of talked about the Kha'Zix pick before too, on how you felt like you weren't necessarily the most happy or like feeling super confident about this pick.
I think Kha'Zix is just like a solo queue pick, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah, I feel like there's still value here for what Kha'Zix can bring to the table. I think it's always nice to have a jungle that can just kind of hop in and do some good damage and just kind of get out of there if needed, depending on what evolutionary paths he decides to go down. But I think the potential is definitely there for Fisher's College. But like I said, I feel like a lot of the way the macro game plan is going to build around just kind of depends on how well Tryndamere does in lane. Because if Tryndamere gets shut down, that character is effectively useless. And you don't, like, you can send like one person to match him. It's not a super big deal. Wow. We have a big kind of invade here too on blue buff on red side. We have a hard Nautilus hook, but despite that, Nautilus end up taking way more damage than anyone else. Are they actually going to steal this blue?
This is pretty risky, I think.
Wow. Not only do we have a Blitzkrieg comp, Blitzkrieg gameplay.
They can't pull it out that far. It's a new jungle.
I'm not sure what is happening here because it feels like it's just a lot of nothing.
Yeah, this is as one of my friends would say, this is pretty Mickey Mouse.
That is fair, but I mean they were
gonna miss the hook. Gonna have to burn his flash, but nobody's taking any camps. Nobody has any XP. What are we doing?
I mean they unloaded a bunch of damage to the bot lane. I feel like bot lane could like actually afford a leash here.
Kha'Zix is lying in wait. Yeah, I mean, I guess they steal away the blue buff, but like...
Yeah, they got it. And they did a lot of damage to bot lane too, and they didn't take a whole lot in return. So if there's like early trades they want to take, they actually could. They can zone people off farm like pretty easily.
I mean, they are the professionals, not me.
Yeah.
So. Or they're the amateurs. Well, definitely wasn't professional.
True. Very true. Very true.
Definitely more professional than most of us.
Can't contest that. So I'm sure they had a plan in mind. I mean, ultimately, it worked out for them. They had something to take there. They did get the blue. And now Kha'Zix had to delay and walk over to the red. Camille's trying to box up here with the Tryndamere. It's kind of rough. He's going to have to E away. We have the E in from Tryndamere, trying to walk up.
That's a lot of damage, Yoshi. We're going to have to back off of that, not the spot he went.
Yeah, that's not really want to be against Tryndamere. You don't want him to get that early momentum and then make him even hard to fight and suddenly actually become a threat for the rest of the game. That's kind of what you want to be avoiding. Hopefully Kindred's going to try to be looking for a crazy early start. We're seeing a reverse, blue take here because Kha'Zix is going to take the blue on the enemy side, which again, why would you not do that? Kind of makes sense. Jungle pathing time-wise, there's no reason for Kindred to go to her own blue buff and take it. She'll be pathing towards red. So, I mean, I don't know. That pretty standard play that makes sense.
Nautilus is also just there. It's pretty interesting. Syndra takes a lot of damage here. Maybe UTD will opt into a dive, but I doubt it. No.
Yeah, just keep yourself safe. Oh, but Kindred is walking back into the bomb.
She's invading here. They might opt for the dive. My bad. I'm sorry. Is like pretty far up. Gonna zone Syndra off all the minions at least. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, missing on some EXP. Definitely missing on the minions. And then Ezreal and Renata working towards those plates while you're gonna see Kindred take the Gromp here. The game goes on.
Yeah. And they spotted out the invade, so Kindred knows that these camps should be pretty safe to take. Nautilus returning. Kindred not going to get the mark on the crab. A little unlucky on the spawn. But UTD is off to about a 500k, not 500k. That's a lot of gold.
That is a lot of
500
gold diff. Yeah, 400 to 500 range.
This doesn't sound as cool when you get to
is taking. Wow, what a route! Pulls into no hook here from Nautilus's and Kindred is still in the area. This could be a potential dive. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Oh yeah, Kindred's hungry, thirsting for this Syndra even.
Nautilus is level 1.
I don't know. They kind of smack him. Oh, there's a level 2. There's a level 2. But man, this second
thing
play
is that even if Syndra does they don't kill Syndra, it doesn't really matter. Syndra's just missing out on so many waves.
Yeah, there's only off so much. Ooh, Nautilus is cut on their own. They're going to try and take as much as they can before Syndra can come and help out. She is able to get a pretty solid stun there and actually give opportunity for Nautilus to walk away, but I don't think UTD is deterred. But in the meantime, we did have Kha'Zix in the mid lane almost take out Grussel Grind set, but camera shifted over. We are able to get first blood onto Nautilus. No matter how far away he's trying to run away from everyone, even past tower, UTD had their sight set, their target marked, although maybe not literally with the Syndra or Kindred mark, but still, they got the kill, and that's going to be first blood, and that's now 1.3-ish K gold lead here for UTD.
Yeah, top lane. We just get a quick overview of the lanes here. Jungle, pretty even in CS, but Kindred, sacrificed a lot of time to make sure Syndra's life was very, very fun.
Yeah.
Did almost get a kill mid lane. That could have been pretty big for Kha'Zix.
But Grayson was able to make it up. So.
Mid lane going to be pretty even. I think Echo had to use teleport. Ahri is still hanging on to hers. Got the sum difference there. Top lane's been pretty scrappy. I guess there's a bit of a CS league going to Tryndamere here, but it's like pretty fine.
Not as bad as I expected it to be. So
we got full stacks of ratio for Tryndamere, forcing the flash
away, even though she has the level advantage. Oh, very interesting. Very interesting.
Tryndamere popped the ghost there, so was going to be able to run Camille down there, and Camille didn't have hook shot up. But UTD is going to go ahead and get the first dragon there. They got a lot of bot lane control. And great start to the game here. You want to start stacking up those dragons. Make sure that you get you spiking in the mid game. You win those dragon fights when on your timers.
Right.
Your item timers.
Still very playable for both teams here. There's no crazy snowball that's been really starting to get rolling on either side just yet. Although that Tryndamere, as always, is definitely something to be looking out for here. Ooh, that's a solid hook here onto Renata. Huge damage on from the Syndra. She can't keep up. Insane DPS though. She is not an ADC. And Renata's able to walk away while Kindred is laying down the hurt onto the Nautilus. But we're going to have Kha'Zix jump all the way and doing so much damage. Renata W trying to try and save the Kindred. But she's not being able to pick up a kill and not be able to survive because of it. Great turnaround there from the Kha'Zix. And of course, Nautilus staying alive. That's going to be pretty big. That's going to be huge for Kha'Zix actually.
Not bad.
Already has the CS advantage too, like Jungle Camp's been taking a lot faster on Kha'Zix's end, and now has a kill lead over Kindred as well.
He's opting for a Ravenous Hydra as the first item. Pretty interesting. I haven't not seen too much Kha'Zix in the preseason. There are definitely other power picks that people have been playing a lot more, but this seems like it would be pretty good. I think that Ravenous procs on the Kha'Zix Q, and Omnivamp, obviously a good stat that you want on Kha'Zix. It's an AD item. I could see it definitely working out here. I'm definitely interested to see how this works out.
Like the little Ezreal teleport over the stun ball.
I think he still got stunned though.
Oh, did he? I thought he just autoed immediately after. I thought he made it past.
No. Didn't get the kill off of it,
yeah.
But it looked pretty cool.
Yeah, it did. It definitely looked nice and flashy. Nice and flashy. Oh yeah, up top it's been a lot of Tryndamere going in, slightly losing the damage trade, not wanting to commit to ult, and just gonna back down and heal. And then Yoshi was also able to heal.
Yeah, the thing about Tryndamere though is you really have to watch out for the dives here and that rage when it stacks up.
He got a big crit there, and then he's gonna heal up. Pathways around, just kind of be a nuisance to Yoshi, but CS looking about even. Mid lane also still looking pretty even. Ahri does have an assist though. I think Fisher is kind of well positioned. Even if they do have about a 1k gold disadvantage. Oh, wow. What a hook there. Instant flash away. Or rather, teleport away.
Handshake going to miss. Ignite not going to be enough damage. I'll just kind of back off.
Kha'Zix is scary damage. Echo is down here as well. Are they going to look for a turnaround dive here? Oh, there's the W.
Stun's going to land from
Big
Echo.
Stun. Yeah, that Kha'Zix is definitely dead.
Definitely dead. Nautilus might be dead here too. They just need to push the wave in. Doesn't really have anywhere to go. Syndra has arrived. See if that matters. Might deter UTD from doing anything too crazy.
Oh, it's a 2v4. I still think UT can find this playable. Center doesn't even have ult yet, but they're going to decide to disengage. I guess keep it safe. I can respect it.
Ahri's mining turret plates in the mid lane. It's not the greatest position for Echo.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Up top, let's see how we're doing. 8 CS behind Yoshi. We did have to back. That turret is getting
that's
absolutely
a lot of
mauled.
plates over to Tryndamere.
Yeah, that's almost the third plate too, and does have the XP advantage as well. Looking a little scary up top. I mean, Tryndamare's not necessarily getting fed or anything, but that is about a, 600, 700 gold lead?
Yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yoshi.
I mean, we got... Gold is pretty weirdly tossed around everywhere here. Nobody has, there's not, any, super big advantages here. Just, kind of, small advantages everywhere, and UTDs just kind of add up to have a bigger one.
Yeah. The math's been...
It's not like last game where it's oh, that guy has 10k gold. That's a problem.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that guy is 8-0. Uh-oh.
Oh, that guy's 8-0. That's a Kaisa.
Yeah, not quite anywhere there just yet. The Ezreal is 1-0. That snowball hasn't really got rolling yet. The Kha'Zix was trying to take Rift Tail. We had Renata actually come be a nuisance here. And while Kindred's also helping to pull up, and as is Camille, so I think they might turn around, take the scuttle, and also potentially this crap for themselves. Does give some time for Fisher to reposition here. We have Kha'Zix clearing out wards. We have Ahri pulling up to the fight, as is Tryndamere. This is a scary position for you to be in. B-Barrel, ooh, taking so much damage from the Ahri. There's the ult pop, but Kha'Zix is in the back line now. We have a hook on the ult pop too. No one else on Fisher's side is just taking any damage.
It looks like the Renata W actually ran out right when it procced, when the Undying part of it procced onto Kindred. So it like ran out. It looks like it ran out right when it popped and she just died.
They were able to nab Kha'Zix, but I felt like overall UTD was just not putting out damage for
Yeah, no, it wasn't great. They didn't have Deathly there. Not that I don't. Sentry did, I think, show up.
Yeah.
But Tryndamere was just able to kind of like make sure Yoshui didn't exist and then just run back in and start dealing damage to other people. And UTD is going to hang on to a gold lead for a little bit. Not going to be able to take the Herald for Fisher. So it wasn't the worst thing ever, but, you know, it's pretty even now with that.
It doesn't bode super well for this next upcoming team fight for the next drag. I feel like that kind of puts UTD on the back foot here. Like, Echo's probably going to be looking at back. Students got poked out quite a bit. And yet, you know, drags up in 10 seconds. There's not really a whole lot of time for that. Bot is pushed up, which allows for a nice bot lane positioning. Kha'Zix is in the area, and Kindred is not. So this is definitely a hard time, press time for Fisher to maybe make a play. Scary, scary stuff here for UTD. Even though they got the goal lead, it still kind of feels like they're playing from behind.
Yeah, Yoshui gonna get chickened here. Should be fine.
Nothing too crazy. Drag has been up, and no one is hard positioned around coming into playing drag just yet. Although I feel like Fisher is pretty well positioned, at least in the mid lane, although their bot lane is struggling. So
yeah, I think
I can see them not
I think bot lane's got the positioning over them for sure. That's two people more than one. I think Kindred is pinging onto it. Gonna probably take it here in a second. Gonna start it up. Kha'Zix on the top side of the map. Should be pretty easy to get here for UTD.
I guess they just reverse positions. I saw the Kindred on top side before and Kha'Zix on bot side. I was thinking, oh, you know, this is going to be a pretty solid Fisher drag. But Kha'Zix goes towards Rift Herald here. Might be a potential trade, or maybe looking to dive top if they want to. Probably going to be a Rift Herald trade. Meanwhile, UTD is going to nab that dragon.
Yeah, definitely has been bot lane the whole time. He's just like...
He took 4 plates. He just got the 4th.
He took the 4th plate. Might take the 5th. Got plenty of time to do that. And Cinder is actually just so far behind, you know, just like hammering home the point that UTD's bot lane is just better.
This Ezreal scaling. Trust.
Yeah.
He's scaling.
But there's going to be a Kha'Zix that will be spotted out by a ward that Yoshui placed here. Not going to open that can of worms. Going to be fine, just backing off a little bit. But Kha'Zix is wrapping around for the dive. We're going to see if they opt into that here.
This first tower taken, I think the ooh, yeah, at least walking.
Just dropping Rift Herald. Yoshui got to run away. The tower low enough to where Rift Herald will just one-shot it after it charges.
Yeah, it's gone. Maybe look to hope it doesn't get the tier 2 charge as well, but yeah, that you're gonna have to get that tower up. Still, first tower is gonna go to UTD instead. At least they're able to.
Nautilus actually stole away the blue buff with his Q there.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
That made me chortle a little bit. So.
Very nice.
Can Yoshui stop the second charge?
No, he
negative.
cannot. And that's half health down here on the tier 2. Trading with this Tryndamere. There is the ult pop. We do have Echo in town as well.
I think this Tryndamere is going to go down here. They should have enough.
Oh, even with the Hextech and the speed boost, he's able to flash out and does have, you know, decent enough move speed, and the E is going to come up cooldown often enough where it's probably not worth
Still had the
chasing.
ghost cooldown too, so I think it's smart to just call it off there.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but at least the try was made, and they can leave the tier 2 alone now, even though it has 50% damage taken.
It does have 50% damage taken. Tryndamere will definitely be looking to take care of that later on into the game. But gold is still dead even here. And, you know, the only, like, super big advantage we see over one side over the other is that these two dragons. But, you know, we have kind of a lopsided map here. We got Tryndamere with a bunch of gold on his lane opponent. We got Ezreal with a bunch of gold on Syndra. Mid lane, you know, Ahri has a bit of a lead, and then jungle, Kha'Zix has a bit of a lead. But, you know, Ezreal has probably he definitely has the most gold in the game, not probably. And he's going to have to look to carry his team.
Yeah, it's all really on him. Him, you know, sitting down there farming has to kind of have its fruit of his labor, like, shown in some sense, right? He's the one that's pulling through, getting all those plates, getting out the gold, and sitting back, not dying. Has that early kill picked up early on, and then after that, not really messing with any other fights for the rest of the map. So that's really got to come to fruition, because otherwise the rest of their team is going to start scaling, and it ends up being like a 1v4, and that's not exactly the most playable for a character like Ezreal. Really, most characters don't want to play a situation like that. Anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, Ezreal is on 2 items here at 15 minutes, taking so many plays, got the early kill, got a bunch of CS, and he just took the entire tower. So, you know, in a great spot, but, you know, Ezreal, as you said, not really super good at shredding through a bunch of targets at once, is very single target oriented, but, you know, can still carry a game in the right position, in the right team comp.
That's right.
It's not like Fisher College is not like the tankiest, so, you know, these Ezreal Qs that get hit do matter a lot, especially later on in these team fights.
Absolutely. Okay, that's a strong charm here from Ari. Good damage push to Camille off. That's a lot. That's quite a bit. But we did see the Tryndamere try to pick a fight with the Echo earlier. Okay, Yoshibi going in.
Kha'Zix is here. Not sure if Yoshibi really was ready for that.
Ooh, that's going to hurt. Yeah, Yoshibi's alone. No teammates. 2v1 there. Kha'Zix definitely get the boosted damage. Ari already kind of still felt like she had a fighting chance up against Yoshibi there, so Kha'Zix really cements the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be rotated to the mid lane here. Echo going to be relegated to the bot lane. Relegated might be the wrong word. It's not a bad thing. Echo does enjoy side laning. If you Echo catches some of these squishy members in a 1v1, not Tryndamere, he will not win that. But, you know, catch an Ahri out of position, you catch a Syndra out of position. Echo is very well kitted to one-shot those people.
Right.
His items are starting to look pretty good. He has a lot of chase down potential. With that Hex Tech, you Hex Tech towards people, you get that damage, you get that move speed towards them. And then you proc that passive for huge damage. I mean, yeah, we're just explaining Echo's kit here. Maybe a little redundant to most people in the chat, but you know.
It's good, always good to be refreshed up.
There's always people that just want to come out to support UTD that don't necessarily play League of Legends.
Actually,
so, explaining these things isn't always the worst.
Important. Yeah, no, I do want to shout out. I do see a couple of viewers like Blue Blazing we'd seen before, and a Bicycle as well. People I don't think are as experienced as League of Legends.
Yeah.
Still coming here to support Megan Death as well. So it's always good to see your UTD household names in chat, whether it's a game they play or not.
And you know, some people might be wondering, like somebody in chat, when is the next big fight? When will something happen? And that might be in 15 seconds. When the dragon spawns, you usually want to fight for it. Because UTD, if they get the 3rd dragon, that means they are 1 dragon off of getting the soul. And when you get the soul, you get such a big increase in power for the whole team that is permanent for the rest of the game. And it is equivalent to maybe like 4,000, like 5,000, maybe a little bit more. I don't know like exactly how well like the stats like translate to gold, but it is very good to pick up. And you kind of have to, you're forced to fight for it. And UTD getting the 3rd dragon makes it to where, well, it looks like Kha'Zix is just soloing it. UTD not opting.
I don't think they're
here.
contesting this. Yeah,
but getting the 3rd dragon is usually really good because the soul point makes it to where you're 1 dragon off. You have to fight every dragon unless you're just gonna give up soul, and it is in a really tough position. But you know, UTD is not comfortable taking those fights currently, so they're just gonna give it up because Fisher College is nowhere close to the soul, and UTD thinks they'll be better positioned to fight later on.
Yep, that's right. They had a lot of pressure up top. I think they had both Kindred and Camille up there, and they're able to take that tier 1 turret and apply that map pressure that way and not have to worry about Ahri. Meanwhile, we just have definitely farming in mid, throwing out that old half-healthing Syndra with it, pretty much. That's pretty influential and pretty useful, and I'm hoping to see more of that.
I hate to say it, but we might not see a big fight for a while.
No.
We have Baron spawning up in about a minute and a half. You know, like maybe one of these teams will make a crazy play on Baron. Maybe they'll try to fight for it. But it's not like a dragon. It's not as easy to take. But maybe we'll see a big fight here. Echo coming from behind.
Yeah, there's a Renata only hitting Nautilus, but big damage here onto Syndra, but is going to get zoned off by the Kha'Zix. Okay, Ahri kind of putting herself under fire, but nothing too crazy.
Nobody wanting to commit to anything.
Yeah, I think
the Barrel will pick up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, they're heading over to the Rift Tail. They got 1 minute to take it. Probably fine. Another objective here on UTD's end. And of course, Rift Tail is going to be super huge in applying that map pressure. Probably want to shove it down mid and just try to take that mid tower and really push forward. So by the time the next dragon does roll around, they have a lot of minute in their favor. But we're hopping into this next fight. Nautilus is caught in the middle of everyone without the rest of the team. And he is going to go down.
I looked away for a second and there was a dead Nautilus on my screen. So that guy died pretty fast.
Yeah, very unfortunate. There is Kha'Zix still throwing the W's. Tryndamere chilling in a bush all by himself. Yoshibi trying to path his way over to his tower. He does not want to deal with this absolute monster of a character right now. Tryndamere is definitely someone you have to worry about. He didn't get hard shut down. He actually got a kill in his favor too, and just letting him naturally scale the way he does anyway is super, super dangerous. And I don't think there's really a whole lot of characters that can match him super well. Yoshibi is the one that's going to try and take care of him every time he can, but that tower is pretty much necessary. And once it's low, it's pretty much gone. Tryndamere's going to win that fight.
Yeah, but Yoshibi can't really stop Tryndamere. He can only really mitigate the losses that Tryndamere forces you to take.
And you just have to hope the rest of the team can clean up everywhere else to make it worth it.
The thing about Tryndamere, though, is he's not like a super big threat in team fights, and on Tryndamere you kind of have to like make sure you're farming a lot, making sure you're keeping up in levels, and making sure you're like still maintaining your big CS advantage. And if you opt into too many team fights and fall behind, then you can become pretty useless. So you kind of have to walk that line, which I'm sure I Am Isaac will do.
Ooh.
Chewett in a bit of a tough position. Will hook
Caught
shot
up by
away.
threes, gets jumped by the Kha'Zix. There's the passive slow from the bush, gets hooked all the way over from the Nautilus too. Syndra also landing the stun. That CC was layer after layer after layer. There's no way she was making out of that one. Oh my goodness, hard dive here from the Ahri. Does get a great charm onto definitely here in the middle of the team. Had to get disengaged, and that's going to be a big shutdown here for...
Should turn on to Baron here. That's 2 kills for Fisher, and looks like they're posturing for it.
Oh, Ahri is also going to land a jump over charm while Tryndamere also tries to apply so much damage, but Renata is not going to make it. Oh my goodness, they only have 2 people left up top here to try and contest this Baron, but really it's not much of a contest at all, and there's not a whole lot that Echo and Kindred can do by themselves at this point. And they're going to get flanked by Tryndamere anyway. Ahri is also here to help out. The charm is going to come. There's the root, but we have the Kindred ult to try and keep these guys alive for as long as possible. My goodness.
3-man stun not going to do much in the end. Yoshiwi's here to maybe pick up a kill, but probably going to end up trading his life in too.
Yeah, they're just kind of going in one after another and dying, getting caught. There's the Ezreal ult just for some AoE damage. I guess you can argue that maybe they didn't take Baron as fast as they could have, and they may not be opting to go for it now instead because they had so much free food, lined up on a platter. All the way to them, but that is absolutely massive here for Fisher College. Yeah. Looks like the gold, it doesn't even seem that massive, but I feel like UTD at this point is pretty far behind.
Yeah, I think it feels pretty bad here. I feel like UTD is just kind of playing into the Fisher College's comp strength. They're just kind of like running in one by one, allowing themselves to get hit by charms, get run down by Tryndamere, run down by Kha'Zix, picked by Nautilus. I don't know. I think that they... I don't know. I don't have the answers here. That's why I'm not in the game.
Yeah.
Like maybe because you can't really opt to side lane because Tryndamere is so strong. You kind of have to play through Ezreal. And you want to poke, but also you don't really want to get picked by so many of these pick champions on Fisher. So it is kind of a weird position for UT to have to play.
Yeah, not to mention this next round coming up here in 15 seconds. After the past couple team fights that we've seen, the potency that Fisher College has, it really, UTD just can't have any confidence about the way these have played out the past couple times.
Yeah.
And so I'm not surprised that they're not willing to try and contest this. Going to give up their second drag point, or rather, second drag point of Fisher College, just be heading it over. Big stun here from Syndra, landing some good damage onto Definitely. There's going to be a whiff hook. Meanwhile, Tryndamere and Kha'Zix will handle the dragon on their own. Not too much of an issue. This mid tower here is also pretty low. I wouldn't be surprised if Fisher wanted to just kind of gang up on it and get rid of it. But Rift Herald was popped down the mid. He's pulling up.
I'm going to think that was just expiring. Just going to randomly throw out Rift Herald. Not going to get the charge off. Should just die unless, somebody griefs it.
Yeah,
but
he's gone.
These guys are almost professionals, so they'll figure it out.
Yep. They'll make it work however they can, but it's definitely back foot gameplay.
Goldly is staying pretty even here despite the massive kill disadvantage or difference. Yeah,
there is the tower lead that UTD has, but both their bot and their mid tier ones.
Oh my God! There's the gold. That's where the gold's been hiding.
Yeah, we have the Nautilus ult coming out onto Definitely, but still no one is hard
jumping. Pretty good position here.
Yeah.
So much damage coming down from Ezreal. Not gonna find anybody with the True Shot Barrage.
Oh, we have the Kha'Zix jump over, feeling like the Ezreal might be isolated, or at least doesn't want to take this fight. Good. EOA took so much damage, and Tryndamere is here to clean up the rest. Can he make it out? No, he cannot. Ezreal's going to go down. Meanwhile, Rana had to take the rest of the team. A 1v3, absolutely no way she was living that. And of course, she's going to go down. Ahri is here to take care of the rest. Kindred is simply not going to be able to walk away from this alive. Whoever can walk away, they're going to try to do the best, right? Echo is still here. But it's looking tough. We do have Camille split pushing the bot lane, and probably someone's going to go try and match eventually, but Baron is going to be the next goal here. They're going to go for this big take.
I feel like it doesn't even feel like UTD is necessarily playing bad. It just kind of feels like the draft is just not really working out in their favor. It just looks like some of these positions are just so hard for the team comp to play.
And Tryndamere is also an absolute menace.
Yeah.
2-0-7. This character is not supposed to be too much of a team fight threat, but surprisingly decided to stick around for these fights.
He's getting off the flanks and popping up in positions that are really annoying for UT to have to deal with. And now Fisher College is finally going to make their breakthrough in gold. Gonna make that big jump about 4 to 5, about 4K gold ahead.
Yeah, it's looking a little tough here for UTD.
I'm seeing a severe lack of Nasus for UTD.
Yeah, I don't think it was banned out this time.
But they saved top for last pick, so you can't really blind Nasus. Doesn't have like there's some pretty bad matches for Nasus.
True enough.
Such as wait, never mind. That's not okay. Never mind. I thought of a pick that Nasus is really good into. For instance, like if you've ever had to play Kale on Nasus, it is like the most unplayable matchup ever.
Or Kale.
For Kale. For Kale.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Everyone's going back to their reset. They're farming. I don't think Fisher really has an issue with this because now that they're kind of feeling like, solidly ahead of where they are, they're okay just waiting until next drag to come up and then suddenly put themselves on soul point. And until then, just maybe take picks if you can, but otherwise farm your way up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's like, even if UTD manages to survive in this game for like a long period of time, it's like, I don't know, it doesn't like feel super good. It feels like Tryndamere will always just be able to win those 1v1s. Like, maybe UTD outscales, but it's like kind of tough to say.
Yeah. Oh, they actually
wait,
got the shutdown.
actually not going to pop his
press
ult.
R. Yeah, he actually is going to go down. First death on Tryndamere. A lot of damage on the Nautilus. It looks like Definitely's probably picking up this kill. Ooh, great.
This might be the chance the UTD needed.
True enough. Yeah, Syndra's also kind of caught out, and as is Ari just a little bit, but she is full health. Do have to worry about that. And yeah, I guess they're not going to all in on Syndra, or rather on Ari. I think Syndra is also prime pickings, though, if they're able to land a good catch on her. But off to go for Nautilus there, safer kill. And right back to the farming game. That's kind of huge that were able to pick up the kill on Tryndamere, though. I'm not entirely sure why they
I think Kindred was able to pick that up. I think that's pretty big for Kindred. Obviously, Kindred can operate as a big carry on the team. It's a marksman character.
Right.
So you get those big items, like you get like the Collector, you get your IE, you get your Kraken Slayer. Like Kindred does a lot of damage, and she's pretty hard to take down due to how Lance Respite operates. And it is just like even though you're low, if you just have like the damage in your kit, you have like the damage like on your team. It can be really hard to just win these team fights the way that you want to. So Kindred. Definitely a very valuable champion as the game goes later on. And maybe they can make it work with the newfound shutdown gold.
Possible. It's a start, but there's still a long way to go. And speaking of ways to go, Soul Point is up for contention here for both sides. Right, both here have 2 drags. Next drag coming up in 20 seconds or so. Already positioned them around pit. Ooh, that's a nice hook. And into a charm. Not a whole lot of game now.
Lance Respite's going to be popped out. Not going to get the most value out of it. Not even going to be standing in it. Going to go down to Kha'Zix.
Oh my goodness. They're kind of zoning each other in this fight. We have a hard engage there. It's also going to go down.
Uh-oh.
This is a shutdown to Syndra.
Tryndamere.
Yeah, Tryndamere's in the backline though. 1, 2, 3. Crits. And they are dead and gone. Not a whole lot left here. Grosso Grants is going to fall too. That's going to be an ace. They're able to pick up something. The Syndra, but it's definitely not anywhere near enough. And that's going to be Soul Point or Fisher College. These team fights are super rough for UTD right now.
Yeah, and it's just like Fisher College is like a bunch of. It feels like they're like a bunch of rats coming out of the sewer, but they're like New York City rats in like suburban Ohio, just like coming out of the sewers, just like eating everything, taking everybody out. You're like, oh my god, where do these rats come from?
How did this happen?
Why is this rat shaped like Tryndamere? Why is he killing me?
Why is he here?
Why is he here? Where's my health bar? Questions that we just have to ask ourselves because And why is it happening?
You just hate the answers. He is just there, and it's just him.
You just hate. That's just how the champion works, and you figure that out, and then you're like, oh, why do I play this game? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is truly the question. Why do we play this game?
And I will let you guys sit on that one. But until then, we do have to take a look at the rest of this painful game here for UTD anyway. Fisher is looking nice and pretty. That's 2 hits onto this Kindred 3 and 4.
Yeah, the cooldown not going to be up there.
That's a kill in 4. We do have a 3v1 here, and I believe the ult
is fast, though.
Popped.
That's going to be Undying Rage. Russell will die.
Oh my goodness. There's Echo down too. This Tryndamere is a menace. He does not care who is or isn't around. He will handle how many people he can and get out of there.
Yeah, it feels like the top laners are kind of like trading games, like popping off. Like we had like Yoshui with the big Nasus pop off in game 2, and now we have I am Isaac with the pop off in game 3 or game 4.
Game 4, yeah. And even in game 3 with Fiora, was the one person doing pretty well for the team while everyone else is suffering at the hands of all of UTD's pain that they could bring forward. But yeah, this time around, it really seems like Trinity brought the heat. I knew that this pick would be centralizing one way or another. It's kind of almost a make or break for what kind of like one track the character
really
is.
Utilizing the strength of red side with the counter pick. Trinity, the last pick in the draft, they're like, I think I want to use a sword.
Yep.
And, sometimes it works out.
Oh, there's another shot down here on Trinity. It's going to go down yet again.
Undying Rage was not quite up there.
Ooh.
Already dies to a turret.
Yeah, Kindred may be feeling herself just a little bit here, trying to push up, maybe nab some stuff. Meanwhile, we have quite the split push here, the bot side, with crazy in-hit pressure with both Echo and Camille here. They're pulling up onto this Nexus turret. They don't even care. They're doing so much damage. It's just Kha'Zix and
I think they're going to realize this isn't quite possible. But, that is going to be a good...
That's actually a fantastic turnaround, though.
Yeah.
For the way the situation was at and how much presence they actually had in their own base, none of the inhib towers went down, and of course none of the inhibs went down either because of it. Now they are trying to hunt down Yoshiwi and Gressel Grindset, but that's kind of like
a lot of pressure off of them.
That's a sign of life right there. Now that bot lane's got inhib going through, that might help that bot lane just a little bit. And maybe these team fights might be a little bit screwed. You got 13, almost 14k gold on both the Kha'Zix and the Tryndamere, right? That's going to be
definitely still the richest man in the game, but Ezreal kind of like is that mid-game champion where you kind of want to utilize your poke to sort of like make team fights harder for the enemy team to play. And it kind of feels like because these fights aren't like quite as like front to back, there's just people hiding in brushes. You got rats coming out of the sewers.
Yeah.
Definitely can't like find these people to like get the poke onto.
There's nothing to whittle down.
There's nothing to whittle down. It's just kind of like Kha'Zix is like, I'm jumping out of a bush. Tryndamere's like,
I'm spinning out of a bush.
I'm running really fast.
I'm a spin out of a bush.
Holding over a wall. Nautilus is hex flashing into the fray. It's like
and
really
then throwing
tough.
out the hook, right? It is rough. It is super rough for UTD here. And of course, Ezreal just not being able to play the game is super tough too. But when they are able to land damage on some of the squishies, we were seeing they were put on the hurt. Ezreal was able to definitely output damage when they were actually able to. But when you're dealing with the front line like Kha'Zix and Tryndamere, when you're dealing with some of the tankiness that Nautilus has to bring, and even Ahri is surprisingly bulky.
It's just like also like Ezreal kind of like prides himself on being like super mobile while being able to output damage. And sometimes like the arcane shift just isn't enough. Like in this case, like Tryndamere is like when he pops Ghost and he's just like spinning onto you, so much mobility. Kha'Zix obviously has the slow on his W, the mobility on his E, the reposition ability with the move speed on his ult. Ahri's got 3 dashes. Nautilus has a big hook and a point and click knockup. So it's just like a lot of things that answer Ezreal pretty well, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely neutralize the big strengths that Ezreal has to bring to the table. It's now all just about UTD playing from this very extendedly pushed out bot side with those inhib minions. But Dragon coming up here in 30 seconds. I still feel like UTD could not take a team fight. And I feel like to Fisher College, it would probably be worth to try and fight this out, even if bot lane's under whatever fire and pressure it is. We have Tryndamere up here on top, trying to deal with Echo all by himself. That E is coming up so often. There's the W. We have the Q to slow. And Tryndamere is going to back off his food, maybe come back for a feast another time. But that Echo was hard struggling. Definitely not a fight that he can take. And honestly, if he wasn't so close to base, he also probably was dying. Just not something that Echo can really easily get away with. Tryndamere's chasing potential is too strong.
Yeah.
Here, this next dragon is up, and it seems like Fisher College actually wants to trade with a dragon for this Baron.
Yeah, I think they just want to get the Baron. I think they were just like, we get the Baron, get one more fight, we can just end the game. Like, Soul is really not going to be able to do too much for it. Definitely going to try to be a bit of a nuisance and steal it away, while Yoshiwi is just going to solo out the Ocean Drake. But yeah, we're going to see what Fisher's able to do with this Baron, if they're able to crack these tier 3s they've been able to crack so far. It could, probably spell the game for UTD, but, now UTD does have Soul Point. Maybe the Ocean Soul could really help them out in this game. Obviously, Souls are usually pretty good.
Yeah.
They tend to win games.
True. Still on Soul Point, though, and it's still another fight that Fisher College was willing to give in case the game does go on that long. But I think you're right. It's more of an insurance policy about map pressure and with the Baron take. And I don't think they're too worried about, even if they were to give up this dragon, I don't think they're worried that by the time the next dragon rolls around, that suddenly UTD have enough potential to actually beat them in a team fight. So it's going to be kind of still the game is in Fisher's hands, and it's something that UTD just has to kind of accept and play around in however way they can.
Yeah, after those objectives have been taken, we're probably just going to go back into farming lanes, pushing lanes. It's going to be Probably pretty boring unless, you know, Trinimir decides to take somebody out in the side lane, which is very possible. But big team fights are probably not going to be happening for a little while. So
until it's necessary, pretty much.
Yeah.
It seems like both these teams.
Both these teams are kind of playing on like a knife's edge. Like, you know, one pick could lead to the end of the game at this point. Especially for UTD with Baron, it just takes one push. And, you know, if UTD gets an ace, that's probably also the game. You know, 35 minutes into the game, the timers get pretty long, and it's pretty easy to kill towers this late in the game.
Yeah, wow. Trinimir actually just going to effectively solo this tower on his own. He has ult. He is more than capable of, like, four-shotting this Kindred, but it is actually going to be able to live, rather... Kindred's able to live and not go down, but in the meantime, she was also taking the aggro of 3 other whole players down bot. But honestly, I feel like UTD is a lot more confident now just that Trinimir's off the map. Even if they did lose Camille here, I think they're in a position to be able to push up. Oh no! Caught out
Camille
on
not
her
gonna be the
own.
only person they're losing.
Yeah, Renata caught on her own, getting caught by the Nautilus too. The roots, the hooks, and then causing it so easy for him to jump in and get free food. It's right there. Nautilus just handle him, you know, a nice 2-course meal right there. Grab a snack. Grab a snack. And that's exactly what Renata was for Kha'Zix right there. Tough. That I feel like UT could have tried to apply some pressure, push that advantage, maybe go down bot again, and pick up this next inhib that's up, right?
Ooh,
but
this is a bit of an odd position for UTD. Fisher going to show up behind them here, going to force them kind of like out the back of the mid lane. Pretty awkward. Yeah, this game is in such like a weird spot because it feels like Fisher's comp doesn't exactly have like the power to like break these. Oh, there's Trinimir. I guess he did break a tier 3, but like they can't quite end the game. But like at the same time, it feels like UTD can't really do anything.
right, they're just slowing the inevitable. Is kind of what it feels like right now. A painful, arduously long death that you're just bleeding out. And that's kind of where it seems like UTD is at right now. Look at all this damage onto the tier 3 down bot. Inhib tower is under attack. Yeah, it's tough. It's a long, arduous game here. 36 minutes into this one. I think UTD still has the resources to keep themselves afloat for a while, but I really feel like by the next drag fight, it's kind of deciding the game at that point.
Yeah, which is coming closer and closer as every minute passes. 2 minutes away that dragon fight. We're probably going to be looking at a game-deciding fight here. Unless some team is like, we'll give up the soul. Maybe we'll scale. Which, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe UTD does that. It would be a little bit lame for the spectators, but, you know. These teams are trying to do their best to win the game.
Yeah,
so,
they're trying to pull a dub. I get it. We are trying to pull up here on the Yoshi.
I'd be the fight in the mid lane also. There's a lot of people over there.
True enough, there's Renata ult onto Kha'Zix, but he didn't actually end up taking that much damage, even though he ran through it. It seemed like a lot of the opposing team. Kindred took so much damage there from everyone, and even with the ult, wasn't able to survive. We do have Syndra and Nautilus fairly low. Ooh, they don't want to run for it, and Trinimir is actually back to, at this point, the fight is pretty much unplayable. Not to mention if Ahri pulls up, it'll make everything even worse. Smart of YouTube to back up here. I think they might be trying to go for some poke. Renata not super useful here too. The Renata ults haven't been landing all the right targets off time. I'm seeing a lot of single target Renata ults, which doesn't, especially if they're disparate from every rest of their team, it's not really doing much.
Just doesn't really have the opportunities. Renata going to go down here, not going to be able to get the reset on the W.
True.
And, you know, Ezreal might go down here too. There's like 5 people chasing after him. Got some limited options.
That it is. There is a true shot for us.
He's gonna hope to maybe take somebody down with him, but Kha'Zix is pretty good at killing people. So
yeah,
that will be the end of him.
All by yourself, Kha'Zix is going to EQ auto. You're dead. You are dead. That is burst damage by definition. And this next drag here is up going to be in 10 seconds. There's absolutely no way UTD can contest this. And I think that's pretty much the nail in the coffin that this is not a game that UTD can take.
Yeah, UTD really banking on maybe this soul fight going well for them, maybe picking up the soul, giving them that combat power that they need to overcome this gold deficit. But, you know, that's pretty handedly going to go over to Fisher. There's nothing UTD can just stop that. And, yeah, soul is going to be taken by Fisher, just going to pick up that much more strength for their composition. And Baron is coming up in 23 seconds. And if they get that, that could easily spell the end of this game.
Yeah, I'm already kind of feeling the doom and gloom, honestly, for this one. I'm at this point, I feel like there's really just not a whole lot of hope for UTD. Very, very small chance of somehow landing important picks while they try to siege, and then turn around the team fight and then just run it down. Run it all the way down to land a kill. On the game, really end the game. But I feel like the chance of that is pretty small at this point.
Yep, looking like Baron is going to pretty handily go over to Fisher. It's ticking down real fast. UTD is coming to contest it, but will they get here in time? That's the question.
Right, there was the Ezreal ult to, always the funny snipes. Rana ult there, actually, if a little bit earlier and was closer, could have been huge, since everyone would be attacking themselves. That opens the opportunity to steal the Baron. But yeah, UTD is also going to end up losing the Baron. And Fisher now has such great position that they can just kind of do whatever they want. And the game will kind of inevitably just be over. They push any lane, they're good. They got soul, they'll win these fights, they'll have sustain. They have their buffed up minions. Ooh, Kha'Zix potentially getting caught out here. Nope, we got the tier 2 still up. He's going to hop himself away as he does and return to safety.
Yeah. UTD's on their last legs here. If they lose a team fight or maybe a member gets picked, it could just be the end of the game.
Oh, we did have the flash there. Oh my goodness.
That might be a dead flea.
Yeah, definitely feeling the deathly. The Kindred ult can only save people for so long. Everyone is dropping like flies. Kha'Zix is feasting right now. There's a triple.
Will he pick up the pentakill? That's the question. Oh.
What's going on? Oh. Guess it's it's an FF, yeah. Not too surprised.
I guess they're just saving time there because they know after that fight they're just gonna end the game.
Yeah, there's nothing left to play there.
Don't worry, it's not too bad. The game was gonna be over anyways. Don't really worry. Maybe UT just wants to get out of that game. Just it was mentally taxing. Just getting run down by Tryndamere and Kha'Zix.
It was red side. It was all on the red side.
Yeah, the red side really looking pretty good here. Kindred finally gonna fall in the 4th game. Not gonna be picking up that undefeated streak in this series. And the game it is forced to game 5. Fisher gonna hold out in game 4 and force UTD to take them on in the 5th game of this series. Each team trying to grab the last win to claim the NECC championship.
Yeah, I know it's long. I know it's late, folks. It's we're all running through this marathon together. So stick around. We'll be thrown over to break. Never mind.
Yeah, the FF might have just gone through for us, and we saw the end of the game. But there is a 3-minute spectator delay, so in that 3 minutes, UTD and Fisher already queued up for the next draft. UTD will take red side because they get side select after losing the game. And yeah, we're gonna see the same bans for UTD and the same bans for Fisher. Everything will be the same here, and Syndra will be the first pickup for blue side.
Yeah, for Fisher's side. Yeah, we're seeing these are the standard bans. Let's see how UT can adapt their draft this time around. I think that's extremely important, how they respond to these. The Syndra and the Ahri both. The Syndra was honestly shut down fairly well early on. Ezra, I think, and Lane, and getting those early picks and kills was able to handle just fine. Ahri, however, against the Echo.
Oh, Ahri did great that game.
Yeah, Ahri was doing just fine, and Echo really struggled to make an impact. I saw that. Mr. Chewett here was looking a little forward to Lucian.
I wanted to see Lucian.
Yeah, we got the Nautilus pick instead. The Nautilus was working for Fisher. So UTD picking that away, I get it.
Fisher was fishing.
Yeah, they were fishing. Absolutely. Fisher was fishing. And now we got UTD picking away, taking hook, line, and sinker. It's all this. UTD also picking away the Ahri,
yeah,
too.
I think I've seen this draft before.
looking mighty familiar.
Yeah, we'll see if they do lock in that Ahri. It is going to be locked in. I don't think they liked Fisher picking up the Ahri. And, the Syndra, I think I liked the flexibility that it offered them in the last draft. And so I do really like the Syndra first pick. Yeah, didn't really get to that.
That's still, open to that.
I was distracted by the candy on the other side, the Lucian just, flashing in the window. I wanted to...
Dangling right in front of you before being ripped away.
Vex might be the pickup here. This champion has been creeping up the tier list. It's, pretty solidly tier 1 champion currently. It's got a lot of strong pick potential, similar strengths to an Ahri, where a lot of burst damage in the kit, and got a lot of run potential. The ult has very long range, got a lot of CC, and offers a lot to team play.
Very nice, very nice. Seems like a solid pick to pull through. Fisher now looking at their next pick too. Are they going to be going for the Leona? Maybe not the Bard. Is this real? The Bard real?
See if we're going to pull a barrel from 2022. We are not. Leona going to be the lock-in versus Nautilus. Leona does fairly well in a vacuum against Nautilus, kind of able to stuff Nautilus's engage that he wants to pull off. Leona can kind of just Zenith Blade him and stop him in his tracks. It's pretty nice. So we're going to have sort of a flashback to more of an engage meta Leona Nautilus. But, it's not the worst thing ever to see Leona picked in a Nautilus. It does not spell the end of the game. Just a little nice draft bonus to pick Leona and Nautilus. But Kaisa going to be the last pickup of the first phase of draft. Really good pick that synergizes with Nautilus. And, definitely, obviously, proven himself on this pick. I don't know if you saw Game 3, but he put on quite the performance. And, he's thinking he can do it again here.
Yeah, Mr. definitely going to hold the Kaisa here. I'm liking the pick here. I feel it's kind of an improvement over the Ezreal. Although Ezreal had multiple factors that kind of contributed to why that character was struggling with last game. I think Kaisa, overall, even in a situation like that, has a little bit more potential to try and just up damage on someone and maybe get a pick and try to use that to kind of shift momentum.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Wanting more of a team fight pick. The Ezreal, while he did get super ahead, was not looking like it was really getting the same amount of team fight pressure that Kaisa has. Kaisa has the ability to just blow somebody up, do so much damage to frontline, just like burst the targets you want, and I think definitely is just opting for more of that.
That's right.
So,
that's right.
And then we're gonna see more jungle bans here. We got Kha'Zix Graves banned against Fisher. Obviously Kha'Zix proving itself to be quite the powerful pick in that game, able to just pick up the kills over walls, do a lot of burst damage onto targets that were caught out. Worked out pretty well. Maybe eat my own words of not liking Kha'Zix in competitive, and UTD is gonna ban it away along with Graves. Wukong gonna be the ban against UTD. Obviously, a really strong pick in the meta, and we'll see what the last ban is against UTD before we see the fourth pick for red side.
Ooh, Kindred, don't let B-Barrel have it this time around. Makes sense. Oh, we get the Jarvan?
Jarvan going to be hover here. Not really something I would think would be in Barrel's arsenal. He usually likes to play more of these farming junglers, but it is going to be the fourth pick for UTD, looking for more of a dive comp with Kaisa, Nautilus, Jarvan, Ahri.
I'm going to try to wriggle their way in and knock out as many people as they can, especially targeting the squishies. Helps that, Cinder doesn't have a lot of mobility. But it also all kind of depends on, or a lot depends on who their top laner ends up being as well.
Yeah, is Zed going to be the hover here for blue side? I would think that would be quite an odd pickup, unless maybe it's Zed jungle. I did see that Fisher jungler played a lot of Zed jungle, so that's probably going to be the pick here because they already picked Vex in the mid lane, and they have Cinder for the bot lane, so, we already got too many cooks in the kitchen. So that's going to be a Zed jungle combo. I don't know if you've seen this. This is a pretty interesting pick. It farms pretty quickly. If it gets ahead, it's definitely a menace. And yeah, really excited to see how this pick works out. Fiora going to also be left open for Fisher to pick here.
And then we're getting a Shen pick into the Fiora, kind of
similar draft to like game 3.
Yeah, to game 3. We got the Kaisa, we have the Shen, and then we have the Nautilus, and Ahri's taken away from Fisher. Instead, it's kind of the adaptation. Then since Kinder got banned, now we have the Jarvan. But, Zed jungle, Leona. I feel, I don't know. A real hard engage here does just seem to be Leona. And then we have this kind of duelist type with Fiora. We kind of have a one and done kill with Zed. And I don't know. Fisher's team comp is a curiosity to me, to say the very least. I can see something more cohesive here with UTD. Mm-hmm. But that's not to discount Fisher by any means, because again, team comp matters a lot if everyone goes even, or if team comps can play their strengths. But as we saw in game 3, you shut down the strong characters, no matter what your team comp is, no matter how good it is, if they're really that far behind, they're gonna end up losing. And if we can get Kaisa up that far ahead, just as we did in that game too, then that's kind of what UT is probably gonna want to be going.
Yeah, I kind of like UCD's opted for more of like what I would call bongo comp. We kind of just got a lot of people that want to click the W button, go in forward. Shen wants to go forward, taunt people. We got Jarvan just EQ ulting people. Nautilus throwing out all of his CC. Ahri dashing into the fray. Kaisa dashing into the fray. I like more of this direction from UTD. I think it's definitely more of something that they've succeeded with, especially in game 3. I kind of liked him on this comp when they did it back then. And I think that I like that they're confident they can do it again in game 5. So we're looking to see some really explosive gameplay out of UTD, get ahead early on, and just steamroll their way to a victory. And even like in the team fights later on, I think UTD still has a pretty good chance. Like, Cinder is like a decent team fighter, but Ahri isn't like the greatest in team fights. Like Zed is like great at picking off, not the greatest in team fights. Fiora more of a split pusher. So they can also scale pretty well into this game. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of scrapping. Should be a pretty fun game 5.
Yeah, this is going to be it, closing out the series here between Fisher College and the University of Texas at Dallas. It's insane that we already made it to 2-2, and these games have been kind of. It's like the individual game hasn't been super back and forth. Early on, maybe a little bit, but kind of a clear a person who's ahead, a team kind of comes out ahead and they just kind of stay ahead and they close out the game however harshly and strongly they can. So maybe we'll see more of a back and forth throughout the game this time around, or we'll see another, I'm going to take the lead and win the game yet again for the 5th time tonight. But I guess we'll have to find out that answer shortly because we'll be thrown over to a break as we do a Spectre delay. Don't go anywhere. Let's come see the conclusion of this grand finale.
Go on, myself. I'm cold steel stainless. My glass half full. Always said don't suffer no fools. Serpents daydream. I bite, you call me lovely. Got a sweet tooth. Gonna get the sugar from you. When they say I'm a machine gun, I take it as a compliment. Honey, you should know I can be a weapon. take it too far to say that we cannot pretend now? Was it never enough to have just everything you want? In your shadow I found a place to hide me from my own thoughts. And if I ever got lost, you find a way to bring me home. And I want something I can hold that's worth this waiting cold. And I want something that is real, something to make me feel.
Welcome to the deciding game of this epic 5-game series that we have between Fisher College and UT Dallas. The winner of this last game will take home the dub in the NEC finals.
Yeah, it all comes down to this fifth game. It's been a bloodbath both ways, right? One team gets a lead, they push it all the way to the end. Another team gets a lead, they push it all the way to the end. Back and forth, back and forth. You know, it really honestly seemed like UT was on a bit of a roll by taking both games 2 and 3. But clearly, Fisher College showed that they still are able to stop that momentum and take it all the way back with game 4. So now they're coming hot off a win, and let's see if UTD, are they able to bring it in, or is it all going to go down to NEC, to Fisher for NECC? It's all up in there. A lot of questions here. Comps are interesting. We kind of talked to them a little bit beforehand too. We're kind of enjoying the team fight oriented stuff that UTD Dallas has to offer compared to the more singular pick off that seems like Fisher College.
I think they both have a bit of a pick comp. Like Ari Nautilus, Jarvan offer you a lot of pick, with Kaisa able to follow up. Then Zed, super good at assassinating people. Vex has that long-range engage. Leon has engage. Sidra has engage. Fiora wants to 1v1 people. So it's not like we're not seeing like two like team fight comps. We're seeing like some heavy skirmish comps.
Oh boy. And as we've seen, a lot of these games have been centered around how the bot lane performs. So we're just going to have to wait and see what definitely can bring this through. But I mean, Kaisa always lays out so much damage. It's always super nice.
Yeah, the lethal tempo early on into the game kind of allows Kaisa to get those super good trades off. If you can get them going pretty, if you can get your autos in pretty early on, you stack up that lethal tempo, you're just doing so much damage, like getting that passive damage. Super nice, feels super good. Definitely a great Kaisa player, displaying that in game 3. I talked about it a little bit before in the draft. And looking to recreate that performance here in the 5th and final game.
Yeah, and he's playing up against the Syndra again as he did last game. I think last game shows he's not really afraid of the Syndra.
Yeah, he kind of did pretty well into it.
Yeah, so I think if that's momentum that they can carry forward going into this again and having that Kaisa really start ramping up, that could be huge for UTD to kind of build off of by shutting down the Syndra and having the Kaisa get that ball rolling. But I mean, that's kind of how it's always been. Playing around definitely in a sense can be considered a massive win con on its own. But as you can see, sometimes definitely doing well is not good enough, as we saw with last game. We have Zed kind of trying to get to his red buff, but we have Leona get hit by the shadow and the Q. All right. Yeah, we have the whiffed hook as well. This could just be a handed over red buff, but they're not willing to give it up for free just yet. There's a stun on a Jarvan. No engage. They're going to walk it off. They are going to walk it off.
Yeah, not going to opt into what they're thinking is a bit of a flip. I was going to say that these games also, there's been some crazy top lane performances throughout the series. Obviously, last game, the Tryndamere was a giant menace, really derailing anything that UTD wanted to do team fight-wise, really destroying Yoshui up in the top lane, proving his worth on that pick.
Oh, that's a whiff. That's a whiffed hook. If I've seen one, that could have been a huge conversion right there onto that set. But they're going to have to let it slide and look for another opportunity.
Vex in a pretty good position here to maybe kill Nautilus, but not going to know exactly where he's coming from.
Yeah, and conversely, too, Nautilus is in good position to throw another hook, but still probably on CD.
This could be bad for Yoshui. Good trades coming out here for Fiora. He lands in a bit of a weird spot. Gonna get the grass proc, do a little bit more damage. Trying to shield his body from the vital proc, but he's getting really low here.
Oh, he goes for the taunt. Is his Q up? Okay, he's blocking these autos. The minion damage? And he's gonna take first blood. Crazy how close that was. What a duel up top. Not to necessarily expect Shen to win. But Yoshi was able to bring it home. Common Yoshiwi W. There's a hook onto the Leona with the W. Not really taking a whole lot of damage, but it's more about the drive and engage. The Zenith Blade, the Leona is going to go back in.
Barrel's
Not
low, though.
too much damage being done to the Syndra here, actually. They wanted to focus on taking out the Leona first and foremost. And BBL did some nice taking. Oh my goodness, what a hook.
Woo!
And that's going to be a double kill. The hook into root passive right there in front of that tower. No one cares that Syndra is
There was
dead.
a lot that happened there because there was also Grussel died to Vex in the mid lane.
Oh my
on top
goodness.
of that.
I didn't even see that. There was way too much going on there. We got the bot lane rolling up. You know, we have the 2 assists here on Jarvan. And at the same time, we also had a fall in the mid lane for
That's
Russell.
going to be 2 kills for definitely UTD getting into a position that they really, really like to be in here. Kaisa, the big damage start on this team, already picking up off to an early gold lead here. UTD's in a great spot. I do like it. Shen picking up the Bolo. Really not what Fiora wants. Fiora really likes to be ahead. Fiora does not like to be behind. And Grussel also would not like to be behind here. Going to be without his flash here. He was solo killed earlier. And Leona is here to punish him. Pick up another kill on Radar.
Roaming support masterpiece right there. Just walk up, land the stun, and squishy enough for Vex to just be lay out enough of damage. I do want to appreciate what we got going on top lane though. It's kind of a lane that we more or less expected Shen to be considered, losing it, kind of behind, right? Gotta go support the rest of the team, just stay alive, be the tank, do the thing for the rest of the team, right? But your own personal lane, not supposed to be super fruitful. But here, we're quite seeing the opposite. The converse. And Yoshiwi's been doing just fine, taking a solo kill on his own. We have Nautilus going hard right now on Leona, all by himself, trying to take this trade. Oh, we got Jarvan hopping over.
Jarvan's also here.
He's going to EQ away, actually. He decided that was not a very good idea.
You're going to show up and then say, never mind.
All good. All good.
We've been there.
Yep. Understandable. You get it. Stare, the shark right in the jaws, and you're like, maybe next time. Maybe next time. And you'll, take your distance, walk away. Drag is up. Jarvan might be positioning in the spot side, and mid side seem to be okay position-wise, but man, that mid lane is a bit of a struggle with the kill difference.
Yeah.
Still, CS has been okay, though. At least that's not a huge issue for UTD's mid lane, despite the 2 kills.
Can't say the same for Syndra, suffering from a little bit of a lack of gold down the bot lane, lack of CS.
Bit of a
Be
gap.
in a pretty big deficit here. Yoshiwi also going to be building up a bit of a CS lead up in the top lane along with his solo kill. Hopefully he can keep stay ahead of Fiora. It is difficult to 1v1 that champion as the game goes on, but hopefully it won't come down to that. Shen winning his lane against Fiora is not really what UTD is banking on here. We're really banking on this man right here who we have the camera on.
Yeah.
Mr. Deathly, Mr. Kaisa, Mr. My Bad, I'm Sorry, all good.
All good. He's got it taken care of. Already up with that 2-0. That snowball is rolling. It's rolling. And any other character has to be like, okay, I still think there's room for Fisher College to kind of push forward here. But it's like, when you've got Deathly with that 2-0, you know how good this guy is. You know shutting down that Syndra, how important it is. You see that CS deficit. It's scary, and Fisher College really has to keep their eyes peeled out for it. Giving up that dragon too, giving all this bot pressure, just trying to sit back and farm, see what you can recuperate. It's not putting yourselves in the best position most of the time.
I'm really interested to see what this Zed is cooking. He's got a Tiamat. He's got a lot of farm here. Pretty far ahead of this Jarvan, I would say. Jarvan has the 2 assists, but the farm deficit definitely going to make Zed be in the lead in terms of gold. So I'm really excited to see what this Zed is what plays he's gonna opt for as the game goes forward. See if he can really, start cooking up some good stuff here. And then also Vex has 2 kills. We're gonna see what that lead turns into for her. There's going to be a lot of interesting stuff that should go on in this game.
The mid lane, I think, is extremely important here. Now that, easy access to objectives and possible roams, right? Having the much stronger Vex puts a little bit more pressure on both lanes. But considering that both top and bot are winning for UT Dallas, they don't have to be as concerned. But it is still worth noting that UT Dallas's own mid laner can't really keep up with the punches right now compared to Fisher College's Vex.
You're going to be keeping up in CS. It's not like the worst deficit so far. Vex does have 2 kills and is a little bit behind in CS. But overall, still very threatening. Vex, with a good combo, could easily deal a lot of damage onto Kaisa. And without Kaisa, UTD's comp is severely lacking in damage. So it is really scary if the Vex is able to land all the abilities, which, Radar has proven himself to be able to land abilities in the past. We saw his Ahri from last game, able to take it over by landing those charms.
True enough.
Vex ult is a little easier to land than an Ahri charm. So really looking to see what Radar can cook up.
See, that's what UT Dallas has Nautilus for, though. Gotta be there, sit and tank as many hits as you possibly can, protect your ADC, zone in on
Vex dashes in with that fear on the W. It's pretty hard to.
Fair enough.
To
Fair enough. True. That peel is going to be rough. Hopefully recover from it, land those peels, ults, whatever you can. But yeah, the potential is in the Vex here. Ooh, there's a flash in on that. There's a Jarvan ult here too, but Zed is going to be able to ult to get off that damage. Nautilus actually does end up going down. Yoshiwi is in the thick of it without the rest of his team. There is the fear, and they're just going to have to disengage. They really just had to give up their Nautilus there. Even though everyone is all up, right up in everyone's faces, it was a fast disengage after Nautilus
and
went
this isn't
down.
going to feel good for Shen. He's going to lose this big wave here. Not really going to be able to help too much on that bot fight with his ultimate. He's just going to show up, and Fisher College is going to walk away. UTD not going to be able to pick up any kills on the back of that. And I think that's just swing the gold lead in Fisher's favor. If you're going to pick up some plates, Shen going to lose out on the wave. And, you know, Fisher obviously won the fight going 1-for-0.
True enough, yeah. Those missing on those plates is definitely made rough for Shen, considering how well he stabilized the lane beforehand too. Kind of losing a bit of a grip on that. Oh, that's a Vex jump in, and that's kill. Ari is down. That's a solo kill in lane. Yet again, that's looking a little rough here for the mid lane. But still, CS is up there. Ari's still kind of in the game. But a lot of eyes on the bot lane right now. Kai'Sa's got to make big plays and got to be the one to kind of match up against this Vex. I wonder how gold distribution is looking between the Vex and the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Kai'Sa going to be around 4.2. Going to definitely still be ahead of Vex. Shen is going to actually be about even with Fiora now. And then obviously jungle should be ahead. Yeah, it's only 400 gold. That's not as bad as I thought.
True.
And Ari's pretty behind here. You can have less gold than Jarvan, which is not what you want.
Yeah, and those couple of deficits kind of make up for the 500 or maybe 600-ish. Yeah, about 500 gold lead that Fisher College currently has. Next draw is coming up in about less than a minute now. UTD again trying to look to position around this. Now
oh my god, so much damage out of Fiora.
Oh my goodness, dude, even after the time. Fiora still wants to take this fight though. Look at those crits, look at that healing. This is not something that she doesn't want to mess with. There's the 3 Shen Qs. She is going to end up running away from this. Wow. I like the gusto there from Fiora. Still, like, despite taking so much damage.
I honestly thought Fiora might be able to win that. That was a bit scary.
That was crazy. Those crits and the healing was huge.
Yeah, Grand Challenge really does heal a lot. And with the grasp, we're getting that healing too. So, Fiora, no stranger to winning fights on 100 health.
Now, Yoshi probably fishing for another taunt here when it comes off cooldown, I'm sure. In the meantime, only 10 seconds left until Dragon. Shen ult is not up, or is it up? I can't tell.
Zed gonna be doing some shenanigans. Not gonna see if they'll see Atteboro here. They're just kind of waiting in a bush. Don't really have vision to make a play here, but maybe Atteburo's just gonna walk in here.
Oh no, the 3-man bush gank, he's gone. Absolutely annihilated. That Leona ult was there. Everyone is there. You almost consider overkill, but they went hard. They went hard to really just remove the enemy jungler. That is a safe dragon. They can take that safely now. The imperative was there. The motive was there. The murder was too clean.
I really didn't think he was going to walk into that bush like that. That's tough.
That is indeed tough, but
that's a big engage.
UTD is not afraid to try and engage this back. Kai'Sa is doing huge damage. Killing spree, getting rid of the Zed. Leona is up next, but in the meantime, Vex is tearing up the back line. Ooh, we have Ari trying to do big damage. Vex is going to flash away, but I think this is still a free dragon for UTD. Nice cleanup crew there.
Definitely dealing so much damage. Able to pick up Zed pretty quickly there. Or no, the Leona dived in, and he was able to get the initial, like the damage from the Gale Force to really just execute Leona very quickly. It's a bit different from what Kai'Sa's usually opt for. I think you usually opt for the Kraken with the damage. But, you know, definitely seeing that Fisher College is a bit mobile. You know, not the tankiest, doesn't necessarily need the damage from Kraken, wants the mobility from Gale Force.
Oh
and
my goodness.
caught in a weird spot
Jarvan actually tries to take this fight, maybe to stall out. He's definitely going to go down to the Fiora here. Not sure if Shen wants to chase and follow. Fiora's healing is ridiculous right now. Even with less mana, I think she can kind of sustain herself, keep herself alive. We did see the Hrithik get dropped earlier too. A couple of plates here for Grosso Grindset. Nice movement to get away from the Leona after the flash. We do have Nautilus also here to try and support now. 4-0 Kai'Sa is definitely big news.
Yeah, but there's 4-0 Vex.
Yeah, we haven't seen the two face off directly yet still. Vex disengaged after taking way too much damage from the last fight.
I think what we want to look towards is if we look at this gold, Kai'Sa is not the one with the most gold there.
Yeah.
That Fiora is starting to, you know, make some investments.
True. Yeah, I'm seeing it. That 1-1 Fiora, it's chilling in that solo lane a lot of time, just get a bunch of last hits while Shen was gone. making herself that duelist threat yet again. And this time, the rest of the game isn't as much of a stomp as it was last time around for this Fiora Shen matchup. So it seems like Fiora will have a lot more usefulness in dealing with this. She can jump in on this Kai'Sa. This might be rough for Kai'Sa to try and fight this. Although Nautilus is here to support, that is going to
a lot of damage.
This up. Oh, that is a lot of damage. There is the parry after the hook, but we have the Leona ult come out. They are slowed. We're going to have the EQ engage, not quite in range. Zed is also, we have the flash in for the ult. Kai'Sa going to try to fight her way out. The Zed ult pop isn't going to be enough to kill, and instead they're turning everything around. But oh no, before they could pick off the Zed, Nautilus does in fact go down. Zed is eventually going to go down, but Shen is caught in the thick of it, taking way too much damage. There is an EQ where Ahri's going to have to flash out, and Jarvan is able to pick up the kills too, but is going to go down to the Vex. Oh no, she's going to go flying across, gets the shutdown on the Kai'Sa, and again gets a triple kill off the Ahri too. That is devastating for UTD right now.
That's going to be an ace. Wow.
An
Great fight for Fisher College. So many resets coming out on the Shadow Surge from Vex. Going to be a bit brutal there to take that.
An 8-0 Vex.
Yeah, fully stacked Darksteel. We'll see if that turns into a Medjai's. This is not what UTD was looking for here. Radar going to be proving himself to be quite the Vex player. Facing off against Deathly will come out with him on top.
All right, Mr. Yujong Hukuri Lee, a man with a mission.
Got a Shen on him.
A man with a dream. Here's Shen too, trying to pull it. Gets the fear. Where is
It's going to be a huge shutdown.
There's the shutdown. Gets the Q.
1,000 gold for Yoshiwi. Just going to pick that up, add that to his pile of gold. And, you know, that's a 3-1 and 4 Shen. That guy is going to be pretty tanky there. And, you know, if this Shen gets too tanky, it really could be too much for Vex to deal with here. Vex, you know, not a champion known for killing tanks very quickly, and, you know, play's not over quite yet, too. Kai'Sa's here on the back of the fight.
Oh, there goes Zed. Zed down yet again for the count. 0-3-5 currently. Vex has had no issues dealing with Zed so far, honestly. Even with the hard Zed flash in ult dive in last time, Kai'Sa's main issue was not the Zed.
Nope. Yeah, Kai'Sa gonna pick up another kill there, 5-1, going towards the Collector. There's gonna be a lot of burst damage. You know, these squishy targets, if they're getting hit by Kai'Sa, will go down really quickly here. You know, there's a nice little synergy with Collector and Gale Force. You Gale Force them into that, you know, that lethal range. You pick up that 5% execute, pick up that little bit of extra gold. You know, Kai'Sa loves to be doing that burst damage, picking up those kills like that. And, you know, definitely the guy that you want to see doing it. Yeah, Vex is 8-1 here. Did not pick up the Medjai's. Did go down. But we got to fight.
Catch. Yeah, we have an ult on here. That's actually a lot of resources burned just on a Leona when everyone else wasn't, and particularly around. I feel like it's not a great fight for UT to take. And of course, Fear is going to do great damage, and Nautilus is going to go down. But you know, Syndra is there to support too. That was interesting. They only really had vision properly, I think, on Leona there, and decided to go all in pretty much. And then Fiora and Syndra pulled up for crazy damage. Not entirely sure what UT was looking for.
Just pulling the trigger there. Going to end up in a Rift Herald for Fisher. This second Rift Herald, not the biggest objective in the game, but, you know, if it allows you to break those tier 2s on the outer sides of the map, you know, you can get a lot of gold injection onto your carries.
Sure, they want to grab this Herald, drop it mid, and path down to the Dragon that's coming up, because otherwise UTD will be put on Soul Point, and Fisher definitely doesn't want that. I believe it's Chemtech Soul as well this time around.
Chemtech. Yeah, I think it's Chemtech Soul. Let's see. Yes.
There you go.
And for anybody who doesn't know what Chemtech Soul is, who hasn't been playing the preseason, the Soul is if you are below 50% health, you get a 10% increase in damage and damage reduction. So, you know, pretty nice buff to have. You know, definitely a pretty solid Soul. And looks like UTD will be picking up Soul Point. No. Ooh.
They got it. It was looking weird.
But, you know, everything was all okay. That is going to be Soul Point for UTD. Pretty good position for them in the game, even though they're down 2K.
Oh, there's an EQ engage here from Leona onto Ahri. She is gone. So much damage done to her. Radar taking a lot, though. Actually seems like Deathly is able to sit back and apply
in a really
the
good spot,
properly.
dealing so much damage.
Yeah, and there Leona's going to, we're going to have Zed disengage here. That was honestly great. That was a bit of a sacrifice on the Ahri part, but Vex put herself in a bit of a scary situation where Kai'Sa was able to just sit back and auto and do so much damage right then and there. Vex had to go down, and that's pretty big for UTD's team fight. Kai'Sa catching up here 7-1 up against the Vex 9-2. That's pretty big. UT still definitely in this game.
There you can kind of see like the problems with Vex once like your targets are able to survive your initial burst. Like even if you kill one, you can get kind of stuck there and taken out. Like Vex may be able to like go burst somebody in a 4v1, but then you're kind of stuck and then you're dead, and then your mid laner traded 1-for-1. Like, is it worth it? Maybe if you kill Kai'Sa, it's worth it. But you know,
but if you're not
taking down somebody random like an Ahri who's 0-5, like, you know, that's not going to spell too well for you there.
Exactly. Taking down Kai'Sa then becomes the imperative play for Vex. But, I mean, obviously Kai'Sa's going to be sitting in the backline a lot. Not the super easiest for Vex to just get the instant dive in on it with all the protection of other members and whatnot. So, yeah, I don't know. It puts a lot of weight here now on Vex's shoulders, as I mean, it already kind of was. But at this point, it seems like Zed is being further and further pseudo-nullified and not really being a big threat. If Zed's not, like, decently enough ahead, his damage output is more like tickling, and you don't have to super worry about. We saw the Kai'Sa not having much of an issue with Zed beforehand, and I'm sure it's going to be really hard for Zed to kind of catch up and become that crazy presence. However, Fiora is someone to be looking out for.
True.
Alongside Vex there,
Completing, too, right? Both the items that Fiora loves. Ravenous Hydra, great item. Really glad Riot added that to the game. Totally not broken. Anyways, Fiora going to be picking that up along with the Divine Sunder, and Zed also picking up 2 items here, so he is pretty big.
Oh my goodness!
Yujung Yushi.
Yujung Hukurili going for that solo hook behind tower, taking way too much damage. His team is just not with him. And he's going to go down. But in the meantime, the Fiora is going to fall rampage. So much damage taken onto Yoshiwi, and not enough good positioning for definitely to actually land anything right now. So it looks like it just wants to be a hard disengage from UTD. But we get a double kill here for Zed. This is kind of the train that Zed wants to get rolling. A look at all this damage onto Grussel Grandson out there. Is the charm. Try to land some damage, but man. That was Vex's play right there. That was big Vex's game. Oh my goodness. There's the root. Zed is still walked up really far. Probably gonna throw out the WE. We have the dash out. Oh, the WQ snipe is still gonna take out Grussel Grandson, and it's gonna be only Kai'Sa left from the entire skirmish. Although Nautilus has finally respawned and is walking back. Oh my goodness. I had no idea what Nautilus was going for there with that hook behind tower when the team wasn't there.
Yeah.
That really was the domino effect for just everything to fall apart right there.
Yeah, a little bit possessed on that one.
Yeah, that was tough. That was tough.
Yeah, other than the kills that will be going over to Fisher, not going to be giving up too many big objectives. Baron did not get taken. UT Dallas not going to give up the Drake either. So, there is still a lot of hope here. They are 3k gold behind. Maybe it's getting a little bit out of hand, but, it's definitely not over. There's still a lot to go down in this game as we're only 21 minutes in.
Yeah, gold lead looking to be about 3k-ish, 3.1k in Fisher's favor. UT probably wants to be looking to take some more objectives. Now they've only been able to take down the tier 1 from bot side. I don't know. They are still on soul point, though. And it's not like they can't play a team fight. It's not like they can't contest and try to take this next strike, too, coming up in about a minute, 10 seconds. Yoshiwi whittling away at this tower with this nice little Shen. Nice katanas. Doing their tickling to the
Zed on 2 items really proved how much damage he was able to do. He got that nice flash WE combo, doing so much damage to the squishy members of UT Dallas, really securing the chase down of that fight.
Yeah, saving ult to carry over after getting in on the first person that was able to take down, and then getting the WQ snipe on the Ahri later at the very tail end of the fight too. Absolutely crazy. I was saying, Zed is not super really in it.
Still wasn't able to kill Kai'Sa.
I guess not, but I mean, the rest of what he was able to do, I think he's kind of redeemed himself. And I will have to formally apologize to Zed for that one. Definitely put yourself back on the map there, and gotta respect it. It doesn't seem like UT wants to hard set up for this dragon, but it's not like Fisher is either. We do have the Shen split push up top. I don't know if Fisher wants to try and challenge it or is just going to let it go. Rest of UT now coming down through mid.
I don't know if he sees Zed here.
Is not with the rest of the team here too.
Zed not going to opt for
the hard engage right there. Yeah, I think that's probably the safer play. Rest of the team was a little far back. At least Leona was kind of far back. You'd just be putting your squishies up front. Ahri is here to mess with the game. Oh, we have the Jarvan onto Radar. Rest of team isn't there, though. Leona's been doing some great peel. Radar's going to have to flash out. She did take a lot of damage. There is the Nautilus ult. Zed's going to ult away from it. Just try to use that utility. Big damage. Yoshiwi is going to end up going down. Oh, my goodness. Everyone is so low so quickly. It's like there wasn't even much opportunity for Definitely to play the game at all right there. And he's actually going to go down.
Vex just running everybody over. That's a 5-for-0.
Yeah, that's
an ace. That's a Baron and the Dragon.
Oh, my goodness.
And that might just be what Fisher College needed to really put themselves ahead in this game. This is going to be super, super hard for UD to come back from. Fisher really just has to carry this lead till the end of the game here. They're going to go up so much gold here after the Baron. It's going to be so hard for UD to play the game. And yeah, that team fight just did not go the way they wanted it.
Jarvan just being a little too far up without the rest of the team there. Even with the Shen ult, they both come out and they both end up getting bursted by just the crazy damage output. And it didn't seem like Definitely was in a lot of position I think there's a lot of fear on Deathly's part. He's just a little too far back to actually land all the important crucial hits to take out, opposing team and big targets there. So rough team fight. And now sets. I was feeling UTD slipping before, right? I talked about the dominant effect there before, but now it's like, okay, Fisher College is really ahead. This is it. We kind of have to accept it. How can UTD play around this now? It's rough. It's rough. Super scary. They are still in Soul Point. That's not taken away from them. A lot of dragons here for Fisher to try and catch up. But the Baron is going to apply a lot of map pressure. They're well positioned to take any one of these tier 2s, really.
Gold is forever.
That too. Yeah, gold is forever.
Yeah, we just have to see this mid lane matchup just really ending up in the favor of Fisher College. Radar really just able to solo kill Russell Grindset, put him really far behind. He's just taking over this game.
Oh my goodness, Yoshiwi trying to fight this 1v2 right now. Not taking a whole lot of damage. He's dealing with the 2 AD damage dealers after all. Now Fiora is trying to win this duel. 1v2 is going to get knocked up by the Nautilus ult. There it is, but we do have a lot of fear. This time we see definitely kind of respecting the Zed and the Zed Shadow. It was actually hanging back and not able to help confirm the kill, rather. And now Syndra and Vex are here to turn the rest of the fight around. UTD is getting slaughtered, and that is yet another ace. It's a 1-4-5. Oh my goodness.
They're gonna take a lot off of this. That's at least an inhib tower. They got Baron. There's nobody alive to wave clear. I don't think it should be the game. The respawn timers are pretty short in this game, but it is looking grim for UT Dallas.
Yeah.
Fisher primed to take this game.
Right. Long term, I'm thinking there's just not a whole lot of hope left for UTD here. These team fights are no longer playable. It's almost a 10k gold difference. What are you going to do? Sit back and turtle and lose the war of attrition? No way you can test those dragons. No way you can test those barons either. It's just, I can't see UTD's out on this,
Mal definitely has a lot of gold, like if we look here, everybody's catching up. Fiora is getting there. Zed is already there. Vex has so much gold. Cinder's not too far behind. And then everybody else on the side of blue team or red seed team is so far behind, definitely in gold. He's not going to look like he's going to be able to carry this one. And yeah, this Vex champion is looking pretty powerful.
Doing numbers, that's for sure.
Is hitting the thresholds to just absolutely obliterate everybody.
Right, but it helps that both Zed and Syndra are really hard caught up. Oh, that's a hard engagement and a nice
That's
call
a good
out.
shutdown. We'll see how much it's going to matter here.
Yeah, how far can they take it? We have the Yoshiwi TP in. Now they're just like, all right, we run it. They're running straight forward. They're running straight in. Still 2 minutes till the next drag. Imagine if the drag was up right there and they got that pick. That would be huge for UTD. Still, they're waiting something out. That first tier 1 mid tower is not down. Are we going to see Yujung Hookily go for another suicide hook, or is he going to actually wait this one out? We're going to have Shen and Fiora kind of, duel and dance around each other in the bot lane. Looks like UTD is bloodthirsty and wants to do something
They're
with
trying
their
to make
lead.
plays.
Yeah, trying to make plays. So they're not going to get this pick on Fiora. Are they going to get it? There's an ult and a taunt. That is too much hard CC, but in the meantime, they committed so many resources down bot that they're going to let, the 3 members of the team all, with Baron and whatnot.
Mid lane's bleeding out.
Bleeding out here. Tier 2 turret gone. Still, I think UTD is happy with what they're doing. Now they're going to hand over some more farm to Kaisa. No one's going to come to immediately contest her, and she can do a decent bit of damage.
We are seeing the pick potential of UTD's comps, so, potentially if a Fisher College member is just out of position, UTD can easily pick up that member and turn the tides of the game
We see Zed heading down, but I think Kaisa is going to greed for this tower, and we do have...
She should be fine. Her teammates are there.
Her teammates are there. We have Nautilus and Jarvan, 2 big tanky boys to help support. Maybe there's potential here, but it's going to be a slow burn.
Drags in a minute. We're going to see if UTD is able to take this.
Yeah, I don't know. I
don't know. It's a pretty.
Yeah, sure, they got 2
tough.
picks, and that's cool and all, but I don't think it's enough. They didn't have enough time to really start building something in their favor. They had 2 big picks, and that's about it. They're actually backing and giving up some space here on this drag. They might want to give this drag and play the even longer game and try and slowly edge out that gold lead back to be a bit more even. I'm not sure, because again, they have dragons to spare. It's not like they have to immediately worry about soul. But I mean, still giving up objectives here, team never feels good. This is rough. I don't know if they want to contest this, though. I feel like they're probably going to give this one
up. It's just like UTD gives, and it's like, what are we playing for?
Yeah.
It's like Kaisa gets more items, that feels good, but Jarvan is just he's just EQing and ulting people at this point. He just lives a little bit longer. That's what he's getting with gold. Shen isn't going to be super effective with gold. Ahri is so far behind. We're just landing charms at this point. So it's really on Deathly's shoulders and people to just pick people out on the map. And it's just these team fights are just not going to be getting any better for UTD.
Yeah, they're going to be picking up this next dragon. UT's not really going to contest him. Maybe looking to take this mid tower. We got a hook and a big knockup on a Syndra too. That's actually a crazy shutdown off of Syndra onto Kai'Sa. Slowly building up this Kai'Sa's repertoire to kind of be a big name that the rest of Fisher will have to worry about. But there's actually going to be tier 2 taken as well. And we do have Shen defending the bot lane as well. So it's not like there's a whole lot of pressure there to alleviate. They only have 3 people here in the mid.
They're going to back off.
Yeah, they are going to back off. The positioning
feels
is
pretty nice, though.
Yeah, that's nice. It's a trade-off there. I think that's a trade they're willing to take. As of now, the gold lead is actually slowly building up. Baron is going to be up in about 30 seconds. We're seeing some pings in there from UTD's side. Maybe they won't be looking into
UTD might do the classic Baron flip.
Yep. Would hate to see it, but I mean, you never know.
Well,
There's
I
always
don't know.
potential.
It's like you either flip Baron, and you might just win the game,
Yeah.
or because you're like, oh, we're probably gonna lose this game anyways, but maybe you just flip Baron and sometimes you win. It's a risk that sometimes you have to take.
But are you really at the state of the game where if you do end up somehow taking that Baron in like a tooth and nails team fight, could you actually close out the game? I feel like the risk reward.
I think you could if you get like a good enough Baron, and then you get a couple picks, you could just end the game.
True. I guess it depends on how many people actually make it out alive to help push out the rest of the.
I mean, UGD is not in a great place to flip Baron. They don't really have the greatest comp for it. But
Everything is really just in Kai'Sa's hands at this point.
Yeah.
Team fight and damage output wise, and I'm sure Fisher College is more than keenly aware of that. And when it comes to a proper, team fight situation, 5v5, 4v5, 4v4, whatever, that they'll probably keep their eyes on Kai'Sa. And once they kind of nullify that threat, everyone else in the team isn't really going to be doing much.
But the Kai'Sa success seems to be coming when UTD is like getting the CC, getting the picks onto Fisher. And, when Fisher's diving onto UTD, the Kai'Sa's having so much harder of a time because it's so hard to peel all these targets that are diving against. Peeling Leona, peeling Zed, peeling Vex, peeling Fiora. It's just so difficult.
True enough.
That you kind of want somebody to engage on like one of these lower health targets. Like if you can engage on Vex, if you can engage on Syndra, pop one of them before the fight starts. That's kind of what UTD is looking for.
That's huge. That's momentum you want to carry forward.
That's easier said than done.
Much easier said than done. And again, Fisher College, these guys are just as good, very keenly aware of this possibility, and are tending to stay grouped up besides their one singular split pusher.
Vex ult is going to miss. Shadow Surge going just into the wall there.
Ooh, he's going to walk up pretty
if he's going to do anything.
Push out this mid wave and actually going to get everyone to back off of Baron. We do have Shen just kind of chilling in the bot lane, farming on his own while Fiora comes to match. So both these top laners doing their own thing. We do have Shen ult.
Is it a hit the worm angle?
Oh my goodness, they're going straight in for the Baron. We do have Shen ult on deck as well, so it would end up being a 5v4, but we do have a TP in from Fiora trying to go for this flank. Already about half health here onto Baron. Already creating distance too, though, in case they want to try and fight something back. Nado's taking way too much damage. We do have the Shen ult
Kai'Sa
up.
into the backline.
We have an EQ ult, but Kai'Sa's taking way too much damage from Zed. People need to be there to help support the Zed. Ahri has gone down. Vex is unstoppable, doing so much damage. Kai'Sa finally falls, and with that, that's kind of UT's last bastion to actually try and win this fight. A greedy play to try and take that Baron. I think this is a very strong chance.
Sometimes you just have to make plays that'll make you win the game. You can't always sit back and just try to win the game, or just try to hope that Fisher's going to make mistakes. You do like the UTD went in to try to win the game, but that is going to wrap it up here. Fisher will take the series 3-2, making the 2-1 comeback. Definitely is going to leave the game. They know it's over. Congrats to Fisher for winning this NECC division, and UTD played real well, but at the end of the day, you can't win them all.
True. Second place. We'll take it. Oh, we'll take it. GG's. Congratulations to Fisher College. I guess they're, kind of fighting that premonition of, if maybe UTD's won in the past, doesn't mean they have to win every time. This was a bit of a nail-biter of a set, though. We did bring it all the way 3-2, yet it never seems like any individual game was particularly all that close. If anything, I feel like this game might have been the closest, but even then, it was still...
the game 2 is pretty back and forth, I feel like. That's
fair. Actually, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
game 3 was pretty over from the start. Game 4, maybe UTD has some hope, but that one just kind of felt like UTD had no chance after a certain point. Game 1, honestly, I don't even remember game 1 at this point. It's been so long.
It's been too long. We've been through much. Yeah.
We've been through almost 4 hours of League of Legends.
Oh
if you
my
stuck with us the
goodness.
whole time, thank you for staying here.
Very
It was a
much.
banger series. I bet the players are really tired. Congrats for Fisher to winning.
Yeah.
They really outlasted UTD in the end. I would like to thank all the UTD players for playing this semester. It was really fun to watch you guys.
Yeah, I'd love to thank the broadcasting team as well. Kludgy and Bowen doing great work in the back right now, keeping everything alive, making sure all the transitions and stuff are clean and getting draft information to us and whatever, right? And of course, huge shout outs to team manager Adrian as well, doing great work for the team, getting everything scheduled. And
Shout out to Carter.
Oh, yes, of course.
Mr.
Shout out to
Stellaric.
Carter. He has put in way too much work this semester. You can give him infinite shout outs and it still wouldn't be enough. He has done way too much. So hopefully, Carter, you're out there watching us and hopefully you are smiling proudly over us while you are dying in your finals projects and tests. We understand.
And of course, I have one last person to thank. Mr. Combo, it's been an honor. It's been a pleasure.
Absolute pleasure, Mr. Chewett. It's been a cast. We've been through a ride. Twitch chat has been with us for a lot of it too, and I think we've ultimately had a great time. Even though UTD wasn't able to come out in the end, I think I'm happy to say that we did our best and we played well, and I think it was a good set at the end of the day. And I think we had a good show to put on for everyone else too.
I would like to do a special thanks to Deathly for playing with UTD this semester, making it pretty cool that we got an ex-pro to play for our college team. Even if it doesn't bring the most glory, we really appreciated it, and I want to thank Deathly for playing this semester.
Well, that's going to conclude UT Dallas's run here in NECC. Congratulations here for making it all the way to the finals. Everyone did great. It was all a great time. But I think we're finally going to need to try and send everyone home. We're going to have to try and wrap this up. So there's a lot of words, a lot of feelings going up through everyone right now. And I know it's been a crazy time, a crazy set. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much for watching. And I really hope you guys enjoyed this. If you have any feedback or just want to hit us up, we got both our Twitters posted here. Well, of course, always active on the UT Esports Discord too. If you want to engage League of Legends, LoL UT is always around. I'm not biased because I'm the president or anything like that. But, come engage, come have fun, come play the game. And beyond that, engage with UT Esports. Come, drop. I know there's a lot of people in chat that are not necessarily super experienced with League, play other games, and they're all here to support. So I really, really appreciate that. So League people, come out and support other games too. I'll try and see if I can do it myself. But with that said, I think we're wrapping up for tonight. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful night. I'm Combo. This is Chewett, and we'll be signing off.
Thanks for watching, guys.